Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Welcome to the first edition of our quarterly meetups in 2021. We are so happy about the huge success in terms of registrations. For all those watching us on YouTube, we are greeting you from here, from the Zoom meeting. All those who are participating in this Zoom call, you can use the chat to address the questions for the speakers. I will not take long as usual with the start of the conference, so I will just give the virtual microphone to Leila Mintas, the CEO of PlayUps, to start this short panel with Daniel Wallach. See you soon, guys.
Perfect, thanks. And yeah, welcome everyone to our panel today, or our discussion today on reclassification of DFS entry fees by the IRS, which is a very, very hot topic, obviously. So I would like to explore with Daniel Wallach the potential impact of the recent IRS opinion. And I think Daniel Wallach doesn't really need an introduction. Obviously, he's the founder of Wallach Legal, but he's certainly one of the most famous legal voices in our industry. He's also the co-founder of the University New Hampshire Law's Sports Wagering and Integrity Program. And I'm very excited to speak with him about DFS and how he sees that space. As I said, very hot space, DFS. I'm personally very interested as well in getting his insights here, because PlayUp is one of the biggest fantasy sports provider worldwide, and certainly the biggest one in Australia, where we are originally from. So Daniel, nice to see you. And maybe we just start casually with the first question. What does it mean if the IRS issues an opinion? Should we care about that?
Sure. I mean, Leila, it's nice to see you again. Nice background in your living room there. Great feng shui. I'm very impressed. Should we care? Well, first, these IRS memos are not formal, like opinions by the Internal Revenue Service that are final rulings. They're staff memos from a lawyer within the Internal Revenue Service. So, try to decide what the far-reaching implications are, because audit, that's truly, if the companies that are the subject of these opinion memos disagree with the findings in the opinion, well, they can challenge that in court. So I think we're probably several years away from seeing sort of the end of the road, at least within the IRS administrative agency determinations. But the first step of it is somewhat concerning, for the daily fantasy sports industry. And thankfully, I think PlayUp doesn't have a federal excise tax on wagering to worry about in Australia, because this is a US tax law that was enacted in the early 1950s to combat illegal gambling. And the thought was, by taxing the turnover or the handle, it would make sports gambling operations unprofitable for bookmakers or illegal bookmakers. So it all stemmed from a half-century old quartet of laws that were designed to really eradicate organized crime from influencing the sports bookmaking industry. A lot of the United States have that origin, but to the current day, and these laws are still vibrant, and they impact businesses that are lawful and operating in compliance with state law, but nonetheless have these obligations on the federal law. So sports operators, this is a deeply some far-reaching consequences of having the IRS determine that these contests are wagering transactions.
Yeah, that's all very interesting. And you're breaking up a little bit. Not sure if there's anything you can do about that. I dive just in with a second question.
Siberia.
Yeah, you're far away. I hope you stay warm over there. So the DFS space certainly is is so interesting at the moment. And but tell me a little bit about what is a federal exercise tax on wagers and who's obligated to pay that tax in general?
The excise tax on wagers is designed principally for sports wagering transactions. So the tax is imposed on the amount of the wager, and the tax rate is either going to be 0.25% if it's a legal or authorized wager, or alternatively, if it's an illegal under, if it's a wager it's not paid by the customer or the bettor, it's paid by the company that's in the business of accepting wagers. So these are taxes that are imposed on sportsbook operators and now potentially fantasy sports companies, and they're going to be obligated to pay a tax of either 0.25% or 2%, depending legal or illegal on state law. And to give you a sense of the scale of this, the federal excise tax in 2019 totaled in the aggregate $33 million that went into the federal government's coffers. The daily fantasy sports transactions that are under the microscope involve 4 years worth of activity. And I think the conventional numbers that are used for daily fantasy sports transactions annually are $4 billion. So you buy anywhere tax total amount, and you're looking at a potential exposure that's easily 9 figures, with interest and penalties.
So you're speaking, or we are speaking really about big numbers here. You mentioned the potential 9-figure exposure for some of the brands that are out there. If I got it right, because you're breaking up a little bit, there's a 2-tier tax rate here. And the difference really, if you have to pay 0.5% or 2%, depends on where the operators were operating. If they were operating in states that have authorized daily fantasy or not, right? Yeah. So for the global audience that's watching, maybe can you explain why would a fantasy company operate in the US in a state that hasn't authorized fantasy sports?
Because they're all gray areas, Layla, and I apologize for the unstable internet connection. Hopefully we'll have some good luck here. The world of daily fantasy sports has been mired in gray areas for, almost from its existence. There was always a question as to whether daily fantasy sports was legal under a particular state's law. And in the United States, gambling is generally regulated at the state level, and each state has a different definitional test for what constitutes illegal gambling. So a DFS contest entry fee or the contest themselves can be gambling in certain states, meaning illegal gambling in certain states, and then in others, skill-based gaming that does not constitute a gambling transaction. And the states have 3 different definitional tests depending on the amount of skill or chance that is part of the transaction. And the vast majority of states, they follow the predominance test that looks to which, as between skill and chance, is the greater of the two. And by my estimation, fantasy sports or daily fantasy sports contests are probably considered legal in 30 to 35 states. But the 15 states where there's some gray area and lack of legal clarity present a very high risk to the operators, because when you compare the 0.25% tax rate for authorized under state law wagers versus 2% for unauthorized wagers, that's a multiplier of 8 times. And what the IRS means by authorized is not necessarily clear under any case law. It could either mean it must be explicitly authorized by a statute, or it's legal or illegal under a skill versus chance legal analysis. So take a look at how this could play out in New York State. New York State currently has a daily fantasy sports law that has been challenged in court. And for the past 4 years, companies have been offering their contests in reliance on a state law that has expressly declared fantasy sports contests to be legal. So under that regime, the tax rate would be the legislature determines that the statute authorizing fantasy sports was illegally enacted in violation of the state constitution, well, then you see not a quadrupling, but you see an 8-time multiplier on the tax rate that these companies would be obligated to owe under a federal excise tax regime. But that doesn't necessarily mean these taxes are going to be owed by DraftKings, FanDuel, and the like. I think there's a question as to whether the IRS's determination was correctly decided, because under the IRS tax code and under the related Treasury regulations, the term being in the business of accepting wagers has a very specific definition. It requires that the operator have a risk of profit or loss in connection with the underlying wager. And as you know, in a typical sport, bookmaking operation with PlayUp or William Hill or any of the other sports books, it's a house bank game. If the bettor loses, the house wins. If the bettor wins, the house loses. In daily fantasy sports, these are pools in which the daily fantasy sports operator does not have a vested interest in how a particular game, ends, or who wins the contest, or whether the particular player gets 100 yards or 2 touchdowns. They are completely agnostic to the outcome of a daily fantasy sports contest. So under that interpretation of what it means to be a wager, the absence of bilateral risk of profit or loss on both sides of the transactions, I think negates the possibility that it's a wagering transaction. But the IRS at this point has not agreed with that premise. They're operating or interpreting their own tax decisions, which look at wagering much more broadly than state law might look at it.
Right. And you said also the percentage of tax that might have to be paid is on every entry fee received, right? So we're not speaking on revenue or so that's very interesting as well. So quickly, iGaming, iCasino, so hot as well, growing significantly, especially over here in the US. So is that something that iCasino or casinos have to worry about at all?
No, Leila, it's a really interesting dichotomy. Horse race wagering is exempt from the federal excise tax on wagers, and so too are casino-style games, such as slot machines, bank card games, dice games, and roulette. They are specifically exempted from the federal excise tax on wagers under Treasury regulations and various IRS revenue rulings, because there's the principle that in a casino game, if all of the winners are determined and the prizes are distributed in the presence of all persons placing wagers in the game, like in a casino setting, well, those types of wagers are taken out of the federal wagering excise tax regime, and there's no tax imposed on it. And it raises the question as to whether iGaming, in which you're not physically present around a dice table or a card table or a casino floor, I don't think that's been explored yet. But the conventional wisdom based upon IRS revenue rulings and the casino games are outside the ambit of the federal wagers. That this is a tax that is principally meant for sports gambling and bookmaking rather than casino games.
You touched on that already, I believe, a little bit, but just to kind of jump on that point again. So I think the characterization here is daily fantasy a game of skill, or is it does it fall into the betting regulation, right? So can you touch on that? So the IRS obviously has issues with seeing that as a game of skill. How would you see that?
Well, first, let me explain the mixed messages that the IRS is sending here with this opinion. On the one hand, the Internal Revenue Service is saying that the skill versus chance analysis is irrelevant, because we're not looking to state law to make the determination of whether the DFS entry fee is a wager. We're looking to our own federal tax opinions that may be 30, 40 years old, that have a very broad interpretation of what it means to be a wager. The federal tax decisions look to dictionaries like Black's Law Dictionary and other legal dictionaries to determine what constitutes a wager. State law, on the other hand, the law that is sort of evolved around wagering and betting, there seems to be a consensus from state to state that the wager, to have a wager, it's not just that the bettor has a risk of profit or loss, but that the operator likewise have a risk of profit or loss. So which raises the question, or maybe leads to the conclusion that a peer-to-peer betting platform wouldn't be considered bookmaking or subject to the wagering excise tax. But the IRS said, we're not going to consider state law definitions. We're going to stay with our own 1950s, 1960s era tax decisions, which look to a state law. And I submit that the IRS is doing this out of self-interest, because what do they want to end up here with? They're self-motivated and incentivized to reaching a conclusion that leads to the taxpayer paying more in tax dollars rather than less. And that's why there are various levels of appeal that are included in this system, where you don't just take the IRS attorney's memo as final conclusive ruling on the issue. You can have administrative appeals and then challenge the determination in court. So the on the issue, it doesn't matter. And then there was a second IRS memo that came out in September, which said, oh yes, even under a skill versus chance analysis, we take the position that daily fantasy are gained under a predominance analysis cannot control event, and you are outlier. Record general standard under is the dominating element test in every one of those attorney general opinions. The AG has concluded that daily fantasy sports is a game of skill because of chance. The IRS analysis of that issue reaches the opposite conclusion, and it's the only ruling of its kind in the United States that finds these games to be chance-based games, even under a predominant standard, which in my view makes it vulnerable to attack in a federal court action. From John Connolly had a, I'm sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, go ahead. I
was going to answer John Connolly's question. My background is Madison Square Garden. I'm sorry it's not the Las Vegas Golden Knights Arena, and I apologize for the low bandwidth. Hopefully my sound and voice is coming across a little bit clearer than it was at the beginning of this panel.
You're still breaking up a little bit. I think the most significant point that you just made, for me personally at least, is that the characterization as game of skill under the state law is irrelevant for federal tax purposes, which is pretty interesting to me at least. So I would just get right into the next question for you. So what are the ramifications of the IRS ruling within the tax context? And you mentioned that already, but if you want to give or you mentioned a few points already, but if you just want to jump on that quickly, and then maybe in the second question, how far-reaching are the implications of the IRS ruling?
Yes. I might be breaking up right now. This ramification in the tax realm is that, hopefully everyone could still hear me. There are two types of tax ramifications for the companies. The bigger companies like DraftKings and FanDuel, they're looking down the barrel of an 8 or 9 figure tax penalty, depending upon how the audit comes out. But I think this ultimately will get compromised at an amount that's palatable to these companies, because they're going to litigate this for years. And, I think the IRS will ultimately compromise the matter if it ever comes down to a reasonable amount. But the real risk is that the smaller operators are going to get pushed out. It could push smaller operators into extinction. I mean, DraftKings and FanDuel have a significant amount of assets and capital in which to write a check for 20, 30 million if they had to. Their sports wagering business has been dominant and powerful in the United States, and they are doing extremely well. They've benefited from IPOs and have a significant financial wherewithal to withstand this kind of a tax payment. So I don't believe it moves the needle in terms of, the IRS is looking at contest entry fees. You might be in this position that operator of a tax on every dollar entry fee that could really connect the fantasy sports industry and eliminate many of the smaller companies from consideration. So that's the real world issue impacting these companies. But from my lens, I think the greater ramifications potentially are outside of the tax realm, because you have a federal agency, the Internal Revenue Service, a federal agency determining that daily fantasy sports contest entry fees are wagers. Well, there's another federal agency that might think that that's a relevant consideration. There's the issue of the Wire Act. The Wire Act is the most important federal anti-gambling law addressing sports wagering. And in order for the transaction to be subject to a Wire Act, it has to be a wager on a sporting event that crosses over state lines. So if one federal agency characterizes these games as wagers, well, that might be interesting or useful for another federal agency, namely the Department of Justice, that might be considering. Now, I don't think they would be considering the next step, but it could lead to a vulnerability and a potential risk, minute risk of prosecution under state law. I mean, in New York State, the Court of Appeals is about to determine whether fantasy sports contests are bets or wagers. And now we have precedent from the Internal Revenue Service that says these transactions are in fact wagers. While we may disagree with it at this point, the risk is that other federal agencies, other courts, other state courts can use the IRS opinion and cite it as precedent, even though the IRS memo explicitly states at the bottom of the memo that this is not to be.
So it sounds like there's really something like a domino effect that could be triggered. So negative impact also bigger than just paying the tax 4 years backwards, basically. So you speak about criminal penalties that could potentially apply. And you looked, for me to at least, you look a bit being frozen at the moment, Daniel. So I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I think we would want to see, we would like to get your feedback on what you believe the IRS did get wrong here with their opinion that they issued. I hope you can hear us.
All right. Yeah, I can. And I apologize, everybody, about the quality of my audio. I just stopped the video to maybe, troubleshoot the situation. So thank you, Zoltan, for the suggestion. Where the IRS got it wrong is in several respects. They used a federal definition for wager, and historically, even federal courts look to state law determinations or definition of what constitutes a wager. There is no federal definition of a wager at all. These are undefined terms under every federal statute, and a number of statutes, the federal anti-gambling statutes such as the Wire Act, the Travel Act, the Illegal Gambling Business Act, all those federal gambling laws look to state law determinations as to what constitutes a bet or wager. So I think the IRS, acting out of self-interest, chose a definition of a wager that was as broad as possible without giving adequate consideration to how courts, not just in certain states, but how courts across a broad spectrum of states going back, you know, a century. I mean, some of the most famous or heavily in gaming law, Las Vegas Hacienda, the hole-in-one golf contest case from the Nevada Supreme Court, that's the case that stands for the proposition, or one of the propositions is that a wager involves a risk of profit or loss on both sides of the transaction. So that's number one, where the IRS, in my view, you know, erred in its legal determination because it failed to consider the well-settled case law and instead relied on a dictionary definition of the term, which is just mind-boggling when you consider the, you know, hundreds, dozens or hundreds of cases that you can find in federal courts and state courts in nearly every state that define the term wager a little bit more narrowly and precisely than how the IRS handled it. Second, the IRS did not adequately consider, and I think got it wrong as to what it means to be in the business of accepting bets or wagers. The Treasury regulations, and this goes back to the definition of a wager, the essential core component of being in the business of accepting wagers is the risk of profit or loss. That is absent here, and that's in contravention. For the IRS to rule that a fantasy sports company that's agnostic to the outcome of the game so those two, and then I would say number three, the IRS gave no weight whatsoever to the skill versus chance allocation, which is state in the United States, with the exception of maybe Florida and Illinois, and ignored other federal court rulings on daily fantasy sports contests. I mean, you could just check a number of boxes. In my view, there were 3 or 4 areas in which the reasoning of the IRS attorney was significantly flawed as a legal matter, which leads me to believe that the companies are going to continue to dispute the fact that they owe any tax. And unless there's a favorable settlement in the offing here, I think this could ultimately get challenged in court unless the IRS is willing to compromise the matter for a significant discount off of what they consider the 100% of the amount owed to be. There are just so many flaws in the IRS attorney's reasoning that I think ultimately this ruling is either disturbed on appeal, modified on appeal, or not deferred to by a federal court. There's just too many things wrong with it. I mean, not just one flaw, but 2 or 3, major legal analytical deficiencies.
We have only a few minutes left, Danny. If you could quickly say what are the next steps now? What could we expect to happen in the close future?
Okay, internally, I think there are audits that are ongoing where the Internal Revenue Service is, I guess, dealing with the taxpayer and trying to reach some kind of a determination as to what the amount of the tax is. So while that internal process is playing out, we're probably not going to hear much about this IRS memo unless and until there's a final ruling internally, and then the taxpayer might take an administrative appeal. And then potentially either in parallel or following the conclusion of the administrative process, just challenge the IRS's tax determination in a federal court case. It might go to a federal tax court, or it could go into a United States district court. So this could be years away from closure. And given all the risk factors that are in play potentially for the daily fantasy sports companies that owe this tax, the last thing they want to have established here is that their transactions are gambling transactions because of all the negative repercussions that could represent under different state law regimes, as well as under federal anti-gambling law regimes. This really transcends the tax exposure. It really is a window into other potential areas of legal vulnerability up through and including federal anti-gambling statutes, not to mention.
You're breaking up.
that these transactions were wagers and gambling transactions. Well, that could mean that for many years, the companies were offering contests in states where it may not have been legal.
Daniel, I think the time is up. Thanks for joining us from Siberia. I think the connection wasn't perfect, but for everyone that want to learn more about that, you find Daniel Wallach everywhere, on LinkedIn, on Twitter. He has his own website, Wallach Legal, and I'm sure he's happy to answer any questions that might have been left. Thank you so much for joining us, Daniel.
My pleasure. I've got to jump on another panel. Do I stay on the same link or I have to open up a different link?
No, you should.
Okay.
You can stay here.
And my apologies. I know you find me everywhere, but I never expected you to find me in Siberia. I was not sent here involuntarily. I came here by choice. So, it's definitely an unusual experience for me, but it's my second time at this rodeo, and it's just a beautiful place to visit if you can handle the cold weather.
Yeah, that's the public version that you weren't sent there. Thank you, Leila, so much for moderating this panel. Leila will be back later to moderate another panel. And I forgot to tell you guys, Happy New Year. This is, I think, the first conference we have this year. So we jump to the next panel discussion, which will be moderated by Jeremy Kleiman. I will ask Jeremy to come online right now.
Yep. Hey, Zoltan, you think it would be helpful if I left the meeting and tried to log back in? Would that make a difference?
Yeah, you can try that.
So just click the red button and then just sign back in and you'll find me. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Let's see if that works. Okay. I'll be right back.
Hi, Jeremy.
Hi, Zoltan. Hi, everyone.
Hi. How are you? Nice to see you again.
You as well. You as well. So are we ready to start?
Yeah, I'm just unmuting your colleagues and we are ready. Okay, good. And Daniel will be back shortly.
Okay, can't wait. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Jeremy Kleiman. I'm going to be moderating the next panel on U.S. legislative updates and what states we should be watching in 2021. I'd like to introduce the panelists, Jessica Wellman, New Markets Director at Catena Media, Steve Ruddock, Content Director at bettingusa.com and the Editor-in-Chief of Gaming Law Review, CJ Fisher, a partner at the law firm of Fox Rothschild, and Dan Wallach, who just wrapped up, will be back from Wallach Legal. So there is a ton of stuff to talk about, obviously, in terms of what we expect, what's happening in 2021, what new states in the US are popping, different legislative proposals and so on. So there's a lot of material to cover, not a lot of time to do it. So I want to jump right in. 2020 really was a crazy year for obvious reasons. Land-based casinos were effectively shut down and absolutely decimated. On the other hand, the positive is that iGaming revenue and mobile sports betting really did very, very well. So my first question to the panel, and CJ, maybe we can start with you, is, how do you think the impact of COVID on the industry this past year will inform, legislatures in terms of, what may happen in 2021?
Right. Yeah, well, number one, I definitely think it will. Just to rehash the experience in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. New Jersey from October to March March to October 2019 to March to October 2020, the same period, was over a 100% increase in iGaming win. Just in December, there was 100 million in iGaming win in New Jersey, which is approximately 15 million in tax revenue, and similar theme in Pennsylvania. I think before the pandemic, iGaming win was at about 19 million, and in December they were This past December, they were at over 70 million, which is about 30 million in tax revenue in 1 month. So I think with what's happened over the past year, the fact that the pandemic is going to continue to impact pretty much every jurisdiction, and you know, even when the vaccines are out and distributed, I think it's going to take some time before things get back to normal in the brick and mortar industry. I think you're going to see states continue to look at iGaming and the success of PA and New Jersey and strongly consider legalizing and regulating iGaming. I know Michigan, they tried expediting their launch to, you know, given the pandemic and trying to recoup some of the lost tax revenue from their casinos being shut down. And Indiana is another state to watch. Indiana just proposed an iGaming bill, and one of the proponents of that legislation, you know, he's estimating anywhere from 60 to 80 million dollars in iGaming tax revenue per year. And I think when you look at New Jersey and Pennsylvania, that's a very realistic estimate. So, you know, various states are very aware of, you know, the success of iGaming in PA and New Jersey. And I think that's going to be a motivating factor in 2021 and beyond.
So, and this may be for Steve or Jessica, jump in. When we talk about Indiana and their iGaming bill that's kicking around, to the extent that it moves and is successful, what do you think is driving it more? Is it the need for revenue, or is it, you know, the piggyback effect of, you know, the launch of sports betting, and this is just, you know, one more vertical, you know, it's not a real expansion. In terms of those two potential catalysts, which one do you think is really driving it?
You know, I would lean towards the fact that the land-based casinos in Indiana were closed for a portion of last year, and that is a huge hole in state budgets. And you know, you can hear it in every governor's state of the state. These holes in budgets need to be addressed. And I think that certainly seeing the success of sports betting, especially in a state like Indiana, where they continued to thrive after competitors in Illinois are launching, that perhaps there's some thought that they underestimated the scope of this, and that's driving it. But I think it's mostly that at the end of the day, they have a big red number to address on their budget sheet. And they're seeing that in other states, like CJ was saying, that number can be better filled by casino than by sports betting.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what Jess said, I think Indiana's a good candidate. And I think it really depends on how quickly they can move the legislation through. They have a very short legislative session. It's one of their budget years, so they pass a biennial budget. And typically that will take up a lot of the oxygen in the room. So it all depends on, as they're putting that budget together, how do they see iGaming revenue coming in? When will they see it? They won't really see any of the tax revenue in probably for a year out. So they would be kind of leveraging licensing fees up front. So do they want to really have a high licensing fee in Indiana, which isn't a huge population state? So they might not be able to collect like a $20 million licensing fee like something like New York could do. So it might have to weigh when they're going to get the revenue and how it works into their budget.
Right. While we're talking about iGaming, obviously everyone knows, you know, that a few weeks ago the First Circuit ruled in the Wire Act case. To what extent, if any, do you think that will have an impact on states pushing iGaming now, or will it not have an impact at all?
I know just before Stan was talking about the Wire Act that I feel like I should defer to him before talking.
I'll jump in real quick and then Dan can go. It's I think, as we'll probably discuss this whole panel, there's a lot of factors that go into passing gaming legislation in states. And I think this is just one of those factors. I think it's a good stalling tactic for people who aren't really into expanded gambling. You know, we have this federal thing hanging over our heads. So why don't we wait on that? But I think the elimination of that, obviously it's not going to stop any legislation. We saw that with Michigan. It's not going to hold anything up. I think what you will start to see though is some more interstate compacts, whether it's online poker. So that kind of gets thrown back into the mix, because that suddenly becomes a better opportunity. But overall, I think it's just one of factors that is removed in some states.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, Jeremy, I don't think it had too much of a chilling effect on state governments. I mean, even though the First Circuit decision is a week old, still subject to maybe being appealed further, which I don't think is going to happen. You have to remember the New Hampshire District Court ruled on that case almost immediately and granted judgment on the pleadings, a summary judgment in favor of the New Hampshire Lottery Commission. So I think the perception, at least among legal analysts, among other stakeholders, was that the 2018 reinterpretation by the DOJ was flawed, wrongly decided, and the district court in New Hampshire vacated the ruling. Didn't just say it was wrong, but issued an order vacating it more than a year ago. So I'm not too sure that the entire state legislative bodies around the country were hanging on pins and needles waiting for this case to be decided. But it nonetheless is a positive development that the First Circuit ruled the way that they did, because now you combine that.
Dan, you still with us?
Okay. And the First Circuit decision will be the final word on the subject, meaning that it's business as usual. We go back to the way the statute was interpreted in 2011, and not only 2011, federal cases. I think the prevailing authority around the scope of the Wire Act was that it applied only to sports betting. So the First Circuit decision from last week, wasn't the first time a court had weighed in on that decision. I think the memo from the DOJ was the outlier, but unfortunately, as political parties, come and go within the White House, depending on who's in charge, you get a different interpretation. And it's already happened 3 times with the scope of the Wire Act. We have in 2005 during the Bush administration, the criminal division of the DOJ took that broader view of the Wire Act, and it changes in 2011 under Obama, and it changes again. Well, not changes again, but has now the imprimatur of a U.S. Court of Appeals ruling. So I think this is going to settle the issue once and for all, and it's full steam ahead for iGaming.
Dan, I'm almost curious your thoughts on this. I feel like, if anything, we might see more online lottery going in states, especially after the hype and how much money states have made off of these big jackpots that we had with Powerball and Mega Millions. Recently, one thing that never shut down during the pandemic was the lottery. And I know, New Hampshire was an online lottery at the heart of this case, that I almost think states are going to be more open to maybe doing that this year.
Well, look at the before and after, Jessica. New Hampshire lottery is relatively new. Look at the performance when it was retail outlets only, and now add on an online component to that, and it's really brought significant more revenues to statewide education in New Hampshire. And with the pandemic, people are wanting to gamble, more remotely than necessarily going to a retail outlet. So I think the recent adverse conditions caused by the pandemic, as well as the modernization of state lotteries, you have to go back to 2011. That DOJ opinion was prompted by an inquiry made by the New York and Illinois lotteries as to whether, if they had gone to online ticket sales, whether that would trigger the Wire Act. So this has been sort of a movement that state lotteries have been looking at going back 10 years. And I think today there might be 8 state lotteries that sell tickets online, but so many of them already belong to these multi-state compacts, they're part of these multi-state lottery associations where there's already an interstate component to what they're doing. And as more and more gambling takes place on sports betting, I think state legislatures are going to look more probably with more certainty as to maybe bringing an online component to the state lotteries. Otherwise, they're just going to lag behind other forms of iGaming.
So lottery is a good segue into sports betting. Steve, how do you see the tension playing out in some of these states between the lotteries and the commercial casinos and the lottery commissions and gaming authorities? Who's going to control it? And does that make it more difficult to try to get something done? And like Ohio is a perfect example, right?
Again, there's a lot of factors at play. So I think what we're seeing is what has passed so far has been the low-hanging fruit. So the states that really needed revenue or really are into gambling expansions and aren't really concerned about it have passed legislation. What you have now are the states that are a little more tricky. So you mentioned Ohio, California is always in that mix. Basically, the more stakeholders you have in a state with gambling, usually generally the harder it is. So if you have tribal and commercial casinos in a state like Michigan, so their compromise when they passed their bill was to treat tribal online gambling as a commercial enterprise. So tribal casinos had to apply as commercial operators in Michigan. In other states, that might not fly. The tribal casinos might not want to do that. And then when you have the lottery thrown into the mix, which was another factor in Michigan, it's a pretty good example of some of the difficulties you can come across. The lottery has online instant win games, which if anybody is unfamiliar with them, look very much like slot machines. They don't function exactly the same, but you'd be very hard pressed to differentiate between the two. So they thought that legalizing online casinos might cut into the lottery revenue because they've been running those games since 2015, I believe. So you have more stakeholders, you have the more problems tend to emerge.
Dan, what about Colorado and the fact that you have one tribe there now is just going statewide mobile without any discussion with the state gaming regulator and competing head to head or planning to compete head to head with the online commercial operators? Do you think that's going to be a trend?
Not until the federal government or until the case law around IGRA and the language around IGRA changes, because IGRA, which is the federal law under which tribal gaming, basically exists in large part, is jurisdictionally limited to gaming on Indian lands. And there's, all this, there's an NIGC opinion from 20 years ago, which says that off-site or off-reservation internet gaming is outside the scope of IGRA. So I think the tribes nationally are going to have a very difficult time getting their compacts amended to include mobile wagering, because I'm not sure that the Department of Indian Affairs, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, is going to sign off on that. So the Ute tribe, I don't know the full name of the tribe, but I think that's more the exception rather than the rule. One of the reasons I feel that California's Indian tribes are somewhat hostile to mobile isn't because of public opinion polling that they're talking about. I think that's just a cover for the reality that under IGRA and under the case law interpreting IGRA, tribes will not be able to operate mobile wagering under the auspices of IGRA. They're going to have to go out and get commercial gaming licenses a la Michigan. And that's something that they're not necessarily prepared to do, because that brings with it all this gaming oversight, regulatory oversight, tax rates. There are levels of scrutiny that they currently operate outside of when their gambling compacts give them the right to operate.
Dan, you're breaking up a bit.
Jeremy, I was going to add.
Federal law is the bigger issue.
Go ahead, CJ.
No, I was just going to add there, given the topic of tribal and, on reservation, off reservation, I think Arizona is another state to keep an eye on with the tribes out there. The governor is in support of sports betting on or off reservation. The tribal compacts are due to expire in, I think it's 2022. So they're going to be renegotiated. Sports betting's on the table. And similar to Michigan and a few other states with where the tribes play a predominant role, that issue of on reservation versus mobile extending off, that's going to be relevant in Arizona as well.
Good point. Good point. Let's talk about some of the elephants in the room, right? Some of the larger states that may move things in the coming year. I'm curious, and we can sort of pick them off one by one. There's a lot to talk about. I'm curious to get everyone's thoughts. New York, right? We could do an entire panel on New York. Whole bunch of competing interests, as Steve pointed out, which always makes things challenging. There's one factor in New York that is not getting as much play right now compared to Governor Cuomo's proposal and so on, and that is the tribes and the fact that, as I understand it, under the compacts, if the commercial casinos offer online sports betting, the tribes can do the same without having to renegotiate their compacts and compete statewide without being subject to the same taxes and other burdens. But nonetheless, Steve, why don't we start with you and your view on the competing legislative proposal versus the governor's proposal?
Sure. So just going back to what Dan was saying in the last bit, I think it all is going to come down to, when we talk about tribes, is where does the bet take place, which is a piece of law that's never really been established. Is it at the server location, or is it at where the person is placing the bet and the server location and the casino? So I think that's where that will eventually have to go. And as I've found out in my many years of doing this, until somebody challenges it, they're just going to do it. So if a state decides that they're okay with tribes offering statewide mobile, then tribes are going to offer statewide mobile until somebody raises a ruckus about it. In New York, it's a very interesting situation. I'm not really sure how wedded to his proposal the governor is. Could just be a very I start high, you start low talking point from him, where it ends up being, as I mentioned earlier, just a really high licensing fee. He's looking at the revenue that's going to come in from it to the state and doesn't really care about anything else. So as long as the lawmakers can come up with a proposal that's a commercial and tribal combination where the governor gets the revenue number he's looking for, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. I think part of the difficulty with Governor Cuomo's proposal for winner take all on mobile betting is that it could leave a lot of disgruntled, stakeholders. Senator Addabbo and Assemblyman Pretlow have, over the past 2 years, kind of brought the stakeholders together on almost a consensus approach. There isn't so much stakeholder disagreement because in New York, the only way that sports betting can work is to be run through the casinos. That's a matter of the state constitution. It can't be run directly through the horse race tracks. The only vehicle allowable under the constitution is at casinos, casino gambling at no more than 7 facilities. So recognizing that, what the legislature has attempted to do was to sort of broaden the participation by allowing the horse racetracks, off-track betting companies, VLT facilities, even professional sports venues to participate under the fiction that they would have mobile kiosks tied to the servers located at these upstate casinos. And it wasn't a perfect solution. I'm sure the horse racing industry wasn't happy about being subordinated to the casinos, but that's a function of the state constitution. And now what Governor Cuomo is proposing would be basically an unraveling of that tapestry, which included everybody having some level of participation. Now it's going to be 1 or 2 mobile platforms, maybe 3 or 4 mobile platforms that get that precious opportunity to offer remote wagering without any opportunity for the tracks, OTBs, or the VLT facility. And I think that raises the specter of a potential challenge to not only Governor Cuomo's law proposal if it's enacted into law, but I've always been of the belief that the New York sports betting statutory framework under your constitutionally authorized as sports betting, it kind of came in through the window of casino gambling. And I'm fearful, and I'm of the belief that adding a mobile component to brick and mortar sports betting isn't where the constitutional vulnerability is. Where the vulnerability is at the initial outset of whether sports betting, brick and mortar at the casinos, is quote unquote casino gambling, because the New York Constitution has very specific prohibitions against bookmaking and pool selling. Those are the words in the Constitution. And the 1984 Attorney General opinion from Robert Abrams kind of cements that. So the real risk here is if you create too many losers, those disgruntled stakeholders can become potential plaintiffs. And the unintended consequence of Governor Cuomo's proposal is that while it might represent the highest potential economic upside, it comes with a corresponding amount of legal risk. And anyone who's following the daily fantasy sports industry in New York knows that that matter is in litigation. When the state legislature attempted or did enact legislation in 2016, 5 individuals in New York State challenged that law and said you can't do that under it's a 2-0 in court, and the New York Court of Appeals will ultimately decide this in 2021. And then prior to that, video lottery terminals.
Dan, if you can hear me, maybe you want to shut off your video. You keep freezing.
Jeremy, if, I was just going to add, and following up on what Dan was saying, even if it is a commercial bill like the one that was proposed by Gary Bretlow and some others, there's obviously still a risk that gets challenged as well for the same reasons that Dan touched on. And the other thing I would note is the Michigan experience, where Michigan spent 2 years before 2018 working on iGaming and sports betting bills, only to get them passed, and the governor vetoes it on his way out the door. And now we're just getting to a launch now in 2021. So like Steven said, I think there's validity to that point that the governor might be using this as kind of a negotiating tactic. But perhaps he's not, and if you don't have him on board, then whatever bill is being floated around, you're kind of spinning your wheels here. So it'll be interesting to see how it transpires.
Yeah, to CJ's point, we actually haven't seen the specific Cuomo plan.
Right.
We've seen some numbers. We've seen him hint that it's going to be a lotto monopoly, but there's no written out plan of what that looks like. And recently, they had commissioned a Spectrum gaming study, and the thought was that Spectrum probably suggested this, but actually the Spectrum gaming study did not have a lotto model in there at all. So it could be a leverage to try and get things changed. I mean, it has made some progress in that we went from potentially having 1 skin per operator and only 7 operators, and now after resistance from those operators, the bill that's currently in play right now has 14 licenses. So if this is some gambit by Cuomo, it's great. But I know we're trying to, gauge what could happen with the Cuomo plan. I just think it's hard to be too alarmist when we really haven't seen it.
Yeah, I mean, knowing him to be a master negotiator, I would not be surprised that this is an opening salvo to start the discussion. And he knows that he's not going to end up anywhere near what his proposal looks like. I could be wrong, but the one really confusing part of his proposal is the compensation model, right? Maybe someone can explain it to me, but the way I understand it, it's, rather than, the state's going to take all of the revenue, and in return, your compensation is you can petition for some type of reduction in your land-based tax rate. I'm not quite sure how that works. And if you're a third-party operator that has a market access agreement with one of the casinos. I'm not sure how you measure those economics when you're trying to negotiate your deal. Some share of a tax savings that the land-based casino partner may receive if the state gives them a tax reduction. Does anyone understand how that works?
My assumption was that tax reduction for the casino was in addition to whatever cut of the revenue the operator wins in the RFP from the state. But again, that I don't think that was clearly delineated anywhere. That's kind of my assumption of how it would work, and then the kind of the tax piece back to the casinos would be an additional incentive for the casino end of this.
Yeah,
But
I'm hard to believe there's no rev share. I mean, in Rhode Island and New Hampshire, I'm pretty sure both of those are rev share situations. But I mean, I remember 3 years ago in Pennsylvania, we thought 20 million in upfront licensing fees was being greedy. And I don't think anybody regretted putting up that 20 million, that maybe this is just the new boundary of seeing how much does market exclusivity in New York value at? Because that number in theory could be gigantic. And I think we all have, dollar signs in our eyes on how big New York could be. And maybe someone is willing to take that cut. I'm not sure that they would though.
Jess, you mentioned New Hampshire, and I believe that some data just came out of New Hampshire, and the director of the lottery just commented in the last day or so on the wild success, I guess, in his view, of the New Hampshire model, controlled and basically by the state lottery. How much do you think that may influence the model that New York ends up with, as opposed to a land-based casino sort of driven model?
Yeah. I was having this debate with a colleague of mine because for every New Hampshire, there's an Oregon or a DC. I think the argument, with the single player model is that you're capping the size of the market. We've seen in Colorado and in Indiana that a multitude of operators grows these marketplaces. And I think in terms of the size of the industry, the limitations on it that a lotto model bring, I just don't think that benefits the state in the long run. You may have more upfront money, but Steve, it sounds like you wanted to chime in on this one.
I think it goes back to just having competition. I don't care where the competition comes from. There's what I used to call in online poker a contrarian player. So if PokerStars is the biggest online poker site, there's going to be people that do not play there just because it's the biggest one. So if you're a state that has that lottery model, even if it's run really well and it's doing great, there's going to be a sizable percentage of people who are looking for the contrarian place to play, that are looking for something, whether it's more intimate, whether it's a little more risky, whether they go to offshore, however they do it. So I think limiting the market, I'm fine with lottery run models. I think I'm a little more bullish on them in the long run than other people are. I don't think a lottery run monopoly is the way to go with anything, just because it reduces the amount of penetration you'll get into the market, because you just don't have to advertise as much. Any legal player is coming to you, they're going to find you. So having it, even two is too low, but having at least two operators is the way to do it. You have to compete. You have to compete for the player. It's better for the player. It's better for the market, and overall, it ends up better for the state.
Yeah,
and just seen. Oh, sorry, CJ.
I was just going to add. I agree with you both, and I think that point and the competing bills or proposals in New York is interesting, because you have New York players the bulk of them in metropolitan New York, that many of them have been gambling in New Jersey, and they're with an operator. They have their account set up, and if you're legalizing in New York, you're going to have to find a way to get those players. And if you have one operator with no competition, the lines may not be competitive. You might not get those players to leave their current book that they're using in Jersey. So I don't know if the governor is factoring that into his revenue estimations, but it definitely could be a factor in New York, perhaps more so than some other states.
Yeah, I think I'd like to add to that. I think the element that Governor Cuomo is emulating from New Hampshire isn't so much the lottery model or having a single operator. It's competitive bidding versus a traditional casino taxation model where the state earns its revenues by taxing, 10% of GGR plus their license, fees. He wants to create a bidding war where regardless of whether you choose 1, 2, 3, 4 vendors, you're going to have these companies starting at a 51% revenue share in a market as important as New York. I mean, if Delaware, Rhode Island, New Hampshire have 51%, revenue share splits with the state, I think that's what the governor is eyeing, not so much choosing one winner, but creating a situation where we're not trying to emulate New Jersey for all of its terrific performance. The tax collections on an annual basis are going to be less than $200 million. Through competitive bidding and the RFP process, which is request for proposals, you're asking the applicants and the operators to shoot their best shot. Give us your best offer, and maybe we'll choose 1, maybe we'll choose 2, 3, or 4. That's what he's driving at, not so much that it's a lottery operated model or just a monopoly. He wants a competitive bidding environment.
We only have about 5 minutes left, and there are a whole bunch of other states we want to talk about. So why don't we just touch very briefly on some of the other big ones? Dan, do you think, very quickly, do you think anything is likely to happen in the state of Florida?
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's one been introduced where it's in the pipeline, but I think it's too short of a legislative session, and the stakeholders aren't on board. You cannot enact a sports wagering law in the state of Florida without the acquiescence of the Seminole Tribe of Florida, because they've been paying historically $300 million annually to the state as a revenue share under the terms of a 2010 compact. That agreement has been breached by the state, and the tribe have not been paying that amount of money. They've ceased making those payments. So any road to sports betting in the state of Florida has to begin and end with trying to restore those revenue sharing payments. And I don't know how you pass a sports betting bill that doesn't give the tribes control over pretty much the whole thing. And the state's pari-mutuel industry, which is also a very powerful force within Florida, is not going to go along with that. So they're going to have to come up with a way to figure out a revenue system for sports betting that can at least dollar for dollar match what the tribes had historically been paying. So I think we've got to look at maybe an online and retail regime, and maybe a New York style RFP process, or a higher tax rate, something along the lines of Tennessee or Pennsylvania. I think the state legislature has to figure out a revenue model that gets you up to $300 million annually for the state, and that might reduce the tribe's leverage. But I'm of the opinion, for the first time, that I just don't think it's going to happen this year. There are too many competing considerations, as well as the possible legal battle down the road, because 2 years ago, the voters of Florida in purely any kind of a casino gambling law. And I've talked about this issue in a number of states as to whether sports betting is casino gambling. These are similar themes that pop up from state to state. But as of now, there's no clear answer, and there's no case that has decided that issue. So there's tremendous legal, business, and political risk in Florida. I think the obstacles are steeper in Florida than they are anywhere else.
All right. Jess, what's your view on Texas, one of the other big ones?
I think anytime Jerry Jones and Mark Cuban want to make something happen, you have to pay a certain amount of attention to it. I also think, given the massive success of Tennessee in a model where this is a state that did not have casinos, it's a lottery run thing, they now have a model to look at of how to do this successfully with the existing framework of what's going on in Texas. It's obviously, a morality issue still more than in other states, but given the size of the market and the influencers pushing for it, it seems reasonable to at least have a debate on the floor and not get completely ignored before the year's over.
All right. And Steve, do you have a take on California? I know California is one of those states that, you know, everyone rolls their eyes. There's so many competing interests, the power of the tribes. You know, if anything happens, you know, it's tribal, maybe card rooms, probably not statewide, mobile. What do you think? Is there any chance of anything happening this year in California?
I don't see anything happening this year. I know the tribes have the constitutional amendment out there. I would expect that based on the way the winds are blowing with sports betting and everything else, I would assume that retail betting at tribal casinos would easily pass a referendum. Once you start getting into the online portion of it and you start talking card rooms, you start talking racetracks, which kind of into that constitutional amendment as well. That's where you start getting into the prickly issues. California is one of the first states to try to legalize online poker back in 2009. So we're talking before the first OLC opinion. And they were the proverbial Lucy with the football pulling out from Charlie Brown every year. I think in about, Jess might help me with this date, I think in about 2016, we all caught on that nothing was going to happen there, and they were just messing with us. So I think once you start getting into how do we tie all these things together, I think it becomes really difficult in California. And as somebody had mentioned earlier, one of the big issues there is more IGRA and how that ties in. If California is going to do online sports betting with tribes, they kind of have to go with the commercial route, sort of like Michigan did. That was the general consensus on how they were going to do online poker eventually, if they ever did it. So I think there's a lot of issues to still iron out in California.
Okay. What about Massachusetts? CJ, do you have a view on that, whether that can finally get over the line?
I think it could. And, you know, there was a new bill was proposed last week. The governor supports it. DraftKings is there. All the leagues support it. So I think Massachusetts, certainly a good chance this year. And Maryland, I would say, is the best bet. I think they get a bill passed in the session before April. Governor supports it. He should sign it. And they're already working on regulations. So as far as passing a bill and launching in 2021, I think Maryland is almost a sure thing.
All right. So CJ's vote is for Maryland. We only have a couple minutes left. Why don't we just go around, everyone just give your prediction if there's one, the most impactful state that you believe will pass legislation this year.
I feel like I'm the only one that I think Georgia is a really interesting one. You've got a big population. You're surrounded by states that don't offer sports betting. So, you know, there's not this popping over to another state like we see in, like if you're in Kentucky or Ohio. And given that Florida is considering it and that every sports league wants it, the Atlanta Motor Speedway wants it, so many people want it, I think it's stands a decent chance.
Yeah, I'm going to go with my neighbor to the south, Connecticut, just because if they do something, it will be extremely comprehensive. It would probably be online sports betting, online casino, poker, and lottery all rolled up into one. So a la Michigan or Pennsylvania. So I think that's a pretty consequential state.
Dan, what's your vote?
Yeah, I'm looking towards Massachusetts. I pointed out that in other states you have these constitutional issues, these tribal considerations. I think the path is clear in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, especially when you consider that the House passed a version of it last year. The Senate didn't take up the measure, and I know the Senate is working on it. I expect to see a new bill from one of the Senate leaders within the next few weeks. I'm bullish on Massachusetts getting done by this summer. Less so on California. Obviously, that's a 2022 issue. And I think Connecticut isn't as close as the news media is making it out to be, because I think there's an existential, battle over whether the tribes legitimately have exclusivity to expansion of gaming into sports betting. I think until that issue is resolved, you have the state lottery and the OTBs that are on the other side of that argument. And unless the two tribes, the Mashantucket and the Mohegan, are willing to have an inclusive system that gives these other, operators or these other stakeholders a sufficient, skin in the game, I'm not sure that it's going to get done because of this legal issue over the interpretation of compact language or MOU language going back from 25 years ago. I think there's a lot of momentum now, but I think ultimately it falls short because of pushback from the OTBs and the lottery.
Me and Dan can take bets on Massachusetts and Connecticut because I'm flip-flopped on what he just said.
Okay. Well, there could be a market for that, Steve.
Yeah.
How about we'll bet dinner on that at the north end.
The next normal conference we attend. How's that?
All right, everyone, we are out of time. Excellent panel. I want to thank the panelists, and Zoltan, back over to you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thanks you, everyone.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's a bit clearer view on the future in the US now. Okay, so we will go back now to Leila, who has an interesting panel in terms of the synergy between land-based and online operation, which has been something that we have been discussing for the past maybe 10 years now. And I think that now more than ever, it's relevant. Leila?
Hi, Zoltan. Very excited about my next panel. Our topic is a synergy between land-based and online operators. And I have a very diverse panel today with me. So we have Domenico, we have Alex, Adam, and Magnus, and I would everyone ask to introduce themselves quickly and also to say what their companies are doing, especially as we have a global audience. I just want to make sure everyone knows those companies, probably worth to say if you guys are doing B2B or B2C and what services you offer, sports betting versus casino, or content, right? So let's start right with Domenico, maybe if you want to start, and Alex, Adam, Magnus in that order, if that makes sense.
Yes, I can start. And hello everybody, and actually good evening and afternoon and morning according to the region you're connected from. I'm Domenico Mazzola. I'm commercial director of Altenar. Altenar is a B2B, one of the leader in the B2B sportsbook supplier in Europe and South America.
Perfect.
Oh, okay, my turn. Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Alex, I'm CEO of Betagy. We work with betting operators and sports media to deliver data visualized in scale. So we personalize visual content and serve it directly to our clients' in a way that is personalized and reach and in any format, from video to graphic, infographic, banners, landing pages, whatever can be driven by data, we can make it and make an engaging experience for our clients.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name's Adam Noble. I am a co-founder and executive vice president of Playstar Gaming. Playstar Gaming will be launching a new casino in the New Jersey market from Q4 onwards this year, called Playstar Casino. We are new to the market. We're coming with some really interesting concepts, and the topic of this panel really fits into what we're looking at when we're bringing our product to market.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Magnus Wolfson. I'm the head of sales and account management at Play and Go. So Play and Go is a leading supplier of games, casino games online that we also make available for land-based environments. We have titles like Book of Dead, React Toons, Moon Princess, Crystal Sun, Twisted Sisters, very known games. And we also provide software and support functions around online and land-based environments.
Perfect, and welcome. As I said, very diverse panel. Most of you are based in Europe or in Australia. You're certainly observing what's going on over here in the US market. And I would like to start first with understanding the differences between online and retail when you're operating, before we speak about what challenges you're facing. But maybe let's start with differences first. Oh, maybe start in the same order. Guys,
all right.
Feel free to jump in if you want to do that most interactive as possible. If nobody takes it up, then I would say Dominic go first, and then Alex, Adam, and Magnus.
All right, understood. So, it's going to be a very interesting conversation. First of all, because we have to try to find topics that have never been discussed for the last, let's say, 10 years, as Zoltan mentioned. Really and truly, there are many differences between an operation that is mostly based on a land-based landscape compared to a pure online operation. And first of all, let's say the possibility of having physical shops, it's already one of the biggest differences. Really and truly, in my opinion, there are not only, let's say, the main topic shouldn't be only about the difference between land-based and online, because I believe that also the region is quite important. I mean, the country, I mean, the culture is the regulation as well. It's what is distinguished the differences between an online operation and a land-based operation, because you can have two different land-based operations working completely different way. And also, as you correctly said, Laila, I mean, here in Europe, many people have this concept that it's the US market, but really and truly it's not, because it's a combination of different states, is with different regulations, with different jurisdictions, different rules actually as well. So we must understand, for the people that wants really to do business in the US, that they will be dealing with different entities. They will even need to hire, let's say, different lawyers for every country to help them to launch their operation there. So first of all, of course, I would say that the main difference is the fact that in land-based you can have different kind of customer approach, even how you run the operation, because you can have, let's say, associates you can have employees, and this is already changing, because if you have employees, it's not so important, for example, but we will touch this point even later on during the discussion. It's also important how many bonuses you're worth to your online players. But if you have associates that are getting maybe commissions, then they will not like the fact that players will decide and will prefer to go and use the online services because they get better bonuses. So it's a very wide question that most probably will need just one panel to discuss only that.
Yeah, so if I can jump in right away, thank you, Dominica. Just
Please,
to continue, for me, if we go down the baseline, and we need to understand that retail type of customer and online type of customer is completely two different profiles of people. And usually they don't match. If you have person going to retail or brick and mortar place, it's very hard for them to, usually they do have account online, but there is an either or. And in this case, I've been working with various European operators in retail, where we came with CEO to their retail location and challenging the innovative structure of this physical location, brick and mortar place. And he says to me, Alex, you deliver an innovative solution, but every time we do the reconstruction of our old shops where we come in and it looks really dodgy and old school, where like elderly people come and make their bets and go away, and we make it nice and shiny, we lose people because the old people don't come into this location anymore. And it was very funny because like the innovation there and some kind of development supposed to be completely different and separated from one side. We talk about synergies, but it's very important to understand the difference in the client approach, where you have online customer and you have retail customer. Retail customer might not value completely the values of online customer, and it's more about transparency and payout in retail and more entertainment in online. And this is for me very important, and this actually is the basis for the structure to picture your client not only in your in your general vision, but also in your vision for a region, as you said, Domenico, you know, is different customer throughout Europe, Italian person and Swedish person different, English person different, German different, and then you have the same going into States and differences in perceptions. So it's kind of, you know, my take on differences. Thank you.
Definitely, thanks, Alex. Yeah, to build on that, and I suppose to look at the both types of businesses at their core, and that's their business model. You know, if we're going to discuss the differences, I think never before have we seen the difference between a land-based casino or retail and online in the past 12 months, where one's business model relies on everything that Alex was just talking about there, by way of the type of customer or player that they're trying to attract is completely different. And then when one's business model is pulled out from under them overnight, you see the benefits of the other, with a huge surge in players going towards online. So I think, yeah, if you're going to discuss the differences, that would have to be the largest at its core.
All right, so to add to everything that's been said, I would bring up the use of technology and the ability that you have on online, for example, to personalize a lobby and make the experience of gambling or playing unique for every visitor. I think that's kind of where online is many years ahead. And the interesting thing about this, about the use of technology, is that there is ways now to bring this into a land-based environment. But that requires several steps and several things to happen. But I think that's, you know, if something can be digitalized, it will be. So I think it's heading that way. I look forward to seeing that happen.
You guys touched on a lot of interesting and important points here. Or Alex wants to jump in. Please go ahead.
Just Magnus, just to follow up with this. You know, we launched with Tipico, which is the biggest retail operator in Germany. We launched we started to what the innovation can be in retail, and then we ended up, we talk about personalization and customized content, and you come in and we know your profile and we feed the offering on terminals to you, you know. But it's, as you said, it's baby steps, one after one, you know. So the first personalization we did for them was relevance of the content on the screen based on the region, you know. So if you're in Munich, you have Bayern Munich as a main topic, and the games which are appearing on the screens on your terminals. And if you're in Hamburg, you have like Hamburg, and then Berlin, Hertha Berlin, and so on and so forth. And this was the first step, and it was already hard to do, you know, even to collect back data. And it was like enormous undertaking by the operator to introduce even this small step, you know. It's still not a personalization, it's just, you know, customization of the content. Yeah, so it's kind of,
yeah, you can
right.
You can dig into that forever. I mean, there's you can look at demographics, you can look at regions, you can look at age, gender, and then you can look at, you know, do they play high volatility games? Do they play grid slots? The themes? There's so many dimensions to this discussion. So probably a panel on its own.
Yeah, personalization is certainly very important for the US, as well as we see people, sports fans, really betting on their local teams, right? You have that local patriotism, if you will. And if I always bet on NFL, I don't like when the operator shoots me table tennis contests, right? So I think that's very important. Let's speak a little bit about how do you make sure that the online experience and the retail experience are aligned, that they are seamless. Domenico, if you just want to start off again.
Yes, well, in my opinion, it's another interesting question, and everything should start personally from mobile, because mobile most probably is the device that is connecting, let's say, the retail experience together with the online, because you are in the shop, and you can get, maybe you can use some QR code, or you can get, if you have the native app, you can receive some notification to go to the shop because there is a special promo, because there is a social gathering event there. Now, of course, it's a different timing, but I'm a positive person, so I want to believe that one day we will go back to the shops. So you are there, you receive a notification. At the end of the day, also what Alex can probably add based on his experience with Tipico is that shop players are people that are trying to find socializing moments to spend together, to play some bets. Of course, it's depending on the market, it's depending on the culture, but this is more or less the sense of going to a shop. You watch the match maybe together if possible, you play some bets, you get a beer, and you talk with your friends, you have fun. So it starts from the mobile because it's connecting these two worlds. And then, of course, again, the missing point here is really about how the business is organized. Because if talking about the example that I mentioned before, if the land-based operation is owned by the operator and there is no conflict of interest between the two channels, then it's seamless. If there are some components that are pushing the main entity that is running the business to push a little bit more on the online or rather on the shop, or the shops are complaining against the online, then you might have some disconnections between the parties. So really and truly, I believe that the starting point is the mobile app because it allows you to create this connection. So for example, in terms of sportsbook, the sportsbook should be fully responsive. You should find the same concept in terms of sportsbook with different user experience based on the device, but you should see the same markets, but the same user experience. Then again, it's a strategy part because you can decide that in the shop you can have different margins compared to the online operation. There are plenty of points, and really and truly for the operators, it's key to find flexible providers that are capable to listen to their needs and to adapt their software to their requirements. Because again, we get two operators working in the same, even in the same region, they will probably have different needs.
Absolutely. Alex, your
yeah,
turn.
look, from my perspective is, endless topic, like I want to focus on one, I
Yes.
want to focus on one aspect here. It's like, I think that it is easier to, it's harder to make person move from mobile to retail than retail to mobile, because you need to have a reason why to do this. And this is a underlying value which you will get by actually installing the application or going to some website, go additional verification and so on. And you should have the same need from mobile to retail. And in my opinion, retail from my experience, some countries, they have anonymous retail bets. So basically, many people go there because they don't want to show to a bill on like a monthly bank statement. They don't want to see a betting company there. So they go, they place a bet, they go away, they have a physical checkout of it. And this is the real values they get out of retail. And basically, while they're there, you have their intention. And this attention is much more than you have on the phone. They physically came to do the bet. So you have a chance to convert into more bets from one side, or convert him into carrying out this experience on the phone later. So you have this wonderful opportunity of conversion while this person for 5, 6, 7, 10, half an hour there, you have this possibility. And I think then the onboarding of retail customers to mobile platforms is supposed to be customized, not the way you onboard the other people who are initially mobile or digital. One more thing, here is that in general, retail is way more tailored for different demographics. So we also need to consider this when we create this experience. But it's possible, and the underlying value here is also the system. If you don't have connected databases, or this will be very, very hard for many operators to introduce, unless you have the data flow correct and server set up, and so you can seamlessly transfer this person, actually, because many people talk about this and say we want, but physically they cannot, because it's different databases of users, different systems and payment providers and so on. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I would look at it from a similar view to what Domenico was saying there before. and that is what is it that the person wants to get out of going and having a retail experience versus online. Retail, you might take a shower, get dressed up, go down there for the social aspects of it, taking a few beers or something while you're there. Online, and I guess as the whole world has experienced over the last 12 months, you can sit back in your sloppy joes and still fulfill the need of placing your bets on your favorite football team or what have you. So it's a difficult challenge when you're looking at making that experience seamless, because they're two totally different experiences.
I think one thing that you never should forget is the value of the content. I think we have now a generation of players whose first experience of gambling was online. So they expect the same content or the same type of content or quality in a land-based environment, and what brick and mortar can bring to the table, what they could actually look at what happened with theaters when Netflix came. So theaters had to step up their game. They had to provide an experience that you can't get at home. They had to work on much more on the entire experience of going there, not only the content, but also everything around it. So those two things, I think content and the experience, is probably something I would expect both land-based and to a certain extent online to work on much harder going forward.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. So you guys touch a lot on fan experience. Alex touched a little bit also already on the conversion from retail customer to online customer. How about acquisition and retention? So if I look into the US, there's aggressive money spent on acquiring customer, not so much yet on retention. What is your take on that? Domenico, if you want to start.
Well, in general, I can see that based on our experience, my experience in Europe and in South America in general, especially for South America, the acquisition goes through, let's say, the usage of some celebrities that are sponsoring specific operators, because this usually gives, of course, increase the brand awareness, first of all, and then especially in this type of territories, the trust is one of the key. You need to gain the trust of the player, like when as let's say a supplier, a B2B supplier, you need to gain the trust of the operator. So in general, in terms of acquisition, I believe that at the moment we are seeing more and more, and actually I was discussing on another panel about India yesterday, especially related to the fact of the importance of using cricket legends in that case, but for US or in general for Europe and South America, the usage of sports celebrities, it's what, and also the sponsorship of okay, for South America is football, so the sponsorship of football teams, even local ones that are not so popular, let's say, in the whole country, but maybe in that specific region where the operator wants to focus its own operation, both online or maybe even, let's say, with a land base only. We see this happening. When it comes to rotation, I strongly agree with Magnus that the expertise and the content, and especially how fast you pay players when they win, is what makes a big difference. If I have a trouble with my account, I need to know that if I go to a shop or if I contact customer support, they will answer me in time. They will give me my money, that once in a while where I will be winning something. So in my opinion, these are the key elements of this aspect, Leila.
Perfect.
Dominic, and just to continue what you just said, if you take a look at the market in, let's say, theory, yeah, you have this I don't know, circle of values. Yeah? And the values which you talk about, this is a core value which have to be present in the industry throughout all operators. The more industry advances, the more competition goes beyond the value, like incremental value of a product. So basically paying out, getting the bets right, speed of the connection, all kind of the like vagarying itself, the physical act of it, becomes like a standard in the industry, and the industry moves towards this. And it's interesting to see how it changes in the last 10 years.
But is it a standard now?
Yeah, not yet, but we are moving in this direction. If you, for example, you have different tiers of operators and with different target audience. So if you take a competition of those top operators, they already have the level which is covers the basic need. Then you move forward in the circle where you have additional values like some kind of entertainment, engagement, all kind of good design, endorsement, celebrity endorsement, and value. And then you move to third layer where you have some, I don't know, not insurance, but some kind of a friends joining you, social factor, and so on. So the more we'll see the progress of the industry itself, the more we'll see competition in the outer circles of the circle, not actually in the basics. And then if you move forward, in this, where's the competition and what will be the definitive advantages? Of course, engagement. Yeah? And this engagement comes with data personalization, because if we take a look again on how many people are, let's say 100% of your bettors as an operator, 5% will be winners, 20% will be play zero, and then you have 75% which will make you turnover, and there's also recreational gaming. And you want those customers actually. So to cater to those people, you need to talk their language, and it's also usually language of sport, engagement, infographics, analytics, statistics, news, whatever. It's not about like return on their bets or something. So I think that the future lies in this kind of experience when betting operator can become a media company themselves and engage on the outer level of the circle, which is not yet the case. But anyway, 5 years from now, I see the difference even in the last 10 years, but it will be even bigger in next years and so on. Thank you.
And you see strong overlap already in the US with some of the operators now entering into strong media partnerships, right? So totally agree. Content is king, right? So that's really what matters.
Sorry, one more comment. And look on the US market, you have DraftKings, FanDuel, who created this kind of entertainment out of the, let's say, call it betting or not betting. But then you have those bunch of customers who are ready to go into sports betting, but they don't have the same experience in betting as they have in daily fantasy. It's just completely two different worlds. And I see that it's hard. It's hard for operators to match the involvement and engagement which those two companies and others build around the engagement of daily fantasy.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Alex, with your point with the whole experience. When you look at, we're talking about the difference between retail and online from an experience perspective before. When you're going into a bricks and mortar casino, you're going in, you're probably with a few people, so there's the social aspect of it. You're probably going to a bar to start with. You may have gone, you go to a nice restaurant. And then you'll get across to the gaming floor, and start playing a few bets, and that's where the gambling aspect of it comes in, or the playing aspect, or the entertainment aspect that you're seeking there. So Magnus might say different, and really pinpoint it down to the content, but I really think it's about encapsulating the experience from the moment that player is engaging with your brand through whatever channel it is that they find you, and have a cohesive on-brand experience right through to them coming to your site, registering, being able to deposit, being able to feel like they've walked into a casino or a nice organized lobby, and with the information that you might know about that player through the registration process, start to personalize that. And that's where you can take the next step from a retail experience to an online experience, as each of you have said before. So that's our focus from Playstar Casino's perspective, to try and really hone in on that. And then the content, whilst important, extremely important, and you want your players to come playing that, you know, it becomes a part of the experience, not the only experience that they're searching out.
So I would say that you know, note to all regulators out there, you know, a shared wallet would be nice. There's lots of technology available that would help both land-based and online extremely to an extreme point in retention and providing a safe and sound environment to gamble and bet on, and that's kind of hampered by legislation lagging behind, frankly. So shared wallet, for example, between online and retail is one of them. That would do a lot for the industry. I do believe that, you know, yeah, content is king, but also you're right, Adam, what land-based can offer is that social and the event, meet and greet type of activities, where actually online can learn from brick and mortar to a certain extent and is doing that also. We do see a need or a pent-up need for players to be more social interactive and interact with both game creators, other players, and everything around in that industry. So that's something that land-based could tap into and add to and benefit from. So the social side, make sure that the legislation allows for the technology that's available. Then I think the synergies, I think both we can drive traffic from online to land-based and vice versa. Those mechanisms exist. We just need to fix the environment.
Yeah, especially given the last year being a very strange year with COVID, traditional sports being suspended. I mean, we at Player, we weren't really affected by that because we're an online brand only. But you see now revenues in New Jersey being like over 95% being on online. So the retail business has really a challenge to get those customers back on the retail locations, right? So how do you see that once hopefully the vaccine is out there and people go back to retail locations more frequently? What does that mean for the customer behavior? Is it hard to get them back on retail locations? What should retail offer to make that work?
Well, if you ask me, this is a very good question. In general, will be depending on individuals and how they will react to, let's say, the kind of new normality that we are going to have, which at the moment is a little bit unknown. So for sure, there will be some people that are actually at the moment craving to go back and meet others and socialize and even meet in let's say land-based locations, in shops, in casinos. But others probably will change a little bit their behavior, as it happened in the past when we experienced this kind of black swans. So we don't know yet, in my opinion, how to forecast what is going to happen on this respect. Really and truly, probably the first challenge would be, and I will move this on another, let's say, angle, would be to convince, actually is at the moment already a challenge, to convince some land-based casino owners that moving online is an additional tool for their operation. It's not giving up some part of their revenues to somebody that is providing an online service. So this is one of the challenges. And on the second aspect, of course, there is this pandemic around, which we don't know what is going to happen after that. But probably we will see some people going back and some people that will decide to stay home. So really and truly, if we manage to achieve what we discussed before with Alex, Magnus, and Adam in terms of product, in terms of experience, it won't be 100% necessary this to happen. The moment as an operator, you create a channel of revenue. Is that really important, what this channel is?
For me, what I see, of course, some part of the businesses will die after this, and that I see based on my, conversation with my clients and looking on my own P&Ls. And it's interesting. They will never be recovered. It's a sad story here that it changes the game. But what is interesting that more and more operators, and I strongly believe in this approach, will look for reason for them to come back. And the reason here, I really like the model when betting operators and betting shops in retail are actually been where the action is. So betting on stadiums, creating a pub experience, creating the bar experience, creating social experience, horse racing tracks, stadiums, arenas, everywhere where people can get. I really like the example of Netflix. Wonderful. You need to give what you cannot get at home. You cannot get at home live stream of all your sports in a full HD because you even don't have a good position for your TV or you don't have an official feed of this. And this kind of incremental values, when people want to go out, this is what will drive the development of this. So it will change. And in my opinion, everyone who looks in the direction of, let's say, combining experience of betting, because again, this is, if you look at this, just strip it down, this is very utilitarian thing to accept the bet and pay out the revenue. But to engage person, need to build a social part and provide the best beer you can have and which you cannot buy in for your home use and so on and so forth. And this is great. And I like this. And we can take, I bet that, the first shops which will show the great revenue would be the ones in horse racing tracks and arenas and all kind of this places and bars where people can physically come on, not only for betting but also for other things.
Yeah, my view on this one is I think it's just going to be a time thing. So as soon as people can start to get back out to these venues, I think they will, for all the reasons that we've all discussed here, from the social aspects and what it means to get out and about and that different type of experience. So I think the challenge here for retail operators is being able to wait this out. Have they got enough in the bank to see this little period through, get to the other side? At that point, will the experiences be slightly different when you're going back into a retail experience? Yes, probably. But again, over time, if they can wait it out, then I think it's going to get pretty much back to normal. Probably even a huge rush and a huge rush out there when people can get back out. And I think probably also a new level of appreciation. So, and to that point, what is that experience going to look like? What are these retailers or land-based venues going to do to fulfill that need? So I think then what it means for the online side, I don't think players are just going to disappear from online. They're now had a taste for it, so they're going to get one experience from the retail, and then they'll serve themselves their other experience from the online at home still.
I would say that winners will probably be those who can see this as an opportunity and use the whole this terrible situation we have now and use that as a change agent to accelerate change that should have happened anyway, or maybe and kind of build on that. So that could be small things, and that could be complete rehauls. I would like to see, maybe they go cashless, and maybe they take the opportunity and drive change now to in a much faster pace and come back with a new profile, or having decided before, what audience do we want? Who's our target audience? Do we want to get back to players we used to have, or do we want a new audience, or do we want a mix of that? And then build a strategy around it so that when brick and mortar opens up the doors again, they should take the opportunity and use this whole experience as a change agent and implement those changes from day one when it's open. I think this is a great opportunity, and I certainly hope that some will pick up on it. Stuff like going cashless, for example, or building up a hype or an expectation for something that hasn't been seen before in a land-based environment. That could actually drive a lot of traffic to land-based.
I think you all made very good points here, and we have only a few minutes left, 5 minutes. So I would ask everyone probably to dedicate a sentence to say, what innovation have you seen in that space? So what do you expect in the next, maybe this year, maybe next 2 or 3 years, in terms of innovation or changes in terms of the synergies? We spoke a lot about synergies, but also challenges today. So what innovation do you see in that space?
Well, I would say that, as also Magnus pointed out a couple of minutes ago, payments will be a very important part in the innovation, because having the possibility of charging my account in many ways and affecting my balance to be used with all the devices, and even the best would be I'm on the website, I charge my account, next day I go to the casino and I can play with that balance that I charge in the evening, or vice versa. That's without going to the cashier, for example. So this will be something interesting. But then, of course, we as an industry, we have some situations which are regulations. So we always have to balance between what is possible on the technology point of view with what the regulators are allowing us to perform. Because even though we, for example, as a sportsbook, we had the chance to create something, in my opinion, very nice for Sweden, but that wasn't made in cooperation with one of the leading payment provider there. And it wasn't approved by the regulator. So even though we tried to make something different, it wasn't allowed. So it's a real good question, Laila. I mean, it will be a combination between these elements.
For me, guys, I strongly believer in personalization of the content. Why, if I table tennis fan, I should get Arsenal statistics, or why should I get odds for, I don't know, for esport if I'm a big golf fan? And this kind of thing will come not only in digital. In digital, this is already a reality, even though it's moving in. And I saw many technologies, not in the betting space, but out of betting space. Let's take Amazon, walk-in stores where you just pick what you want, go away, all this tracking of people movements, all those things which allow you to define in clusters a customer. It will help to give the personalized offering and odds. And, if you come to a certain screen, you see your own tailor-made promotion for you, or bonus for you, or something, or terminals where now as a betting goes through terminals in majority of countries, and when you swipe your card, it knows that this is you. And this is already a reality, because we, again, from retail, we move into digital right away in the retail store. So this kind of personalization of content and offering, I think this will create the biggest yield on the investment for retail operators and online operators, as well as it will create an enhancement of experience and the frequency of people attending those things, because then I see people care and they know what I like and they give me what I like as well. Yeah, so that's my take on innovation. It's not, I didn't see it yet. I mean, I keep seeing it in our industry, but baby steps, and I see so much more outside of betting. And unfortunately, betting and the gaming needs to catch up with those trends. And no.
Just a quick point, Alex. Really and truly, sometimes, as I said before, the real problem, it's not the industry, it's the regulation that is behind. Because even though there are companies that are trying to innovate, many times they get stopped by regulators. While in other industry, for example, in the entertainment, there are much less restrictions.
Completely agree. So we cannot run until we walk. So basically, agree, and and so that's why we have so many talks and panels in every industry about
Yes.
regulation, legislation, not about innovation and how to acquire customers, but
Correct.
how to get licensed, where to get licensed, what's the jurisdiction. So
Agree.
Adam, what do you
Yeah,
think?
given our time. Yeah, look, I agree with everything that Alex just said there, and I think it's about not necessarily innovating new technologies, although that's critical and it will continue to be critical, but really trying to utilize what's there to really capture the customer experience and make them feel, particularly from an online perspective, really put the customer at the center of the experience, not driving them straight towards a game, not driving them straight into chasing a jackpot, but something that as we've all spoken about here before, they get that sensation that they're coming to or walking through the doors of a retail experience, but it's there in front of them, or when they sit down on the couch and they get that feel for it. I think the cracking that nut will be crucial, in the years to come.
I really like what I've seen happening in AI and BI when you combine that. When you drive intelligent virtual lobbies online and you drive recommendations, personalization. I think that the way of using the technology to do this kind of stunts, to a certain point, like you said, Adam, put the user in the center, put the customer in the center there, and build everything around them, but also enhance their experience, both no matter where they are. So the technology is already there to do this seamless between land-based and online. We have regulation that's lagging behind, but if that can be fixed, or if we can move in that direction, then the way we can use AI and the way we can use business intelligence and data to create a very, very compelling and entertaining environment that is completely personalized. I think that will be awesome.
Yeah, and I'm sure we could continue for hours discussing all those interesting topics, but time is up. I give back to Sultan, and thank you guys so much for sharing your insights and global experiences.
Thanks.
Thank
Great
you.
job, Leila.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Leila. Okay, so we move forward to Evan Davis, who is, I think he's online.
I'm here.
Yeah, so you are going to speak about how the US gambling industry seeks innovation.
Absolutely. And yeah, thanks, Zoltan. Thanks so much for having me. To those who have not met before, my name's Evan Davis. I am the managing director overseeing sports betting and casino gaming at 76 Capital Sports Advisory, where we consult with businesses in the emerging verticals of sports, sports betting and gaming, esports, new forms of media, and social responsibility are chief among them. So it's my pleasure to host a panel today featuring four very, very distinguished and accomplished folks within our industry, talking about innovation within the US gambling industry. And I think what I'm most excited for as I introduce this panel is the breadth of their experience, hearing the types of companies that they work for and the types of experience that they've had within the industry. They're all very different from one another. And I think that the next 45 minutes should give us a very well-rounded set of insights from these folks. So I'm joined by Wayne Kimmel, who is the managing partner at 76 Capital, Adam Berger, a partner at Duane Morris LLP, a law firm based here in Philadelphia, Jordan Pascasio, who's the co-founder and VP of product at Fansure, and Magnus Olson, the head of sales and account management at Play and Go. So thanks to all four of you for joining us. And I think what I'd like to do is obviously allow you all to introduce yourself. But as you do, perhaps give your insights on the following question, which is, what is one of the most consequential innovations within sports betting or gambling generally that you've seen come out in the United States over the past year or so? So Wayne, why don't we start with you?
Evan, thanks so much, and thanks for doing this panel. And I'm really excited to be here. My name is Wayne Kimmel. I'm the managing partner at 76 Capital, and we are a venture capital fund that invests in seed and early stage entrepreneurs and companies that are looking to do the next thing in the overall sports industry, esports, and of course in the sports betting industry. And it's something that is we think this is such an incredible time. And I think to your question, Evan, about like what is one of the biggest things that's happened, I think that what's amazing has been the speed, how fast the sports betting industry has just gone across the country in the US. I mean, you're with 25 states plus Puerto Rico and DC. I mean, the fact that it's gone this fast just from once PASPA was overturned in May 2018, right? I mean, this is just blowing people's minds. And what's going to happen this year in 2021 with all the new states? To me, that's the one thing that has really been shocking not to probably all of us on this call, but to the general public, and how the general public is looking at this industry, hearing about it. I was just on with someone a minute ago right before this from Tennessee, and he's like, "Oh my God, what's going on here? This is unbelievable." And I didn't realize, these types of things are exciting and great for the overall industry and the opportunity to really bring innovation and new technology to the industry. And that's what I'm super excited about.
That's awesome. And yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm also incredibly jealous of your surroundings for whatever that's worth. But moving on to Adam Berger, who I'm less jealous of his surroundings and more jealous of his head of hair. Adam, if you want to introduce yourself and talk about what you think is one of the most consequential innovations that's come out over the past year.
Absolutely. Thanks, Evan. Thanks, Wayne. Absolutely. So I am a partner, as Evan mentioned, at Dwayne Morris, part of our global gaming industry practice group. We represent companies from all aspects of the gaming industry, and more recently have started to represent companies really from outside the gaming industry, sports teams, media companies who want to be in this exciting growing market that Wayne talked about. And over the past couple of years, I would say my practice is probably 70-80% sports betting. So this is a topic here today that really hits close to home. And I get to be with some close friends, Evan and Wayne, which is always really nice to catch up with you guys. The most exciting thing for me, sort of build upon what Wayne said, is not only just the scope of how gaming has grown and just the sheer volume of how sports betting has grown in the past couple of years. I would just say the proliferation to really every part of the US landscape. The major media companies are involved. The sports teams are now involved. You go to, you're going to have a few stadiums. The Nationals just signed a deal with BetMGM. We're going to have a sports book in stadium. They have that in Washington, D.C. You're going to see in Illinois and throughout the country on the sports team side, every major media company now, for the most part, has gotten involved either in partnerships, or you have some new innovative companies coming into the media space who are actually going to be operating books in the next couple of years. So I think just the mainstream nature of it, I think us on this call, we're probably very focused on the industry. We always had our, group of people who were also very focused on, but it was very an isolated group. You sort of knew everyone. Now you talk to anyone in almost any business who has anything to do with sports or media, technology, telecommunications. They all want to know about sports betting. They all want to see what's happening in sports betting. And I think that's only going to grow. And from my perspective, that's what makes all of us here so fortunate and to be in this industry at this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you see what sports betting has done, specifically in terms of like fan engagement, and when you look at the brands, the non-endemic brands that are already involved in sports and have been for years, I mean, banks are naming stadiums and the like. The opportunity for just such a wide range of brands to see sports betting as a boon to their own business, I think is still underappreciated. So Awesome, Jordan. Let me turn to you. If you'd like to introduce yourself and talk about how maybe it's your product that's one of the most consequential innovations over the past year or so.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Evan. Thanks for having me. I'm Jordan Piscasio. I'm VP of Product at Fancher. And in short, excuse me, we build content automation solutions for betting and enterprises. So working with digital publishers or native applications to help drive fan behavior. In terms of innovations, I'll actually kind of focus more on like a technology or specific feature that I think is going to be very cool. And we've just seen the tip of the iceberg, which is live streaming. So I'll basically kind of walk through my own preliminary analysis, and then I can actually relate that to what Fubo TV is actually looking to do. So I think it's really cool because we have this precedent case study of Red Zone, right? So I'm sure everyone's familiar if they live in the US and are football fans with Red Zone. Basically, it's a service that just captures all the actionable plays within each week of football. And it's presented this opportunity for coupling risk-taking behavior, so fantasy and sports betting, with actually watching those events play out live. And it's become huge. So on average, I think there's 16 million people who watch NFL games a week. And the NFL has actually been on record saying Red Zone viewers make up less than 10% of that. So even at, let's take 5% of 16 million, that's around 1 million people. And let's say that on average for the 4 or 5 months that people subscribe to the service, they pay $100. So let's call it seasonal value of a subscriber. So you got 1 million people subscribing and paying and watching Red Zone. $100, multiply those two numbers together. That's a big number. And that's for one sport for 4 months. So then naturally the brain's like, okay, well then add 3 more sports to round out the core 4 in the US, and then add Champions League, and then add whatever else. And it becomes clear that this is a very big opportunity. So now how does that relate to what's going on in the industry? So you see this fight and land grab between operators where everyone right now is focused on acquisition, but there's not much differentiation between the books, right? So if you throw away all the boosts and the promos, and I go on DraftKings and I go on BetMGM, it all looks the same. And it's really right now, it's a race to the bottom and who has the best odds. And you see different, some operators making a considered effort to actually add features that enhance retention. So I think Penn comes to mind, right? Because while Barstool is also a acquisition play, it's also a retention play because they're betting that people that come in have a loyalty to those personalities or that brand. And then that relates to now Fubo, because I've heard of talks of operators looking to bolt on streaming features. But what you have that, what Fubo TV is doing that's really flipping the script strategically is they're starting and centralizing everything around streaming and then bolting on a sportsbook and bolting on a top of funnel platform, which is Balto. And it's really cool because they're making a bet that, hey, instead of centralizing it around, market making, operating, and bolting on streaming, we're going to do it around streaming and bolt on, being able to place a bet. And I think, to me, I'm bullish about it because I love Red Zone and I've seen the effect that it has. So I think it'll be very cool to see, going forward, how an experience like that is going to cater to bettors, because it's no surprise that a lot of these new bettors are going to be coming from fantasy, new into the space, and they're used to this model of Red Zone. So they have this expectation set. So maybe this kind of bodes well for this strategy for streaming and Fubo TV and centralizing it around that. So yeah, I think live streaming is going to be cool to see how it plays out.
Awesome. Thank you. And finally, Magnus Olson, who's the head of sales and account management at Play and Go. Magnus, if you can, tell us about your company and what you see as having been one of the most consequential innovations for the industry over the past year or so.
Absolutely. Thank you, Evan. And so I do sales and account management at Play and Go. We're a B2B supplier of casino games and software, both mostly online, but also for land-based environments. And I also want to talk about technology and specifically what we can do with software today as one of the biggest innovations that I think will change the industry. And you guys before me, you talked about sportsbook, and I'm going to shift a bit to casino here. We have the technology today to do omni-channel and to do shared wallets and shared sessions between online and land-based. So that means, in effect, you have your account, you can walk into a land-based casino, you can sit down, you can play on a slot machine, and you can stop in the middle, transfer that session, that spin, to your cell phone, continue, walk around, walk to a restaurant, have dinner, have the session live and playing, and go back and transfer it back to the machine. That type of technology, we have it, and I think what we can do with omnichannel, both for online and land-based, is going to revolutionize the way we build casinos, the way we present the games and entertainment to people, and I think that's going to be a major change over the next coming years. And when you couple this with, just want to add one more thing there. When you couple this with how we can use AI, artificial intelligence, to create virtual lobbies, to personalize the experience around gambling, you'll get completely unique features, and you build everything around the player in a way that haven't been doable before.
So that's actually a great segue to my next question. And Jordan, I'll start with you. So there has been a ton of talk over the past, really the past 10 months or so, about the effect that COVID has had on nearly every industry. And obviously gaming and sports betting have been no different. What do you see as COVID, as permanent effects for COVID versus temporary ones, in terms of shifting consumer preferences toward mobile channels, and the effect that it has on products like yours? Are you guys planning on having this demand sort of continue, or do you think things will go back more to the way that they were?
Yeah, it's a good question. To be honest, the way I view mobile penetration in this space, especially in the US, is I think it was king even before COVID, right? So I did a quick scan before joining here, and I think of the states that offer legalized mobile operations, upwards of mid 80% already have online. Upwards of 80% is already seeing online penetration. New Jersey in specifically is seeing 87% mobile penetration, and that was a 2019 number in December 2019. So you can imagine the penetration is super high now. And even if you take a step back and think about TAM type metrics or macro type trends in who's coming up and who's going to be the next generation of bettors, like Gen Z smartphone penetration is at 96% in the US, and that's below the global average, which is 98%, which is insane. Millennials are not far behind that at 94%. So to be honest, like I obviously COVID is going to accelerate that and drive those numbers even closer to 100%, but I think it's always been there, just given where we are technologically speaking, that mobile penetration, online penetration is going to be king going forward.
Awesome. Magnus, let me turn to you with the same question. What do you think the future is, and has COVID accelerated it, or is it going to scale back?
Yeah, definitely accelerated. I mean, if something can be digitalized, it will be, right? We've seen that with Uber and everything, that you can't stop that process. I think COVID has just put the metal, just accelerated it, and that's a permanent change, right? There's no going back from that. I think the winners will probably be the ones who can look at this, what happened. We have a generation whose first gaming experience now was online, and they are used to certain content, they are used to certain services, they are used to getting certain stuff from their online operators. If you can build on that, create synergies, and add something extra in the way like theaters have to compete with Netflix by providing an experience that you cannot get at home, sound, image, whatever that is. If you can build on this trend, then you can come out of this as a winner and do something good about it. It will not. So the mobile penetration, the online penetration is here to stay, and you need to have a relationship to that, and you need to look at it as an opportunity and not a threat.
Wayne and Adam, let me turn to you with a slightly different question, because your roles are interesting in that you work in industries that are obviously touch the gaming and sports betting every day, but do so through the financial or legal channels. There's been a ton of development in terms of who is investing in sports betting, gaming. What do you see as the role of these new types of investors, and perhaps the ability of these new types of investors to further along development and innovation within the industry? Wayne, I'll turn to you first.
Yeah, I mean, it's really it's a great question, because it was one of the things that I always talk about, is that so many people looked at the sports betting industry as this new thing, right? And we're not touching this, and not really sure if it's legal or not. But what's really happened so quickly, and I think both Magnus and Jordan hit it on the head with this idea of like how fast and how because of the pandemic and how there's now technology, and there's things that are sort of really kind of come into the mobile side of things have really come into the industry. I mean, look, the bottom line is the genie's out of the bottle. Like it's happening, right? I mean, the kinds of numbers, and I love Jordan's numbers, but I mean, I'm also just blown away by like over 90% of all the bets in New Jersey, and you're close to $1 billion in December that were bet online, right? $900 million. That's unbelievable. Those are kind of numbers that Nevada has never seen those kinds of numbers in a month, and they were the bellwether state and the state when this all come down. So it's super exciting. And now with with companies like DraftKings being public, the fact that people know what Penn National is thanks to Barstool and Portnoy and that crew, and companies like Fubo TV, who recently, announced their acquisition of our portfolio company, Victory, and the fact that they're going into this world, and their opportunities from a public perspective to play in the industry. So all of a sudden, there's more interest, and that interest from the public and from the press side of things. Now, all of a sudden, the institutional investors are starting to look at this even more and start to think about this and say, oh, wait, you guys at 76 Capital have been doing this for the last couple of years and investing in sports betting companies, whether it was data collection companies or companies that were doing data analytics or media, things like like our company VSiN and doing things on the integrity side of the industry. Maybe you guys aren't so crazy. Maybe this is something to really start to lean in on, and that's what we're seeing now, and that's super exciting, especially. Not only for us, but for the entrepreneurs that are really thinking about how to build the next product. I think we're still very, very early in the industry. And I liken kind of where we are in the sports betting industry when Yahoo was the leading search engine, like, right? I mean, and then Google came in and literally left hooked them, right? I mean, like Yahoo was a pretty damn good search engine, but not as good as what Google could do. So I think that's what's going to be happening in this industry over the next couple of years. And that's super exciting for entrepreneurs.
Yeah, absolutely. And Adam, you kind of have a front row seat because, they're coming to you and asking questions, and they say, right, like, we want to get into this. How do we go about doing it? And, sometimes I think maybe the regulatory hurdles are underappreciated, but what do you see in terms of the ability of new types of investors to come into this? And I guess a corollary to that is how, if at all, is the regulatory environment able to allow that to really facilitate that happening?
No, I think they're absolutely great questions, great points you make. Up until a few years ago, maybe even less than that, you had only a couple types of investors in the gaming industry. You had your traditional casino companies. They long ago embraced that they'd have to be regulated and just dealt with the, the ups and downs of that process, the cost, and some of the rigors, although manageable, but things you definitely have to get used to. And then you had a select group of institutional investors, private equity funds and hedge funds, who made a very thoughtful strategic decision they would get involved. Wayne 76 Capital being, an investor like that. In the last couple of years, though, I think you've seen with the proliferation of sports betting that there's companies on the sidelines who realize they can no longer be on the sidelines, that they have assets that are just so strong that they need to in some way, shape, or form be involved in the space, and deal with regulation and just make that a part of the game. Now, with that, there's different models. Not everyone has to come in and be an operator. You have the Fubo Victory example coming online. They've decided to go all in, jump in feet first and just go ahead, go in all. But then you have other companies who have said we could do this slowly, more strategically. You looked at what CBS has done with William Hill, what Comcast and PointsBet have done. They've made much more strategic partnerships, sort of put their feet in the water first, see how it works out, but yet still allow them to realize their assets and realize very high economic upsides from those assets. So I think you're going to see the proliferation of that going forward, that you're going to see successes, you're going to see what works, what doesn't work, and you're going to see more companies, I think, really taking the leap and saying, we'll deal with the regulation as it comes. Something we work a lot with is, as lawyers, we try to help structure those investments, use our institutional knowledge to make the regulatory process as manageable as possible. We always say at the beginning it's very tough, but then once you get used to being regulated, it's really not that hard going forward. So that's something that we work with, and I think it's something that particularly foreign investors have to really get comfortable with, because in Europe, other places in the world, gaming regulation is not as stringent as it is in the US. In foreign countries, affiliates, advertisers, they typically don't have to get licensed. In the US, all those companies might have to go through some form of registration or licensure. So it is something they have to come to a grip with, but it's something I think they're seeing as worthwhile. And again, just come back to the original point that the economic upside is so great. The market's growing, like Wayne said. I mean, you look at what New Jersey's done in the past couple of months, and that's not an anomaly. Pennsylvania, Indiana, West Virginia, they're all having numbers off the charts. These companies are going to come in more and more.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the one thing that frustrates me occasionally is that the true startups who are really, really cash strapped, and they say, well, we don't want to have to hire these high priced lawyers and advisors and people like to deal with this. But I think to your point, it's really, really well said that, once you kind of take the plunge, so to speak, it gets a lot easier from there. And the doors that open up to you are so great and so numerous. If you can sort of go through the regulatory process earlier in your company's life cycle, before
it's almost a barrier to entry at some point you can create for yourself. So it can be a strategic advantage if you're willing to take that step.
No, absolutely. Jordan and Magnus, I've sort of the same question for each of you, but coming at this from two different angles. So Jordan, one of the things that I think that the industry, whether it's gaming or sports betting, sometimes forgets is that, there are other industries in this country that have similar needs and capabilities and ability and innovative needs. So for a company that focuses on analytics in particular, what do you see as being unique about sports betting that allows a company like yours to kind of come in and offer up disruption by creating products that are more specifically tailored?
Yeah, sure. I often look to the investing industry and the finance industry as a whole, as when I think about drawing precedent or analogous examples to apply to the sports betting industry. For us, it's more so around driving conviction, driving fan behavior with contextually relevant data. So looking for use cases within the investing industry where you have companies, whether it's as simple as Yahoo Finance, or whether it's as complex as something that you get on a Bloomberg terminal and inside information from the stats that are disseminated on that platform. But it's kind of like you have, whether it's your prospective investor or someone who's trying to place a bet, trying to catch them at the right time with contextually relevant data. If I'm a retail investor and I'm potentially looking to buy shares of Tesla or something, there are platforms out there and there are products out there that target and understand that interest, and they'll hit that investor with maybe it's a research article from the Motley Fool about Tesla and why someone's bullish about it. And we try to approach it the same way for the product that we design, helping affiliate platforms push out contextually relevant data. So if I'm, a new user, a new bettor, for example, and I'm on an affiliate site reading, how to bet on props, or an analysis on the Lakers Clippers game, and organically we're able to give that platform something they can white label that says, oh, by the way, here are our top rated, props for the day, or oh, by the way, did you know that LeBron has failed to cover his points prop over the last 5 games with his CTA, that allows them to kind of have a higher conversion rate. That's something that we strive to do, and we're just borrowing from whether it's the investing industry or companies. Like recently, there's a company called Taboola who's getting SPAC'd currently, and they do a similar thing. Like they have like the, for better or worse, the chum boxes where you're reading through a website and then you see something at the bottom that's organic, that's contextually relevant, and then you click that. They've proven, people, you may think, who clicks those boxes, right? But they've proven clearly that like they're driving conversions, they're driving behavior from some industry to something else to convert. So I think that's where we try to borrow principles from separate industries.
Great, Magnus. Let me pose the same question to you, but for more with respect to gaming as opposed to sports betting. What are you able to borrow from other industries, and where did other industries kind of come up short that allows companies like yours to offer some disruption?
So yeah, it's a great question. I think we spend a lot of time looking at the entertainment value of our content. So we could easily churn out casino games that were highly volatile and hard hitting, and there's content like that out there. Our focus remains and has always been on the entertainment value, and we learned that from we earn loyalty and we earn appreciation not by providing better entertainment, I would say. So we look at digital entertainment as inspiration and not on gambling as such. I think the way we look at the product is that it should be highly entertaining, and it should be something that you want to share, something you want to talk about, something that you should look forward to and appreciate, and maybe not view it as a gambling product first, but as an entertainment product. So that's really we view ourselves as creators of entertainment, and that works. That's kind of our approach to it.
Yeah, I think the mindset matters, right? And because it does, whether subliminally or not, it controls how everything sort of follows after that. Awesome. My next question, I'm gonna go back in order, and Magnus, I'm gonna leave you to the end for sort of more obvious reasons. So it's the United States is not writing on a blank slate when it comes to these things, because Europe has been doing them, right? And they've been doing them fairly well. But notably, Europe's been doing them for Europeans, right? Not for Americans. So on one hand, this is my own view, I think that sometimes, as Americans have been accused of, we are so insular that we forget that there are others outside of our country, and we don't learn lessons, and we don't take things that have already been figured out. On the other hand, I think that there's a bit of a perception in the European gaming world, that they have already figured this out. And if it works there, it'll work in the US. And that's as proven to not always be the case. So Wayne, I'll start with you. What is something, either a do or a don't, or one of each, that you think maybe US companies can learn from Europe? Something that might work really well and we should pay more attention to, or something that's not working so well and we should try to change altogether?
Well, I think one of the things that you could definitely look at in the European market is the fact that they, in many cases, look at the overall market as a way to quote unquote trade sports bets, and the opportunity to trade and to look at the industry as almost like the stock market, I think is something that we need to take and really think about in a big way here in the US. I think that's really a big opportunity when we start looking at that, as more and more states come on, as there's more liquidity in the market, as things like the Wire Act, which who knows what happens with that. When these things, whether it's going to be all states or there's going to be a little bit of federal or all federal, I mean, who knows what really happens over the next couple months and years in the industry. I think there's an opportunity to actually start to certainly trade your sports bets like you would trade your stocks here in the US, which is again something that's not a new thing in Europe. It's just not something that you're able to really do here, in a regulated market here in the US.
Yeah, that's true, right? The regulations. I mean, Adam mentioned earlier the fact that affiliates have to go through a very different process in the US is, it's news to them sometimes. Adam, how about you? What's a takeaway, whether for better or for worse, from Europe?
Absolutely. I think Wayne hit on the exchange type of market, the more market sort of model after the financial markets or investor markets, which makes a lot of sense. I also think that if you look at the sports books in Europe, you have sports books that appeal to very different segments of the population. I think in the US, the sports books in some ways are grouped together more. So in Europe, you have the exchange model, people who want to be a little more aggressive. You have ones for larger bettors, people who are looking for that low juice market because they want to bet a little bit more in higher volumes. In the US, everything is much more closely tied together. So I think in the next couple of years, you're going to see a lot of evolution of different types of offerings, different types of technology come into the market. The one thing that I would say, I don't know if this is a pure don't from Europe, but I think a cautionary tale is if you look what's happening in the UK, there's been a large crackdown on advertising and different types of player solicitation activities that are going on right now. And I think the US should use that as a cautionary tale, and the companies that operate in the US should really learn from that, because they have the opportunity to self-regulate in a way right now, to handle their advertising, their promotions in a responsible manner. If they do so, that will hopefully reduce the needs of regulators to come in and potentially push the industry back and halt innovation in some ways. So the market now is still in, as Wayne mentioned much earlier, in sort of its infancy stage. So now is a point in time where the participants, the sports books, the advertisers who work with sports books can all work together now, come up with a self-regulatory model and a responsible model that both is business effective from a business sense, but also prevents the harms that regulatory agencies typically want to prevent: problem gambling, underage gambling, and those issues. Because I fear that if the industry doesn't take these steps today and doesn't do it on their own, we end up in a situation where every advertisement becomes like a pharmaceutical ad. And then it just becomes difficult for broadcasters to manage that process, for sports books to stay on top of that. And they're just, there's traps left and right. I don't think anyone wants to hear a FanDuel and DraftKings radio ad followed by 30 seconds of warning language. But I fear that's a direction we could go if the industry is not really careful early on.
Then the only winners are the lawyers, right? So that's no good.
You could say that.
Jordan, let me ask you. I think you very eloquently stated sort of the parallels between what you can do in your industry focus and those of sort of related industries. So maybe it's a related question in terms of, you know, when as the product's being developed, are you looking at what's going on in Europe? Are you saying we can build a better mousetrap, or we can learn from what's working and not working over there?
Yeah, I think, I mean, there's definitely been precedent looking on what they did in the earlier days on, you know, top of funnel type activities, but it's hard because the technology, like when that was happening across the pond, the technology isn't what it is today, and what we can put together in terms of leveraging media and content and, you know, contextual relevancy is really new and innovative and specific to this time period, especially here in the US. So it's, I mean, there is some kind of case study analysis, but not too much direct analysis in terms of top of funnel as it relates to our specific product. I think for me, at least, it's more interesting just to look at the legality aspects. And I think Adam did a great job of covering that, you know, the crackdown on, you know, potential crackdown on ad spending. I remember, I'm from Detroit, I'm a Tigers fan, and the day that PointsBet did announced their partnership with the Tigers was the same day that, you know, those lawmakers had proposed that ban. So it was weird to see, and I did some digging, and even I think there was a study in the UK that said like 80% of the population has a negative connotation of wagering. It could be, to, you know, to Adam's point, just getting bombarded incessantly with these ads, and you know, I laugh about it, but I think about like that there was a time when Barstool released a creative where there was a picture of a kid with a sign that said like, "Daddy, can I get -3.5?" Like, it's funny, right? We're laughing, but like that's stuff that we have to stay away from. And there's companies out there working on that, right? Like you have one in your portfolio that is working on that US integrity. So yeah, I think being able to look at what happened across the pond and make sure that we have the necessary kind of framework and safety nets in place to make sure that kind of doesn't happen is probably what's going to help it grow some more here in the US.
Magnus, you know, it's obviously the same question, but perhaps from a reverse vantage point. What do you think European companies sort of appreciate about the US, and maybe what do they misconstrue?
Yeah, I mean, we all have the utmost respect for the US market. I mean, it's the largest in the world, I think, and gaming is so established in the US, and is you got a great tradition in that area. So everybody wants to be there, and we, you know, the numbers in New Jersey, has been said before here in this panel, is amazing. So if you look at what we can bring to the table from Europe, you know, you need to embrace the digitalization. You need to embrace the technology shift and work with it. You need regulation, and you need smart and clever regulation. You can cherry pick. There's different. There's both the highs and lows in Europe, and you know, US could, when you create your legislation in the states now and regulate the gaming state by state, there is an opportunity for you to learn how to do it smart by looking at Europe, what works, what doesn't work. Really, you want to provide a safe and working environment, you know, that feels really safe and provides protection for the player. But you don't want the regulation to fight against the industry. You want it to work with the industry. There's many lessons to be learned there, and there's many things that we've done. Some countries have done it better than others in Europe, so there's some cherry picking to be done there if you're clever. It's more of a, you know, I hope there will be some kind of normalization also, that they learn from each other, both in Europe and the States and US. So you get more streamlined and more like that would everybody benefit from. Another thing, online gaming, both sports betting and casino in Europe, is highly competitive. and that has been that's been driving. We've been developing because of that high competitiveness. We would have benefited from having regulation earlier, I think, because there's been some Wild West kind of things going on earlier in Europe that you don't want to see really, and that is to a certain extent have given some parts of the industry a bad name. Regulation helps us move away from that. So again, clever, good regulation that works with the industry is probably, you can learn that from parts of Europe, and that would be great.
And I think that's the goal here as well. We are almost out of time, so I'm going to ask one last question and ask you to keep your answer to 30 seconds or less if we can, which is, so every generation has, you know, massive advancements that we technologically and otherwise that we would never have thought of, you know, in the future. So not a full generation, but let's say 10 years from now, when wherever we are in terms of online gaming and or sports betting, when we look back, what is going to be the single biggest development, do you think, or the single biggest change that takes place over the next 10 years? So I'm putting you on the spot a bit, but Wayne, my guess is that you've got something prepared for this, so I'll start with you. Well, 30 seconds.
All right, so thanks, Evan, and thanks everybody. It's been awesome. I'll tell you what I think it is. I think it's the fact that people are going to be more social than they've ever been with their sports betting, you know, with their bets, with sharing, with doing, you know, putting things on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, those kinds of conversations where sports betting was kind of in the dark. You would kind of do it on your own. You'd secretly make that call to your guy. The fact that things are so much more social and it's going to become more part of our overall culture, just like it is in the rest of the world, is something that I see is going to happen.
Awesome. Adam, how about you?
Sure. I think it's going to be just the integration with sports. They're going to be watching a sporting event, NFL game, NBA game on your television, on your smartphone, and something's going to happen. You're just going to be able to start integrating with a sports book, make that bet in a split second of time, and it's going to keep you more engaged, keep fan engagement, keep viewership up, even more so than it is today. Yeah, and again, just thanks, Evan, for moderating here, and thanks, everyone, for coming out. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for coming. Jordan, how about you?
Yeah, sure. I do like the social call out. I think you see the effect of social networks platforms on the investing community. Look at Reddit and what's going on today with all these stocks. But I actually think it's going to be 5G and whatever's after it. Maybe it's 6G, 7G, whatever it may be. But it's unlocking more bandwidth and lower latency. So I think that's the growth of in-game betting, next play markets, right? That's huge in Europe and it's not huge yet here. And I think that, you know, latency constraint is something that plays into that. And that also unlocks, you know, pain points around in-stadium betting. Someone mentioned like the importance of that, I think, on the last call before our session, but, you know, being able to streamline that and allow people without any kind of congestion to place bets in stadium, and everything is kind of streamlined through higher connectivity, more bandwidth through 5G, 6G, 7G, whatever. So I think that'll be huge.
Funny when you look at how the growth of connectivity, you know, stadiums not too long ago didn't want people on their phones, right? And now it's you gotta make sure everyone's got bandwidth. Magnus, what do you think?
Yeah. Thank you guys for having me here. It's been great. I would tag on to the social comments, but I would add to that what I see now, what we can do today with artificial intelligence. In 5-10 years, I think we will see the way we develop AI now, the way that's moving. It's going to provide services and personalization and offerings that we can only dream of. And we will be completely immersed in that technology. It will be so natural, and it will be all around us, and it will not be tied to a device specifically. It will be tied to our entire environment, and that together with the social will create a gaming experience, and you know, both sports and casino, that is completely different from what we have today.
Awesome. Well, I wish we could do, another 45 minutes, but we can't. Magnus, Jordan, Wayne, and Adam, thank you so much for sharing all of your insights. Zoltan, thank you for inviting me to host this, and certainly looking forward to the rest of today and to the next one of these as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I've typed in the chat that we are hosting the European quarterly meetup next month, and we're doing a panel discussion about the positive effects of the gambling industry on the society. And the example is the US. So most probably we will invite some of you guys there. Next up is going to be an interesting panel discussion about the gambling industry on the stock exchange, moderated by Lloyd Danzig, who is, I think,
I am here.
Hi, Lloyd. How are you?
All right, I'm good, Zoltan.
Hey, is that Seinfeld?
Yeah, you got it. That's the Seinfeld apartment in my background.
I'll leave you to it.
All right, thanks a lot. And thanks a lot, everyone, for joining us. If you're on Zoom right now, I would recommend going with the speaker view as opposed to the gallery view. If you haven't done so already, makes it a little easier to just keep track of who's talking. My name is Lloyd Danzig. I'm the founder and managing partner of Sharp Alpha Advisors. We're a firm that specializes in sports betting startups, venture capital, M&A, and technology. And I'm here today joined by a number of esteemed panelists who are going to talk about, essentially, as Zoltan said, the gambling industry on the stock market. Really, perhaps a better term would be the intersection between the gambling industry and capital markets. SPACs, M&A, private equity, venture capital, all that. And I'd love to turn it over to each of our panelists to quickly introduce themselves, and then we can jump right in. So maybe Tom, and then Andrew, and then Mohit, and then Lauren, sort of random order there. If you guys could each quickly just introduce yourselves, who you are, what you do, we can hop right in.
Yeah, hey guys, you hear me okay, Lloyd?
I can hear you, Tom. You're all good.
All right, it's the first time I'm using this wiretap, whatever we have on. But nice to meet everybody. Tom Dieno. I lead our casino and gaming team for KPMG under the deal advisory and strategy service. So from an execution standpoint, I do financial due diligence, but serve as a subject matter professional across all the service lines. I've been in gaming my whole professional career. It's 18 years now. First 5 in audit, and the last 13 since 2007 in M&A advisory. So happy to be here.
All right, great. Andrew. Do we have Andrew, or is he maybe on?
He's on mute.
Thank you, Mohit.
There we go. There you are.
Thank you for having me on your panel today, and thank you for Zoltan for hosting this conference. I have been involved in gaming for 30 years, and obviously for the first 20 years, it was land-based gaming throughout the United States. My background includes, 20 years at Deutsche Bank as the head of our debt capital business and the gaming, lodging, and leisure analyst. And in the last couple of years, I've been at Jefferies. I'm heading up our banking group here, and our banking group has become much involved in both online gaming and SPACs over the course of the last year. Thank you.
All right, Mohit.
Thanks, Lloyd. My name is Mohit Kansal. I'm a partner at the Clairvest Group. We're a private equity firm. I've been investing in gaming for 20 years. The count is 33 gaming assets over that time. All forms of gaming, whether it be land, online, and really everything in between, B2C, B2B. And I take a leadership role in our gaming practice. Glad to be here.
All right, last but not least, Lauren.
Thank you, Lloyd, and thanks so much for having me, guys. I'll keep it really brief. My name is Lauren Seiler. I run investor relations, strategy, and corporate development for a small private equity fund called Forward Capital Partners. I have had a focus on the casino and gaming space from an investing perspective across private equity and also on the sell side since probably, I think, around 2009. So a good amount of time, maybe dating myself a bit there. And just thrilled to be here and looking forward to chatting with everybody.
All right, so this is great, and I think we're going to just hop right in. Kind of a high-level question. Tom, I'm going to throw this to you at first. In all the times we've spoken, most recently it seemed like now is the busiest that you and your team have possibly ever been in the history of deal advisory in the gaming space. Much less time for you to spend on the golf course. Can you just give us an update? What's been up? What's keeping you busy? What's going on in 2021? that is causing so much deal activity in the gaming space in the US?
Yeah, so it's a long ways from 2020, at least in the middle of that period, middle of the year. But we were on a good streak, and then from the M&A side, I think as we entered 2021, you had a lot of the land-based operators, which were kind of trying to reopen and still kind of trying to operate under the new norm. We have continued deregulation that seems like it's an ever-going kind of storyline that we're dealing with. But with that deregulation, you're seeing kind of the sports betting companies and the online companies and the valuations. I think everybody's come to a realization of how important that is from a revenue stream perspective. And the valuations are, you can see that. So as we're coming out and people are starting to travel a little bit more, like that is not lost steam, but we still don't have kind of the whole tourist, everybody visiting Las Vegas. But I think it's just adding to the fact that it's newer thing, and it's catching more steam as the states kind of unwind. One other thing is the convergence of media and sports within the space. I think you're seeing a lot more activity. I think I just saw an announcement today, even like Bally's is going to rebrand their Fox assets under Bally's name. So you're going to see a lot more, and they took an equity stake in Bally's recently. So you're seeing that convergence. And the big one that's driving a lot of the activity, Andrew alluded to it in his intro, is the activity within SPACs. So you're seeing a lot of different ways they enter the market. You're seeing a lot of companies that may not have had access to public markets as easily in the past going the traditional IPO route. So that's really keeping us busy, and I think it's definitely a loaded question. There's a lot going on, but we love it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And I think a lot of what you're talking about there is just the sheer amount of growth. And of course, SPACs love growth, and high growth companies love SPACs. And I think we'll turn it to Andrew here. Andrew's sort of resident king of special purpose acquisition companies for the gaming industry. Jefferies was lead book runner on the GNOG Golden Nugget deal, among a number of the other high profile ones that we've seen come to market. Andrew, why are SPACs, which are not necessarily new at all in and of themselves, why are they having a renaissance in the gaming industry last year into this year? And should we expect to see this trend persist?
I think the reason that SPACs are working right now clearly is because the market overall has, sort of given strong valuations to companies that are high growth, and more so than in the past. And clearly, I mean, COVID has something to do with it, stay at home has something to do with it. But at the end of the day, it works very well with companies that are technology, whether they're bio or healthcare or gaming technology kind of companies, and that have, significant growth rates that you can absorb the, the founder shares of those SPACs. The reason that, individuals or companies like it is that they get to negotiate a transaction in private through an NDA. If the transaction doesn't work, everyone goes their own directions, and it's not public. So that's very valuable to many people who don't want to negotiate in the public and don't want to take the risk of a traditional IPO. It also enables you to use your forward model. So in an era where, you have growth that's, 20, 30 or plus %, you're able to sort of show forward numbers, not just out a year, but maybe 3 or 4 years, and get that SPAC comfortable with what that growth trajectory looks like. And lastly, time to market is significantly faster utilizing SPACs versus utilizing the traditional IPO method. So those are 3 big reasons. But look, as long as the market is giving strong valuations to these high growth companies, you'll see a lot more transactions occur in this space. And clearly on the front end, which we were involved in as well, you have a lot of ex-private equity guys like Mohit that are like, yeah, wow, this is a great way to effectively have my own company. And
I'll call you after, Andrew. Keep going.
Well, I'm going to transition to Mohit on that exact point, because this is sort of the question that I thought of with Mohit in mind. One of the things over the last decade or so that has really benefited private equity is companies staying private for longer, LPs with more cash rushing into the private space and being able to fund companies that have access to more capital for longer, and that's why PE and VC have, at least in some corners, returned some great returns. Mo, are SPACs something that you see as a direct form of competition for deals that you're getting in at your stage and size? Do you see it as complementary to your deal flow because it just expands the total capital pool in the market? How do SPACs and the growth in gaming affect your business on the PE side?
It kind of cuts both ways. I mean, it is competitive with us if we're looking at new deals. And to Andrew's point, I don't love the high valuations. I mean, I run my financial models and it's difficult to substantiate the returns we need. On the flip side, it is an exit opportunity for us. We actually did that over the summer with a digital media company, and it's done very well for us. So it kind of cuts both ways. I think it's forcing us to look perhaps smaller or something that does not fit the bucket of a SPAC. And SPAC's not for every company. So we can, maybe someone doesn't want to be public yet. They don't think it's the right time to seek liquidity for whatever reason. And we could be that source of capital. But it's making us up our game, and definitely our portfolio has been marked up as a result.
All right, well, fair enough. Nothing wrong with marking up that portfolio. Lauren, I'll turn to you just to kind of round out the initial questions here. You've been in the gaming space a long time. You yourself are an athlete and a blackjack player and like to dabble in these things from the consumer side. What excites you in 2021 about this industry, whether it's back end, front end, investment related, or otherwise? What is keeping you excited after all these years in the space going into another year in an overly or at least highly regulated industry?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to chat on that. So I think the most exciting thing for me is, I go back to an anecdote when I first started on Wall Street, and, I didn't know much about what I was getting into. And somebody said to me, do you want to be in sales or do you want to be in trading? And I said, okay, because I didn't know the difference was the reality of it. And apparently you couldn't be in both at that point. But what did a young 22-year-old, whippersnapper with no background know? And then it kind of evolved over time. And the big question I've always gotten is interactive or land-based? Why do we have to choose? So I think that the most interesting thing that I'm seeing is this convergence of the two, this final acceptance after all of these years about a discussion over cannibalization and, what's going to happen as these two combine. Is it synergistic? Is it cannibalistic? Seeing that people are finally coming to my side of the fence of the belief that it is synergistic, that you are going to see these fully vertically integrated gaming companies come to be and what they're going to look like. What is the gaming company of the future going to look like? And that's what excites me because we're seeing that play out, I think, as we work through 2021. Not only do you have land-based assets, you have interactive assets, you have technology assets, as some of the other folks have alluded to, you have media assets. So now you've got these giant conglomerate of offerings coming through that are catering to a wide variety of consumers. So now we're starting to capture the millennials on the interactive side. We're still capturing the older folks on some of the old slot side. So I'm just really excited to see how this plays out and how this forms into the gaming company of the future. And look, how the street really takes a look at valuations from there on in.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And I think one of the especially great points that's useful for any investor at any aspect of this industry is the idea of whether it's a fully vertically integrated sports betting company, an omni-channel sports betting approach, a one-stop shop for sports betting, whatever you want to call it. What does that actually look like? Because most likely mergers and acquisitions are going to be the primary conduit for getting from here to there in the fastest fashion. And Tom, I want to move this to you because something you and I have been talking about is, well, I guess actually all of us have been talking about. Bally's recently acquired Monkey Knife Fight. Caesars making an investment in Super Draft. And in this particular fashion, this is sort of perhaps just, the flavor of the week or the M&A trend du jour, not necessarily a longer term one. But right now, it seems that some of the legacy gaming operators are very interested in figuring out how are we going to compete with DraftKings and FanDuel. First of all, for the 18 to 21-year-old audiences that they can market to even in sports betting states via DFS, and then especially in large population states that do allow DFS but don't allow sports betting. Right now, DraftKings and FanDuel are scooping up all the customers, taking the first mover advantages for themselves. Bally's, of course, acquiring Monkey Knife Fight in that all-stock deal to combat a bit. There are a handful of other companies that fit in this sort of fixed odds fantasy, single player fantasy, sort of betting like functionality that's technically categorized as DFS legally. Tom, what should we expect in this space going forward? And how should we think about some of the non-DraftKings and FanDuel entities leveraging some of the early stage assets in the space as a way to acquire customers or differentiate themselves?
Yeah, the last thing you said is key, right? And every time we talk about is the differentiation, customer acquisition, gaining market share. Now you're going to have a different landscape in different states on who has, like you have a Penn, for example, that has their own brick and mortars, right? And the regional play. Then you have like the likes of DraftKings, FanDuel that have the JVs and partnerships with such operations, right? So the way I look at it is the more things that you can give and offer customers to get them in, the better off you'll be, right? So I do think some of those, whether it's peer-to-peer, whether if go down that path and you bring that in, but let's just say I don't know, in PA we'd come up with, it's like the same game parlay. Like that's something that FanDuel has in that the other competitors don't have right now. And that does play. I mean, a lot of things I hear from just buddies that play and, hey, why not, right? So, and I talk to some of the guys at the tech platforms and bring that up to some of my clients and relationships. And it's all in play. And I think sooner or later you get there, but it is that first mover advantage and gaining those people. And that's where you came in. So it's differentiation to get them in, but acquiring customers market share is branding. I mean, Penn has Barstool and that reaches a lot of different people. And if you like that aspect, then there's companies like MGM and Wynn and like the name recognition is already there. So they could go about it in a different aspect. But I do think it all comes down to differentiation and what you're able to offer the customer. So why not have a fantasy aspect to it in states, especially if you're looking at 2022, 2023, where we don't know what the legislation is going to bring, but you can a preemptive strike to get in, build a brand, and do something to get those customers and have them kind of waiting for you kind of as legislation loosens up and you're able to get to real money sports.
That makes a ton of sense. I usually try to not ask two questions the same person in a row, but I want to follow up, Tom, for a second. I'm sure there's a lot of early stage companies out there that feel that they themselves represent exactly what you're talking about, an asset that is either fantasy-like or otherwise can represent a turnkey method of differentiation for a large operator. And I'm sure they would pay good money and love to know your opinion on what is it that they can actually do to ready themselves or make themselves most attractive for an acquisition. This is a highly regulated industry. There's a lot of pain points. There's a lot of compliance. There's a lot of taxation. There's a lot of things to consider. What is actually causing deals to get done in this space? And what should a company that's maybe putting itself up for sale or trying to shop itself around, what are some of the things they should make sure they're thinking about to make themselves actually marketable among today's competitors?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few ways to go. I mean, you could take that differentiation and does the operator want to acquire it and own it? Or do you want to sell to a tech platform and that platform be able to offer that to kind of across and kind of across their customer base? So, but when it comes to preparing yourself, it's to have that value proposition and be able to show kind of how you're able to get customers in the door and how long they play and how much they actually enjoy the site, where they're going to be the ones where you could drive a customer base to that operator, to that tech platform. But I think it's twofold. If the tech platforms hear from a multitude of customers that's something, maybe that's who's right for the acquisition of that company to bring them in. But I do think some operators are going to look to have that because, like, let's say even like live dealers, which isn't really online, right? But if you can get in and bring customers in the door to a certain jurisdiction, you're the only one that offers that to see live dealers, you're going to be able to win customers over that way. So it's the same concept. So I do think if they think it's important enough, you're going to see some acquisitions on the operator side. If they think it's just another piece of the puzzle where it's not the biggest piece, it's not that biggest piece of the puzzle, I think those smaller companies are better off kind of pitching that and letting those tech platforms know that, hey, so-and-so and all these different operators are interested. So why wouldn't I be a ripe candidate for an acquisition from somebody like yourselves to be able to, and you'd be able to get more customers from the B2C side being able to say that we have this within our portfolio.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I do just think that, and I heard some of the last panelists talk about the importance of differentiation and experience like this. I think, by the way, Tom, especially given how resource strapped and preoccupied with so many other high priority items these tier one operators are, your point about, you know, if you don't have a core functionality that's a demonstrable value add on day one, you're probably going to get lumped in this nice to have category. And it's going to, you know, not be impossible to have growth in revenue, but it's just a little tougher, at least, to get in the door and get a direct acquisition, which, by the way, comes with integration resources and all sorts of frictions that, you know, the operator is going to have to spend on. So that makes sense. I want to move to Andrew.
What's more important, right? Is it getting into the next state and getting that upfront revenue, or being able to add that service down the line? So I think you're going to see more of that in a year or two after they get grounded.
I couldn't agree more, Tom. But by the way, I think one of the common things that I see happen is even people in and around the industry sometimes are just not aware of how many and how much resources are required to go into a new state. DraftKings has lower EBITDA margin projections in a faster legalization environment because it's so costly and there's so many upfront fixed costs that take a while to pay back going into new states that all have different compliance regimes, different tax policies, different, you know, regulation requirements, different customer demographics. So yeah, I think it's simply a matter of prioritization, and the sheer scale of going into a new state and acquiring customers is very vast. And on that note, I think, you know, Andrew, I wanted to move to you. You've been involved in GNOG and Rush Street and have, again, as we've been saying, a long view in the space. A question I get all the time is something like, who's going to be the number 3 market share leader after DraftKings and FanDuel? Sometimes I even get that question as if it's a foregone conclusion that there will only be 3 holders of market share, that it's FanDuel, DraftKings, and one other that will represent 100% of the pie. Most of the people I talk to seem to think it might not be that concentrated, but that certainly we won't have a mature state of the market where every single license and skin is occupied. The economies of scale needed to compete just don't seem to support 50 or 100 online B2C brands. Andrew, can you just talk to us about what we might expect as far as jockeying for market share? Who are some of the big names that we should see gaining share, gaining customers during 2021?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big country. There's a lot of players. It's a significantly bigger country than the UK, for instance. There is a completely different land-based ecosystem here than there is in the United Kingdom. And I think because of that, you're going to see many more players that kind of win in the space. So, I mean, you mentioned a couple of them, but, you know, we shouldn't forget, you know, MGM. We shouldn't forget Caesars and William Hill. We shouldn't forget Golden Nugget. I mean, you know, Tillman Fertitta is a formidable competitor. We shouldn't forget Rush Street. We shouldn't forget Hard Rock. I mean, there's, you know, Bally's has created a platform at this point that's significant. So, you know, I'm probably leaving some out. So anybody who wants to help, feel free. But, you know, there's going to be a lot more competitors than there are in Europe, and they'll be formidable. And then they'll be like your one-offs. So you'll have your Native American in XYZ state that wants to operate on their own. You'll have a small operator, you know, another state that decides that they've got a competitive advantage and they only want to operate in that one state. So I actually think, you know, you'll have consolidation to a degree. Some stuff just doesn't fit perfectly, but at the end of the day, you'll end up with a lot more competitors, which means that, you know, market share has to get redistributed in some cases.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting one. I think.
If I could jump in. Yeah.
Oh yeah, please, Mohit, go ahead.
Mohit's got one I forgot.
Yeah, no worries. No, I'm just going to comment on like the idiosyncratic factors and how it's been changing, right? Like if you look at California, huge tribes have yet to do something. Hard Rock in Florida, like you're going to see, I think, a mixed view. And then I actually remember this exact same question like a year and a half ago, and everyone was like, "Oh, Bet365." Like, you know, no one was mentioning like where the hell are they? Like, you know, it's going to change, and I think, you know, there's a lot of money there. There's still big media companies yet to do stuff. There's, you know, I think you know, as much as we can say something, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a different answer in a year and a half.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting one. I think a lot of people have been wondering what Bet365's move is going to be. Some have been saying the US is not mature enough to even move the needle for them. But if you spend an NFL Sunday taking the train through Secaucus in New Jersey, which is how you get to where the Giants and Jets play, they blanket that train station with Bet365 ads, sometimes, although I do see DraftKings do the same other times. But the point is they have been dabbling in New Jersey. They obviously have the bankroll to acquire, spend whatever they want on marketing, not to mention the trading infrastructure. And then I think the media companies as well. I want to shift gears a bit, Mohit, talk about something maybe even a little nearer and dearer to your heart, which is Reddit, Wall Street Bets, GameStop stock, and the like. And I say that half jokingly. I say it somewhat seriously because I think an interesting thing that we've seen happening is in sports betting for a while, there has been a bit of an us versus them mentality where the bettors like to see the bookies lose because they're the big bad, evil empire. And at the beginning of COVID, when sports went on pause, that cross-pollinated a bit via, Davey Day Trader into the Robinhood world of Wall Street trading. And by the way, I defy anyone to tell me that The Real Housewives is more entertaining to watch than all the drama that's been unfolding between Melvin Capital and Wall Street Bets. There's no one who's going to ever tell me that. But more seriously, what we've seen is that this gamified gambling investment experience, this is not, just people, in their, basement dwellers, as I think someone refers to them. This is real market moving activity that's starting to percolate up into the mainstream and into the consciousness. My question to you is, all entertainment factors aside, how does what we've seen over the past few days impact companies that are thinking about accessing public equity markets for the first time? Does it scare people and say, oh my God, maybe it's not as easy to keep control of my company as I thought? If I'm in the sports betting industry that's very highly visible, maybe I'll be the target of the shorts or of the Wall Street Bets guys trying to put a gamma squeeze on, the market makers that are trying to hedge out their option risk. So just in general, I'm curious how you think of, obviously this phenomenon is not just local to financial communities. Everyone's talking about this in basically every current events chat in the world right now. How does this actually impact people who are thinking about accessing public capital markets for the first time?
Yeah, man, it's a soap opera, right? I mean, if I go on my Reddit right now, I don't really do much there, but like the first 10 posts are Wall Street Bets. I don't know if it's sunk in. I mean, maybe Andrew has a point. I think people are kind of thinking it as a soap opera to an extent. I don't know to what extent the CEO of a company going public might have digested it. But I got to think it's been more to the up than the down. So I think if anything, it's probably fueling more of the excitement to perhaps get on the public markets and capture some of this value. That's my 2 cents on it. I mean, you do hear sometimes people don't want to be in the public eye. They don't want their financial information shared. They don't want that constant. But I think generally to the positive. Andrew, I don't know if you've seen different views and
yeah, Andrew or anyone else. Any thoughts about just how all of this is impacting bankers, CEOs, advisors, anyone's thoughts about accessing public markets? And I say that especially in gaming, which is generally a highly visible, customer related industry. I think DraftKings and the sports betting ETF bets have often been some of the highest volume traded names on Robinhood because of their social salience. So Andrew or Tom,
I think the only thing that really kind of matters is that these businesses on the B2C side are in great need of capital to basically grow customers and do customer acquisition, which is obviously a very expensive proposition. We know what DraftKings sort of spends on marketing every quarter, and all these other folks. I mean, we're going to see what it looks like in Michigan, where everyone gets to start more or less on the same starting line. And valuation matters because valuation will determine what your cost of capital is. So I think when you're a CEO and you want to go public, you're sort of thinking of what can I raise money in the public market versus the private market, and then you're making the decision based on that. They all and again, the SPAC environment allows you to negotiate your entry point confidentially, get to market quicker, use your forward data, not having to go through sort of the same elongated structure as a traditional IPO. But nevertheless, and Tom knows about this really well, there's a lot of factors that one has to sort of cross to get to that merger with the SPAC, and that's what we call a public SPAC is a merger. There's a lot of accounting requirements. There's a lot of due diligence. But again, it's done in a confidential environment, and it's relatively easier than being in the public sphere. Once you're in the public sphere, providing that you get strong valuations, you get the ability to, raise capital. We all know what these multiples are today, and all of these folks have the ability to continue to raise capital. I mean, there's a lot of markets that are going to come online in the next 5 years, and that growth trajectory is really like this at this point. One of the key things that we obviously work with is raising capital for that customer, acquisition cost.
Yeah, that's a great point. Really what this does come down to is, where is there a more favorable cost of capital to fund my future operations, public markets or private? Not that it's that simple to do that calculation and figure out the assumptions that guide it or anything, but no, that's a great way to distill it. What that makes me want to do is change gears a tiny bit to something that a recent development out of the NBA a couple days ago. Mohit, I'm going to come to you first here on the private equity side. We're sort of talking about with SPACs, not a new vehicle, but at least a newly popular vehicle that is allowing funds to be raised and cash flows to move from one place to the other where, previously they couldn't facilitate as easily between parties. Another potentially interesting example of that is the NBA recently having released official guidelines for private equity ownership in their teams. NBA has pretty much always been the most progressive of the US sports leagues, so I don't think it surprised anyone. They signaled that a PE firm or other similar entity will be able to hold up to a 20% stake in a maximum of 5 teams at once, and that no NBA team can have more than 30% of its ownership comprised by private equity at any given time. And I believe also, even in addition to that, the NBA is going to have to approve every single entity. Currently, there is only one, Dial Capital Partners, subsidiary of Neuberger Berman, and it looks like Arctos Sports Partners that raised almost $1 billion, along with, I believe, the Goldman Sachs Private Bank, seems in line to be number 2. It sounds really cool. It sounds really interesting. It sounds like it's happening at a time when the NBA teams need capital. So seems like a win-win, but it almost never is. What's going on here, Mohit? Is this for real? Are we going to start seeing private equity funds that just invest in NBA teams? And how is this going to affect capital flowing around the sports industry?
No, I think we will. And it's not a new concept, right? I think we look at the American sports leagues and we think that, but it's been going on in Europe for a very long time. I think CVC invested in Formula One more than a decade ago, made a killing. I was just pulling it up here. The NBA, from 2007 to 2019, the value of a team over 20 years has gone up almost 5 times, right? Like, we don't think of them as investments, but they are. And if I'm an owner who's got a $2, $3, $4, $5 billion asset, and I'm trying to get some liquidity for it, or perhaps get some more money, again, you might be able to go to a Redditor on Wall Street Bet and, sell the company. But if you're trying to create more value, it's kind of classic finance 101. If you can create more liquidity, you can create more value. So I think you're just seeing some owners who are being thoughtful to say, hey, I have this asset, maybe I want to monetize it a bit. And I see a path to do that. And then on the other side, if I'm an investor or I'm a private equity firm, of course, we'll be focused on returns and all of that. And you might see like these iconic assets, perhaps undermanaged, not going anywhere. And if we're honest with each other, I'm at a private, if you're going to be thinking, hey, could I own a piece of the New York Yankees?
Right,
or whatever.
Exactly.
There's a bit of a coolness factor there. So I think you're going to see, and I think the perception of the league has just been a lot more liberal and they're thinking about it. I think this is going to continue. I think it's going to accelerate some of the value of these teams. And as we're talking about front of the funnel and eyeballs and data and all that, these are the ones putting the sport on. I think they're going to be a huge beneficiary of that.
That makes sense. Just a quick follow-up. One of the main concerns I've heard, although the people that have expressed these generally come, I'm realizing, more from the hedge fund world, which is obviously a different model. But the concern is that these are obviously historically illiquid assets. And just because this small amount of liquidity is added doesn't mean that you, as a private equity investor, won't similarly suffer from liquidity deficiencies. Does that worry you, or is private equity perfectly structured to deal with these types of illiquid assets, and that's just what it does all the time?
Yeah, I mean, we do it all the time, right? I mean, you could think about, because there's a lot of private equity firms if you're looking for liquidity. No reason why I think you couldn't access public markets at some point, perhaps. I don't think it's a flavor of the day. I mean, you think you have these iconic assets that are not going anywhere. I will make a point that they rarely are cash flow generative, but I mean, why does that matter these days anyway? It doesn't seem to matter, but the values still go up. So, I think I think people will find liquidity. These private equity guys are bright. If they can't do it, they'll find another medium. Again, maybe some of the things you mentioned, Lloyd, about perhaps creating some individual investor schemes or something like that to unload. Again, that would be pretty cool. If you can, I'm in Toronto, I can own a piece of the Toronto Maple Leafs. I wouldn't worry about that. If the value's there, people will buy the business.
Well, so then I'm going to move over to Andrew back for a second. I think everyone in the sports business, sports finance industry wants to be the person who figures out how to take a SPAC that takes a U.S. sports team public. Red Ball seems to have gotten kind of close to that with Fenway Sports Group, but I don't know if that's going to go through. As Mohit had referred to, this has been done, and people have used capital markets to invest in sports teams overseas all the time. I think a number of Bundesliga teams, you can just trade their stocks on the DAX or on an open exchange. Andrew, is there any chance that we see a SPAC that takes a U.S. sports team public in the near future, or is that just a bit of a pipe dream still?
There's a lot of SPACs out there looking for a target. As we say, there's a lot of SPAC shopping. And just to give the audience perspective, last year we raised, not we, Jefferies, but we all together raised over $80 billion of cash for SPACs. And given that there's a multiplier effect of about 4 or 5 times, you could sort of say that's almost close to $500 billion. And by the way, that 80 is versus about, I think, 16 or 17 in the prior year. So there's a lot of SPAC cash looking for a home. And, if they can negotiate a confidential deal on a value between an owner of a team and the SPAC, then it works out. And at the end of the day, Mohit suggested that the values just keep on going up. And if it's all about value appreciation and you buy it at the right price, in 5 years from now, that SPAC, which will then become that security, will be worth more. So it could be the right home, providing that you can purchase it at the right valuation and that the owners are willing to absorb the dilution from the SPAC founder shares.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Of course, we have...
Hey, Lloyd, just real quick on that, because it's an interesting, and we ourselves, me and you, didn't go down this path and talk about, haven't really talked about this, but it is an interesting play. I think it would be more, one, Andrew, what you said at the end, I think is right on point. It's like, it depends on what's out there and willing to sell, right, is one. And then the second piece is, I think it would be, it really depends on that value if you get it for a nice price, because right now everything is so inflated. Some of the ones that were like pennies on the dollar years ago for franchises that were kind of at the bottom realm, those don't exist really anymore, at least in my opinion. I think they're even the franchises that are lacking don't have those low valuations. I think the convergence thing I mentioned at the beginning, if there's kind of where sports teams get more involved and there's other pieces of the business that are more immediate growth vehicles, I think it would be a more appetizing asset for a SPAC or somebody to look at in that. Yeah. I just think it's a longer term appreciation. There's a lot of other factors that come into play, and the valuations right now, to me, seem a little bit hefty, and you can't really bottom feed at this point.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting. I think I'm getting some feedback from your Tom. If you go on mute for a sec. Sorry about that. Yeah, so that's a great point, and I think one of the interesting stories that kind of ties a lot of these together is I believe Dial Capital is merging with a company called Blue Owl to go public via SPAC. Dial Capital being the private equity fund that's investing in some minority stakes of NBA teams. So all the worlds are kind of colliding here in a bunch of ways. Lauren, I'm going to go to you with a totally different, unrelated, just kind of last question that we'll close on. So okay. A lot of pressure, you're back clean up. I just wanted to talk about, we didn't really get to talk about startups and innovation and new functionality. On the last panel, I heard of people talking about, whether it's going to be social functionality, peer-to-peer betting. Could you maybe just talk about some of the things that Certainly, we've talked about a lot of rumors and whispers of peer-to-peer betting, the Tinder for sports betting, the social network for sports bettors, whatever it's going to be. We've been talking about investors and capital markets. What should consumers be looking forward to this year as sports bettors? What's going to make their life a little more fun in 2021?
You know, I think that's a great question. You know, peer-to-peer is definitely something that's been a topic of conversation for a lot of folks. I think it's been a little bit of interesting that we haven't really gotten there. We haven't really gotten this off the ground. We haven't seen too much of it. So do we see a little bit more of it in 2021? Maybe. You know, you do still have some legislative and regulatory questions around that. You know, I think some of the other things that are going to start to make the sports betting experience a little bit more interesting is maybe things like search optimization. How do we get to a point where the data you're looking for to make an educated bet is at the touch of your fingertips? When do we get to a point from a technological standpoint, which again is something I think they touched on in the previous segment, where everything you need, where one who might be considered a professional bettor or a professional DFS player, somebody who really puts in the time into their models until making their predictions and making their bets, when are those kinds of resources really going to be at the fingertips of the general user? Who's going to be able to integrate these into their platforms? Who's going to be able to make it attractive enough that it's used as an acquisition tool, but then ultimately also as a retention tool? So, you know, the way I always kind of look at it down the road is, where do we eventually see sports betting come up with this kind of system that turns into essentially a Bloomberg from the financial world of sports betting, where everything you need to bet like a pro or to play like a pro is right there at your fingertips? And that's something, you know, I'm kind of looking forward to in 2021. I've seen, you know, a lot of data providers, a lot of ideas out there, a lot of, you know, just people are all kind of getting there, but what's next as far as making the regular guy feel like a pro? I think that's what's to look forward to.
Yeah, I love that, Lauren. I sometimes am a bit more cynical and would describe it as the tools that help sports bettors feel like they did a lot of work and research without actually doing so. You really had a much more complimentary description and attribution toward them. So maybe we'll go with yours. Guys, I'm so sorry we're out of time. I feel like we didn't even get to a fraction of what we could have talked about. Mohit, Andrew, Tom, and Lauren, thank you guys so much. Zoltan, thanks for setting up. We'll see you guys next time.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
guys. Thank you, Lloyd.
Thank you, Lloyd. Thank you, Zoltan.
Yeah, we need longer panel discussions.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up is still North America, but we're heading to Canada right now with Chantal Cipriano, who I think she's online. Hello.
Hi, I'm here. Can you see
Good.
me
Yes,
or hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Both? Okay.
Yes,
great.
I think the word of the year 2020 was "you are on mute." Okay, I'll leave you to it.
Great, thanks. Are Derek and Ron here? Yes, they are. I see them. Wonderful. Okay, let's get started then. Thanks for joining us today. This is our Canada Online Gaming Onwards and Upwards in 2021 discussion. I'm Chantal Cipriano. I'm the Senior Director of Legal and Compliance with Mazuma, which is a fintech company that provides payment solutions for online gambling operators around the globe. I was also, I spent the majority of my career in private practice as a lawyer in Toronto, assisting clients both land-based and online in both areas. And so now I have here with me today, Derek Graham, Director of AML with the AGCO, and Ron Segev, founder of Segev LLP. And I'll turn it over to our speakers to take us through their background in the industry. I'll start with you, Derek.
Sure, thanks, Chantal. So yeah, I'm currently, actually, I'm on week 2 of my job with the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. I'm the Director of Anti-Money Laundering. Prior to that, I was a managing principal at a gaming consultancy firm called MT Play. I've kind of bounced around the gaming industry a bit. I've been a commissioner with the Bermuda Casino Gaming Commission. I ran the AML program at the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation, and previously was an officer with Canada's Federal Financial Intelligence Unit.
Thanks. Ron?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Ron Segev in Vancouver. As Chantal has mentioned, I'm a founder of Segev LLP. We're a full solutions business law firm based in Canada with an office in the United States. We are ranked by Chambers and Partners as one of the leading gaming and betting law firms in Canada. And we work on everything to do with interactive entertainment, from video games to esports to sportsbook, casino, lottery. Yeah, real pleasure to be here. I should say that it's my second panel of the day on this topic, so it's a really hot topic.
Yeah, and on that note, if you've been following what's been going on in the gaming world in Canada, I'm sure you've seen a lot of this. Give me a moment, I'm going to share my screen, hopefully successfully. Oh no, host disabled participant screen sharing. Zoltan, can you help me here? Is he there? Maybe not. Anyway, what I was going to...
It should work now.
Oh, okay, great. Got it. Thank you. So you've been probably seeing a lot of this. And this too. And so the list goes on and on. As you can see, I've just picked about 6 or 7 articles here that have been pretty popular. I'll stop sharing. Oops. Yeah. Sorry, I'm having trouble not sharing my screen.
I can disable screen share.
There, did that work? Okay, wonderful. So what I was trying to get at was there's a lot of articles in the news and on the web discussing the momentum that gaming is having here in Canada. And so I think it's safe to say that it's a thrilling time for us here. And so I want to start off this meetup by discussing Ontario's competitive iGaming regime, a model which has been under government monopoly until now. And so Derek, I'd like to start with you. Can you give us a bit of background on the changes that are going on in Ontario and how the structure of the new iGaming model will look like?
Sure. I'll preface this by saying, unfortunately, I'm not going to, sorry, am I too loud here? Is it my mic? You look like you kind of jump back there, Chantel.
Me? No, I can hear you perfectly.
No, so I'll preface this by saying, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to give any definitive dates at this particular point in time. But essentially, as Chantel alluded to, currently the internet, the regulated internet gaming market in Canada is controlled by provincial crown agencies. So in Ontario, what's happened is that last year in the government's budget, they signaled that they wanted to open up the online gaming market to create a competitive market. So the enabling legislation has actually been passed. The regulations are currently being worked on. Like I said, we don't have firm dates yet, unfortunately. But in Canada, for the non-Canadians that are listening in on this, the Canadian framework requires that provincial governments conduct and manage gaming for it to be legal. And the conduct and manage is kind of the 3 words that I think have caused all kinds of questions for the last 20 or 30 years that gaming's been legal. So what Ontario's doing is Ontario's going to set up a subsidiary of the Alcohol and Gaming Commission that will fulfill that conduct and manage responsibility. So essentially any online operators entering the marketplace, they'll have a regulatory relationship with the AGCO, and they'll have a commercial relationship with the conduct and manage subsidiary. There are, some consultations have already happened. There'll be additional consultations in the future on what this is all going to look like, some of the technical aspects, et cetera. But we are somewhat at the early stages of this, but we're moving pretty quickly.
Great. And so as part of the consultations, as part of the changes in Ontario, there were several consultations that have taken place with the AGCO and industry about how this is going to work. Ron, can you tell us about the consultations and if there's any roadmap as to how the consultations are going or intend to proceed?
Yeah. So first, I should say that the information that I have is just based on conversations that I've had with on an ongoing basis with some senior people at the AGCO. So none of this is in a policy directive. None of it is in writing. So we have to take it in a very fluid fashion. But to date, we've seen some technical consultations which happened last year, where they reached out to the industry to quite simply evaluate what are the technical needs and issues that would face a new iGaming regime, and so that passed. What we're expecting moving forward is consultations with regards to the regulatory and technical standards. And so similar to what we see in the UK with their code of practice and guidelines, there's two elements to code of practice and guidelines. One is the technical element and the other one is the regulatory. And so we're expecting the AGCO to release sort of a framework piece sometime in February, March. Things tend to move slowly, so let's look for it in March, hopefully. And then they're looking to reach out to the industry for feedback on that piece, probably in March, April. So let's expect April. So on the technical side, stuff that they're still trying to figure out are things like gaming lab certification, for example. So we already have a directive from them, from the AGCO, that they're going to be working with independent testing labs, which is a departure from the way they traditionally did things, which was with an in-house testing lab. But there are questions still looming with respect to, does existing lab certification qualify you? So they're still figuring that out. Another example of a technical standard is data handling. So is data location, co-location, server location, all kinds of stuff like that. So those are going to be elements of the discussion piece. And on the regulatory side, that's really just about registration and licensing, and they're going to be sharing some ideas and seeking some feedback again from the industry on that piece.
And so, Ron, as part of the consultations on the licensing point, there was mention of allowing or potentially allowing operators to rely on existing licenses that they had in other jurisdictions. And to me, this presumes that only existing and well-known operators can be licensed in the near future. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on the licensing process when it comes to smaller operators. Do you see them fitting in? And if so, where do you see them fitting in?
Yeah, I definitely do. In all my talks with the AGCO, the common thread, the repeated messaging is that they do not want to, they don't want to create a black market. And so what that means is they want to welcome the industry to the Ontario market. And the way you do that is you make it as frictionless as possible. Obviously you've got to balance that with responsible gaming issues, AML, KYC. They understand that there's a balancing act, but this sort of de facto recognition of a tier one license holder is, to my understanding, right now they're talking about doing it on an interim basis. So if you hold a tier one license, tier one is my terminology, it's not their terminology, to license like UKGC, possibly Isle of Man, possibly Malta, then you may have interim recognition while you make application for registration with the AGCO. And the reason they want to do that is because they want to get to business right away. They want to open the market, they want to start realizing tax revenue, they want to start working with the industry right away. And so to your question of can a smaller operator access the market? Well, there's countless small operators that are licensed in Malta and Isle of Man and the UK. So with respect to that, yeah, it should be okay.
Yeah, Chantal, I'll just jump in quickly. And the AGCO as a regulatory entity has really, in the last number of years, moved towards a much more risk-based and outcomes-focused regulatory regime, meaning we really try and shy away from any type of rules-based or prescriptive regulation and licensing, I should say. So certainly, there's a place for any operator. Consideration obviously would be given to companies that are licensed in recognized and reputable jurisdictions, for sure, as part of our risk-based approach. But yeah, I don't think the intention is to block anyone out of the market that can get a license.
I'm sure there are a lot of smaller operators that are happy to hear that, because that's a question that's come up time and time again. So moving on to First Nations and iGaming, obviously a very important aspect to the model. While there's been no official feedback from the regulators on First Nations other than that they will have significant involvement. Ron, can you give us some background on where First Nations fit into iGaming, into gaming today for those international viewers, and whether you have any insight or any ideas as to how the role of First Nations will play into the new model?
Yeah, so the simple version of that is that First Nations currently don't fit into the current model. So they're largely excluded from operating a gaming and betting business in Canada. There are some small exceptions to that rule. So notably in Saskatchewan, you see the Saskatchewan Indian Gaming Authority, which runs 4 casinos. And they do it on a 50-50 revenue split with the province. And SIGA, the Saskatchewan Indian Gaming Authority, also has the mandate to run charitable gaming on their land. Manitoba has a similar carve out for charitable gaming. In BC, we don't really have anything. In Ontario, currently 1.7% of gaming revenue is shared with First Nations groups. In Quebec, famously, the Kahnawake Gaming Commission was established in the 90s, and they were sort of a offshore-onshore kind of jurisdiction. At one point, they licensed up to 60% of all gaming providers in the world, and their activity is based on the notion that they have they have the autonomy to conduct that kind of business from First Nations land. And what we're seeing moving now into the future, again in my conversations with some people at the AGCO, is that there's going to be some consultations with First Nations groups in Ontario, and then with respect to the KGC, and I always get asked about the Kahnawake Gaming Commission, how they might fit in. Right now, what we know is that they participated in the technical consultation last year. I think it's very good that they were included. They have enormous experience on the technical side, and I think we need to reach out to them and get best practices information from them. In terms of how would a KGC license be recognized or what have you, it's my opinion that it won't. I think it would just create a Pandora's box of issues from a legal perspective. But that's not to say that they could be totally excluded. They do have enormous prowess around technical infrastructure and managing the technical side, and they might be included that way.
Great. Thank you. I'm sure we could spend the whole 45 minutes talking about iGaming in Ontario, but there's another topic that I really want to get into, and I'm sure others are interested in hearing about as well, which is Bill C-13, single event sports betting. The million-dollar question, will we finally be able to compete with our neighbors to the south when it comes to single event sports betting? Or better yet, those jurisdictions around the world that have been conducting single event sports betting for years. I was actually on a call last week with a lawyer who practices in corporate. He's not overly familiar with the gaming industry by any means. And he said to me, I keep seeing all these articles on single event sports betting and the prospects of legalization, but I thought it was already legal since my son's been betting for years, adult son, I should say. So as you can tell from the comment, there's a bit of confusion from an outsider looking in, and I'm sure for many who play or have an interest in this space. So Ron, can you bring us up to speed here? Where are we with the single event sports betting bill, now a government bill, formerly the private members bill, including the difference between the two? I know that question often comes up, and what you think the likelihood of success is this time around and why, considering we've attempted to do this twice in the past by way of the private members bills.
Yeah, so first, important to have some background on the legal framework in Canada. So currently, gaming and betting law is the mandate of the federal government, and the gaming and betting provisions are set out in the Canadian Criminal Code. Simply put, all gaming and betting activity is prohibited in the country unless it falls under an exception, and the most notable exception is unless it's operated by a province. And the provincial mandate to operate gaming and betting is limited by a piece of federal legislation in the criminal code that says you can't take a bet on the outcome of a single event, right? So no single event sports wagering. So what that means is to date, the provinces have been offering parlay betting. And I'm sure most of the audience here knows what a parlay bet is, so I'll skip that definition. So why is it important that we move to single event sports wagering? The reason it's important is because if Ontario wants to make a meaningful go of offering a liberalized new iGaming regime, they need to allow a competitive landscape from a product perspective, right? People prefer to bet on single events, place a single event sports wager than they do a parlay bet. And if they're restricted from doing so in Ontario, it's possible that they're going to stick around with their, legacy operator, the offshore gray market operator. So we really do need to level the playing field. And it's not just Ontario. I was on a call this morning with an official from BCLC, and he echoed that sentiment. BCLC is supporting this initiative. All the provincial lotteries should be, because they should be able to provide products on a competitive basis with the global market. Now, why are we more enthusiastic about this bill than we were in previous bills? So yeah, absolutely correct. We took a kick at the can a couple of times already on this. It never cleared Senate. And the reason we're enthusiastic about it is because previously the bill was put forward by a private member. This time it's a government bill, which means that it's put forward by a cabinet minister. The reason that's important is because private members' bills generally don't get any attention. They don't get time. And so to get into the sort of arcane minutiae of this, if you have a private member's bill that you put forward, then what happens is you submit it for discussion in Parliament, and the order in which your private member's bill is discussed is actually subject to a lottery system. So you could be unlucky, and it means that you're at the bottom of the pile. And then at the end of the day, there's only an hour allocated to reviewing private members' bills. So if you're at the bottom of the pile and time runs out, well, we're not discussing your bill. And it could take years to navigate through Parliament if you're just not making it through. This time, that's not happening. It's a government-backed bill. It's getting priority. I've got some intel from some very well-connected people telling me that, of the 10 bills that are currently being put forward by the government, this is a top 5. And there's a lot of confidence that as a result, it's going to make it through second and third reading. It already cleared through first reading. And notably, where it failed at the Senate level in the past, I'm hearing that the government is going to apply some mild pressure on Senate to just get this deal done. Now, of course, technically Senate could send it back, but there's a lot of optimism that that's not going to happen.
Derek, what are your thoughts on the bill, and particularly as to how it will impact the industry if legalized? Is the AGCO ready? If there are any AML considerations that you'd like to bring up, we'd like to hear those as well.
Sure. No, I think it's great. Hopefully that the third time's a charm. The AGCO will certainly be ready. It's certainly, as Ron and you said, it'll line up with the whole iGaming initiative that Ontario is currently undertaking. There's a couple factors in play here. Part of which is the Canada's federal framework for anti-money laundering, the Proceeds of Crime Act. So, sports betting is sort of covered. It's sort of not covered. I know there was a lot of debate as states started to, once the PASPA was repealed and states started to legalize sports betting, there was a lot of questions as to whether the BSA Act down there applied. And it's similar in Canada. There are some gaps, I think, so that what you'll likely see is the federal government at some point will move to close those gaps in terms of AML regulation. But in the meantime, the AGCO is a gaming regulator. I don't want to speculate too much at this point, but you can look to other jurisdictions for some of the controls they put in place on sports betting. A lot of times they'll put limits on the amount that you can wager without opening up an account, things like that. So Part of it will be we'll have to see what the federal government does to close the gaps. And part of it at this point is the AGCO would look at, are there any factors in Ontario or that the federal government, any gaps in the federal government legislation that we could address?
Okay, so Ron, you've done work for clients in the US, Europe, internationally. Derek, you were the commissioner of the Bermuda Casino Gaming Commission. You've done work for private clients as well with other gaming initiatives. So this question is directed towards both of you as it relates to iGaming in Ontario or single event sports betting. In your opinion, what do you think other jurisdictions are doing well when it comes to iGaming or single event sports betting that the Ontario or Canadian market can adopt? And on the contrary, what do you think needs improvement in other jurisdictions that we'll want to be mindful of in both Ontario or Canada, depending on what we're referring to?
Yeah, well, I'll take a first go at this. I think one of the things that Canada needs to avoid is the notion of tethering licenses to land-based casinos. I think that it creates a very restricted market and high barriers to entry. So what I mean by that is the notion that you've got, say, 5 incumbent land-based casinos in New Jersey, and each one has the right to do a handful of sub-licenses with iGaming gaming partners. It really limits the number of operators that could come to the market. That might work in the United States just because they're really good on the enforcement side. Their legislation has teeth. Canada has been traditionally, completely absent on the enforcement side. So if we tethered licenses to casinos, I think we'd create a black market. In my talks with the AGCO, they're very mindful of that, and so they're not going to do that. Another thing that I really like that New Jersey has led the way on is licensing affiliates. I think that's very clever. And what they noted was that affiliates are kind of a lifeblood of the offshore market, driving New Jersey traffic to the offshores in a very efficient way and incentivizing that unlawful gameplay. If Ontario did not follow suit, then they run the risk of not cutting off that traffic conduit to offshores. So another way to say that is, if affiliates weren't licensed, if it was an open market for affiliates to do as they please with Ontario resident traffic, it creates a lifeline for that traffic to those offshore operators. So I think they'd be smart to tighten that up as well. Currently, I'm hearing from the AGCO that they're mindful of it, but they don't know what their position is on licensing affiliates.
Derek, any comments?
I think in terms of what other jurisdictions are doing well, Ron covered some of it. I'll talk specifically sort of to my wheelhouse. And I like what the UK is doing. So some people might disagree with me, but I like what the UK is doing with regards to responsible gaming and anti-money laundering, and that they're kind of marrying the concept under the umbrellas of social responsibility and know your customer, and the principles of know your customer. And what I mean by that is traditionally, problem gambling and anti-money laundering are these kind of, we always talk about them separately, but a lot of the principles in terms of customer due diligence and understanding, what your players are doing are very, very similar. So I like a lot of what's coming out of the UK in that front. But on the flip side, and this isn't directed at the UK, but I also think that the industry and regulators alike need to be very, very careful about our reactions to hot potato issues. So, AML is a bit of a hot potato issue, particularly in Canada. And I think we have to be very careful that we don't come out with onerous policies or overly prescriptive regulations to deal with these hot potato issues. I think, we need to recognize that there can be unintended consequences in coming out with a heavy-handed response to these issues.
So related to your AML point, Derek, one of the major issues that affects the industry, whether all aspects of gaming are regulated by an open market or not, is illegal gambling. And so on the flip side of all the exciting changes in Ontario, there's also been some criticism in the Auditor General's report about combating money laundering in the gaming space. So from an AML standpoint, Derek, what issues do you see when it comes to the AGCO compelling compliance, especially for offshore operators, or any general input you have on how to improve, including how we're going to deal with bad actors?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, from my own experience, I've got about over 20 years experience in the AML field, and, you know, combating financial crime can be very complex, regardless of the industry, whether it's gaming or otherwise. And, you know, the AGCOs, we're looking at the Auditor General's report, and we're trying to figure out, you know, what it is that we can do better in that regard. You know, some of the details about how we're going to approach the new competitive internet gaming market in terms of regulation and enforcement, a lot of those details are still being ironed out. So I can speak, you know, any comments I make here are probably going to be a little bit more general than specific as to how we're going to deal with it. But certainly there's a lot of levers that gaming regulators can pull when it comes to ensuring compliance. Speaking for the AGCO, you know, we've got a memorandum of understanding with FinTrack, which is Canada's federal financial intelligence agency. We've got very solid relationships with a number of regulators in, you know, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Europe. That's typical. You know, there's a network of regulators, IAGR, et cetera. We also have a fairly unique model in Ontario where we actually have police officers attached to the commission. I know it's not 100% unique necessarily, but it is very unique, and it gives us, again, when we're looking at criminal activity in the sectors we regulate, it does allow us to leverage the resources of law enforcement.
If you look at, I just want to use cannabis as a comparable here. If you look at the legalization of cannabis in Canada, it did bring many consumers into the legal market, but the black market is still rampant. So there are many well-known illegal dispensaries, for example, in Toronto that are considered hotspots. And there are many people that prefer the products from the illegal dispensary to the product sold at the legal pot shop that's down the street. And I think some of that stems from the loyalty that they had to those dispensaries pre-legalization. So if we get to the point where the competitive iGaming model becomes a norm across the provinces where single event sports betting is legalized, Ron, what do you think we can do to combat illegal gambling and start bringing people into the regulated market, particularly those players that are loyal to their current bookmaker?
Yeah, the cannabis analogy is a fantastic analogy. You know, we do a lot of work in that space, so we sort of live and breathe it every day, but we don't inhale. Thank you.
Unintended.
So yeah, you're totally right. So looking at the cannabis market, the legal product sucks, and it's expensive. So if we're looking at a regulated gaming product, it can't suck and it cannot be expensive. So on the expensive side, what does that mean? I mean, we're going to tax rates now. You know, so currently, you know, an offshore located in a tax efficient jurisdiction can probably provide better, you know, odds and pricing, or, you know, a higher payout ratio than someone who has to pay 20% on GGR. I've spoken to the AGCO about what their thoughts are with respect to taxes, and they're looking at what the industry standard is in regulated markets. They've got their eye on that. They keep telling me, we want to invite the legacy market to Ontario. We want to, you know, make it a competitive market. And so they're looking at, you know, a 20% blended rate and then a 10% standalone on sportsbook. And the reason they're looking at those numbers is because they're seeing that that's kind of the industry numbers that in the more reputable jurisdictions. I remember when the US started going live, there was a lot of talk about, you know, what's the role for offshores? And, you know, people were saying that, you know, they'll just be able to do better pricing and so forth. I think many people have slowly moved to regulated books in the States, away from offshores. And a lot of that had to do with just the sort of the carrot and the stick. So the enforcement piece against the offshore providers, the enforcement piece against the rogue affiliates, and then also making sure that it's a economically viable market. Are there going to be offshores? Yeah, I think there's always going to be offshores, no doubt. But are they going to play an increasingly significant role? Probably not. I deal with a lot of gray area clients, gray market clients, and a huge impediment to their ability to operate in Canada is the marketing piece, right? So they can't do on the ground marketing, no print, no billboard, no above the line at live sporting events, no customer service, no text messaging, you can't interface with the market in a proper way, even if you are offshore, even if you're making a claim that you're not acting unlawfully. The marketing piece is always the big challenge. So the reason I'm getting into this is to say that if it's managed properly, there will be an offshore market, but I think it's going to be increasingly insignificant. And if the name of the game here is to serve the public interest by way of protecting the public interest and by way of collecting tax revenue, that's largely going to be achieved despite a small anomalous offshore market. I don't think the province of Ontario or the federal government is really interested in trapping people and putting offshores in jail. I think they're just looking to create a healthy market and protect the public interest.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Ron. I don't think anyone in the regulation business or law enforcement's under any illusion that by legalizing things like cannabis or opening up a competitive iGaming market, it's going to completely eliminate the bad actors. To Chantal's comments about cannabis, et cetera. I mean, there's going to be bad actors. The question is, can you create a safe marketplace for consumers? That essentially helps everyone. But yeah, we're under no illusions that the illegal or the bad actors are going to vanish overnight just because a market becomes legal.
So speaking of a safe market, of course, amongst all our efforts, responsible gambling remains our essential priority. So we want to provide safe, enjoyable form of entertainment for customers. And with the innovation in gaming, such as mobile or digital or cashless payments, there's these new tools that we have that can keep a consumer safe. Ron, do you have any ideas as to how this is going to be approached differently or not when it comes to iGaming or single event sports betting, if legalized, compared to the responsible gaming tools that we have in place already?
Yeah, I'll let Derek disagree with me here if he likes, but I personally think the tools are better online than they are in land-based facilities because you're largely removing the human element, and that's usually the fail point. And we've been, BC has been online since 2004, and prior to that, we've been online. The industry's been online since 96, 97. There's been so many tools for geolocation, age verification, AML, bot detection, collusion detection. Like, we have the tools at hand. So I'm confident that with respect to that, we'll probably fare better than the land-based industry has. One of my concerns, however, is what I'm already seeing in the Canadian market is the proliferation of advertising for sports betting. So you watch a hockey game in Canada, and it's already like it's like being in London, and watching a football match. And that seemingly has happened overnight. I'm seeing William Hill advertise .net sites, Bodogs advertising .net sites, all advertising in anticipation of the Ontario Gold Rush. And I'm watching these sporting events with my kids, and they're asking me, "What is this?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is what Daddy does for a living." But other than that, I tell them, it's sports betting. I mean, they understand it because it is what I do for a living. They understand that it's only for adults, but the average kid probably is going to need to be explained what's going on here. And that is certainly going to need to come under control. And I think we could probably look to what's going on in the UK with the ASA and what they're doing. I think it would be silly not to adopt a framework like what the ASA has done in the UK, the Advertising Standards Authority there.
So there are a couple questions that came through. I have one final question before I get to those ones. I just want to be mindful of the time here. So as I conclude the panel, my last question for both panelists is, as we look into the future, what is one meaningful regulatory change that you either expect or hope in the Canadian or Ontario market in the next few years? I'll start with Derek.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and people are probably sick of hearing this, but I think the global pandemic has accelerated the move to digital and mobile services to a degree that it would have happened anyway. But I think because of the pandemic, it's definitely accelerated a lot quicker, and so we're likely going to see a lot of activity in that regard around regulation, around innovation. Companies like yourself or Mazuma, et cetera, like online payments, digital currencies, there's a lot going on in that space in terms of regulation and anti-money laundering controls. And I think we're, the next 2 to 5 years, we're probably going to see a lot of activity there.
Yeah, my thinking is that, in the late 90s, early noughts, Canada was really at the forefront of innovation in the gaming space. And just because of our overly burdensome and clumsy legislative and regulatory framework, a lot of those businesses left. They moved to Malta, they moved to the UK, and while I love going to London and going there for business, or going to Vegas for business, we could have been a global center for gaming, but because of our cumbersome policy, regulatory framework, legislative framework, those businesses left. We still have an extremely healthy environment here. There's countless gaming companies that are here, that are in Toronto and are in Vancouver. Like Twinspires, Churchill Downs Twinspires Group, they have an office up here. PAL Interactive, The Score. There's a lot of service provider offices up here that are working with some of the largest brands in the world. Most people don't know that, just because they like the companies here like to remain quiet, just because we don't have the policy support, we don't have the legislative support. I've got some clients who are just merely software companies, but would fall into arguably technical violation of the Gaming Control Act. And that needs to change. I think we need to foster a more dynamic, open economy around gaming. We have the talent here, we have the track record here. But those companies, they like to stay quiet. They don't network. They don't access tax credits, and that needs to change. And hopefully, this is going to be, an arbiter of change. Is there's a shift of thinking around this industry.
Great, thank you. So I'll just turn it over to the chat here. Some of the questions we've received. So the first question is, what is the regulation on loot boxes in Canada? Probably a Ron question.
Yeah, I'll take that. Generally speaking, at common law, gambling, Chantal and I are smiling because this is bread and butter for us. Gambling is made up of 3 elements. You need the element of consideration, a wager, a stake, a buy-in. You need the element of risk, so you need an element of risk in the game, and you need the element of a prize. And so each of those elements has been studied by the courts. With respect to loot boxes, what you're winning is a digital prize. And so the argument is that it's actually not a prize. And once I remove the element of prize, then it's no longer gambling. It's the same way that Zynga Poker works, right? I could buy chips, I can play, but what I win is chips that I can't cash out for real value. And that's how that works. So the argument is that it's not, it has a, sort of a casino mechanic, but it's not technically gambling. And that's the current approach in Canada. There's probably going to be some consumer protection pieces that are going to come into play around it, but I don't think it's going to fall under gambling law, not in the near term.
Okay, and the next question, which you sort of we've spoken about very briefly, is what is the regulation in regards to advertising?
Yeah, I'll take this too. So that falls under Section 206 of the Criminal Code. And generally speaking, you can't market unlawful advertising. That's pretty much what it comes down to. Sorry, you can't market unlawful gaming. There is a funny anomaly in that piece where it says you can't market games of mixed skill and chance. So some people argue that poker, for example, is a game of mixed skill and chance. Sorry, you can't market games of chance. That's the prohibition. What's not prohibited is marketing a game of skill or a game of mixed skill and chance. And so some people argue that you can market poker because it's a game of mixed skill and chance. So it's kind of funny in that respect. But I think a good rule of thumb is you cannot market unlawful gaming. And so, you shouldn't do that. Now, when I get into this idea of, offshore gray market operators not being able to market to Canadians, really what I'm talking about is they're trying to remain offshore properly. And so they can't really interface with the Canadian market. That's a different story.
Thank you. And actually, that's it. That's the last question that there is, which brings us to time. So that wraps up our panel. Thank you to the panelists for disseminating their knowledge upon us, to Gaming Americas for organizing the meetup, and to all those who attended. We look forward to hopefully seeing everyone in person in the future when we're able to safely do so. Until next time, be safe. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chantal. Thank you, Ron, Dirk. Yeah, hopefully soon we will have live conferences back, or at least hybrid conferences, which might come earlier. Okay, so now we move on to back to the USA and talking about the payments industry. I would like to ask Adriana, Rich, and Andrew to switch. Okay, good. Good. So, hi guys. So the power dynamics in the payments industry are changing as businesses and consumers are shifting dollars from cash and checks to digital payments, most probably due to the coronavirus pandemic. But as in this panel, it was mentioned that it was inevitable to happen. And cards now dominate the in-store retail channel. Mobile wallets also are seeking a rapid uptick in the usage. And so does the gambling industry, which is also a major driver of going cashless. And I'm happy to have the opportunity to pick the brains of these three well-known experts in the field of payments. And let's start by just introducing yourself to the audience. And let's start with Adriana.
Hello.
Hi,
Thank you
hi.
so much for. Hi, thank you for inviting me to this panel. I've been working in iGaming since it's actually been born in New Jersey, so that was always fun. I have been, I've had the opportunity to work with several operators such as Golden Nugget, Resorts in Mohegan, and several others to gain access into the market, help them with the operations as well as compliance, working with the third parties, getting the payments onboarded, and then building operation and policies and procedures around those particular third-party products. So it's been a great ride, and I'm really excited to be here.
Okay, thank you. Richard.
Hi, Zoltan. How are you?
I'm well. It's 11 o'clock here, so.
It's getting late where you are, so
yeah.
Just give you a quick background. I've been an operator in the iGaming side, ADWs, daily fantasy. Over the last couple of years, I've moved over to the payments side with Interchecks, which is a withdrawal platform. So it's a platform that allows players to withdraw through gaming operators, be it through a check, an e-check, push to debit, ACH, just make it an easy way for operators to manage that system. So I'm happy to be part of this panel.
Thank you. Andrew, nice to see
you.
Hi
there. Nice to see you as well. Banking and payments all my career. The last decade has been in the gaming space specifically, sometime with IGT, and then the last 3 years with WorldPay Gaming. I head up business development for Sightline Payments. Our lead product, Play Plus, is the the gaming industry's first fully integrated cashless payment tech platform. So at its heart is a single account It's branded with the operator's brand. It's integrated with all of their platforms. It will work. That single account through our various integrations will work across all of their channels, be it digital, desktop, or brick and mortar. It'll work across all the verticals, including at slot machines and table games on the floor of the casino. And then we are integrated to payment platforms like Freedom Pay to touch the non-gaming components of the integrated casino resort. And then last but not least, there's a debit card attached to that account that can then take the funds off property for withdrawal at an ATM or purchases wherever debit cards are accepted. And all of this happens in real time, giving the player real-time access to their funds, both to wager and to move their winnings out as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, fintech has been definitely trending in 2020, yeah. And I think 2021 reserves a lot of surprises. And with the digitalization of payments, isn't just contained to land-based via real-time mobile P2P payments. Digital remittances and digital business payments are continuing to blossom as change spreads throughout the ecosystem. And based on research by Mobile Insider Intelligence, the proximity payments volume accelerated to 131.36 billion as major wallets have added users at a record clip in 2020. And which leads me to the first question to all panelists. And how has the gambling industry contributed to these values? And how did the operators adapt to this need? Let's start with Andrea and continue, Adriana, sorry, and continue with Andrew and Rich.
Oh my God.
Can you hear us?
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of issues. Can you let Rich go first?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Rich.
So in terms of, just going from an operator perspective, the challenges have always been funding accounts, and new ways to fund those accounts to allow for players to, start to wager from that perspective. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it over to Andrew first, because his platform is what you are talking about specifically. And then I can talk about, the withdrawal perspective from that end. But I think Andrew, with Sightline, they've just done a tremendous job over the last decade in the US in being a leader in this process.
So I'll start with the repeal of PASPA and the explosion of internet gaming and the expansion across all of the states. I think initially for a lot of operators and states, payments was sort of the last thing they thought about, but then they quickly realized how essential that is to the ecosystem. You could have the best platform, the best marketing, and you could get onboard players, but if you can't get funds in the account, you're at a huge disadvantage. You can't monetize the player. So I think payments has very quickly moved to the forefront of that, making sure you have a seamless, effortless payment experience for the consumer, that you support as many funding options as possible for that consumer. It's kind of your standard e-commerce principle of letting the consumer pay in their preferred manner to pay. Now, as it relates to brick and mortar, they've been talking about cashless for some time, or even just talked about modernization. If we look across the industry, the gaming floor is one of the last frontiers of cash-only transactions today. And the AGA had a major initiative starting about 2 years ago to promote the modernization of payments for casinos. So the combination of the digital platforms evolving, and now with COVID, the rapid shift to try and improve the sanitation and the gaming experience on the gaming floor, all of the operators have now turned to the gaming floor. An essential partner in all of this with whom we are integrated are the system providers for the casinos. So for the IGTs, the Cygames, Konamis, Aristocrats, et cetera, who actually control the slot systems and are like the last mile to the slot machines. And then folks like NRT that control or deliver the solutions for table games. Having that integration and working on that consumer experience on the floor across the entire gaming experience can really enhance both the entertainment as well as overall experience for the player.
Okay, thank you. So Rich, you can add to this then.
Yeah, and so adding to that, coming from the operator side to what Andrew put forward is, building a online business and having proper funding methods is clearly an advantage for any operator who wants to be successful in the U.S. With the addition of frictionless payments in casino is really going to open that up online also. But part of the whole ecosystem too is allowing that player to pull their funds out as they want, when they want, in a 365, 24/7 manner. And you're looking at that overall user experience. So if you've just won, the Super Bowl coming up in a couple Sunday nights and you want to pull your money out, you're not going to be able to right now. You got to wait till Monday. You got to wait to work with the operator. And what Interchecks is bringing to the market is a push to debit model that allows that free flow back to the consumer, allow them to manage their money they want. And in a very strange way is when a consumer believes that they can pull their money out at any time, they'll actually leave their money in longer. It's that fear of what's going to happen to that money. I want to get it. I don't trust what's going on. And I think that's what this whole ecosystem that Andrew talked about, what Interchecks is doing, just building that trust, not just with the operators, but also with the consumer.
Okay, got it. Adriana.
Yeah, and I would complement that too, just with the research that we've done, 100% agree that ability to withdraw and get real access to your winnings is critical in this overall system for the consumers. They react differently, and then they will adopt that new way of gaming if it gives them this whole complete experience.
Okay, thank you. Adriana, are you still with us?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm so grateful. Thank you guys for chiming in on that. I apologize. All really good points. And from the operation side with actually touching and really working hand in hand with the fraud analysts and compliance. I mean, it's all very important that we really think about the reporting capacity and like Sightlines and the World Pays to really adapt, a reporting module to enhance what we can know from a compliance perspective. So that's what I'm actually looking forward to doing more in the space.
Okay, yeah, especially since you mentioned that pulling that winnings out. There's an article which will be published, I think, in the news today that the Super Bowl will most probably generate around $500 million in legal wagers this year. So.
Right. And that's what I worry about. And that's what I think, because I also have a compliance hat and not only a business hat. So when I look at the whole stack of offerings, specifically in interactive, I'm always looking to find more data-driven products in order to do the analysis to ensure to protect the business.
Okay, yeah. So here's a quick question for all of you. Once again, it will leave you guys to advertise a bit. So what do partners and clients value more from a payment service provider? Because today we've been talking about the synergy between the land-based operation and the online operation. And there were lots of talks about having one wallet, which you fund online and go to the second day to the land-based casino, and you can play from that single wallet. So is the convenience of being able to conduct such a buyer experience, so all in one platforms, what partners are looking for?
I'll start with that.
Go ahead, Adriana. Yep.
Oh. So yes, like that's something that really that's a question that makes me actually happy, because in my mind, having one seamless wallet, having one experience where you can know if the player's coming into the casino, gambling online, having a full 360, not only from a financial model, but also for the content that the players are actually engaging in. I think that is just something that we're not there yet. And I'm hoping with having these panels discussions that we can get there and really provide a seamless customer experience.
Okay.
So I'll say one thing that it doesn't necessarily mean. It doesn't mean getting everything from one party or one complete embedded solution. It really is about vertical integration of all the components, best in class for all the pieces. It could be geo-comply for geolocation, ideology for ID verification, and even within our payment infrastructure, the way I talked about it working across all platforms and verticals, and channels, that means having our solution integrated with a variety of platform providers for iGaming and mobile sports, as well as all the slot providers that I mentioned. So it's a well thought out kind of vertically integrated solution that works seamlessly across all those touch points. That is key for the market.
And to add to that, you've got different demographics, whether it's online or in the casino. So I think the real answer is to what Adriana and Andrew have just put out there is also, you know, what does the customer want at this point in time? There's just so much we're going to be able to force on the customer, particularly when we get to an older generation where they're going to walk in with a frictionless wallet on their phone. And I think of my parents walk into a casino and they'd be like, what? Yeah. So for an operator, you know, what's innovative and where can we put the most people on right now that's frictionless for us, but we still have to have those relationships that take care of, which is still a pretty large part of the marketplace that will be a challenge to convert. And just to say it again, it's why I like what Andrew's solution is, because I think it fits both those models when it comes to funding a wallet, be it online or in a casino.
Okay, got it.
Fully.
Yeah. So interregional transactions usually are maybe somehow picked up by central authorities and regulators who are working on combating money laundering. And certainly between the United States and the European Union, there are certain agreements. And how has this collaboration between the US and the EU worked out so far in combating money laundering, increasing payment security, of course, and how has this benefited the gaming industry in a positive or negative way? Who would like to take this one?
So maybe I'll start. I think a starting point to help the regulators understand and others that are looking at it from the outside, when you bring payments and banking together with gaming, you really have two highly regulated, complex but highly regulated industries. So there's a great level of discipline on both sides. And if it's a thoughtful coming together of those two, that gives much more visibility into consumer behavior. I'll go back to brick and mortar for a second. Brick and mortar is cash anonymous activity for the most part. You don't really know what consumers are doing. So any kind of fear around electronifying or modernizing payments and adding cashless from a responsible gaming is really kind of disingenuous, because you now have visibility into what a consumer is playing. You can pay or what they're spending. You can give them controls. You can put limits on that if you need to. That's a level of visibility, understanding, and control that you simply didn't have in the traditional cash environment.
Okay. Anyone else want to take this?
Yeah. I mean, in terms where the, combating money laundering, Andrew and Adriana are fully aware of the, the process that you go through on a state-by-state model. We're, as an operator, getting licensed, but also getting those the partners to process your credit cards, to do your funding. There's a lot of hurdles there. So, if we're looking at, is the U.S. combating it in the gaming industry, protecting as well as they can from money laundering? I would say yes. And to Andrew's point, I've had this conversation in the past, is we don't know what people are doing in a casino, right, when they walk in with cash versus online. So, from an online perspective, we're much better equipped to watch for those patterns. We know the signs when someone is coming onto a site, and whether they are a problem gambler or could be an AML. The processes are in place, whether it's with OFAC or writing SARS into FinCEN. We've got all those processes in place that we're responsible for, and our licensing is based upon that. So I'm comfortable with what's happening in the U.S. from a money laundering perspective.
Okay, Adriana.
I'm glad Rich mentioned states, because one of the things with the states is the work begins long before often before they've approved their regulations, and ideally before they have. We engage with each of the states that are on the horizon for opening up any type of cashless gaming or internet or sports gaming to educate them on payments, so that the regulations are thoughtful but they actually come from an understanding of how payments actually work and all the things that Rich was alluding to. So those are part of the way that they craft the regulations to begin with. And then you've got to be flexible by state. So Iowa, for example, doesn't allow credit cards. So, we design our platforms and our systems on a market by market basis to accommodate whatever unique requirements are put in place for that.
Okay. Adriana?
I think that it's, when it comes to AML and money laundering, it's really sometimes can be a manual process depending on platforms that you're utilized in interactive only. I do not know how it works in the retail space, but from an operational standpoint, a lot of validation, specifically with open loop transactions, is definitely necessary. So I believe each operator tries to minimize their risk as best they can by essentially retaining those documentation and validating that the money used to fund the online gaming accounts are the actual players, and then it's going out to the actual player and not going to somebody from overseas or to another bank account. So essentially, I do think that they're doing well from operations that I've seen thus far, but essentially it is hard. It does take a lot of overhead to do and mitigate that risk. So in my head, again, I do believe that there is opportunity for more technology in order to mitigate the risk with less hands-on in an interactive space.
Got it. Yeah, it's a good thing that you mentioned Iowa, Andrew, in regards to credit cards, because here in the EU, usually the regulators are picking up signals from one another. And last year there was some really interesting wave coming from the UK where they banned all types of deposits from credit cards for the gambling industry, which has turned it against them because they started taking out cash from their credit cards and depositing it on their prepaid cards to gamble. So basically they did not stop anything, and we were really scared that this will start like a snowball and go to the other countries, but it did not go there. So do you think that maybe there will be more states in the US that would adopt such things, or how does the journey of a depositing player look like in the States?
So right now, the payment industry grew up a little bit differently in the U.S. and the primary vehicle that consumers use are credit or debit cards for purchases. So we haven't really seen the wide scale adoption of all of the different gaming wallets like you have across Europe. The primary purchase method for the consumer is credit and debit cards, and I think the majority of deposits actually come through from a debit card as well. So I guess I'll answer it in two layers. I do think a number of other states will follow and restrict to debit only. That's a tough political fight in most jurisdictions, but ultimately that same comment that I made earlier about that visibility that you have into consumer behavior can really lead you to a much more informed and controlled experience for the consumer, and it is safe to open up credit cards in any market. One very simple example, though on a small scale, is the internet lottery space in the U.S., or even retail card acceptance now for lottery. There are a number of states that now have card acceptance on vending machines. Credit card spend, there was a big concern about irresponsible wagering with credit cards. Credit card spend was only modestly higher. I think Pennsylvania publicly reported debit card average transaction is maybe $27 and credit card was low 40s. So, consumers are not spending exponentially more. They're just going to their preferred payment device. And the last thing I would add to that, again, back to this two complex, highly regulated industries, is that it's not only the operator that's looking at the consumer's behavior, the issuers of the cards are as well. So if Bank of America has issued you a credit card, Bank of America has made a credit decision on you based on your credit history, your credit quality, your ability to pay. They're monitoring every transaction. Transactions come across with unique codes that tell the bank issuer what type of transaction it is, what type of merchant it is. So they are also looking at the pattern of spend, the type of spend, and where you spend, and making a little bit more of an informed decision on your ability to repay or whether or not it's a responsible level of spending, because they have that credit view of you, not just the front end kind of retailer or operator view of you as a consumer.
Yeah. And to that, I think there's an evolution that needs to happen where, as Andrew pointed out, in the US, we're just used to picking up our credit card and using that to pay for everything. That's just how we've been. But from an operator perspective, we would rather have people use the debit card, but we don't want the government coming and saying you can't use the credit card. we in a sense, we have to evolve from the credit card to the debit card and convince more people to use the debit card. So I think we're all on the same page to go to the debit card, but behavior has to be changed, and you can't force it. It has to be encouraged, in different ways. So, from an operator perspective, not having to worry about a chargeback or things of that nature, wonderful. I think the processors would be, happy with that too.
Got it. Adriana.
I agree with them both. I mean, they're absolutely correct. I would love, just debit card or ACH only. It was up to me, but it's not, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Revolut is also going to the States this year.
Huh. I heard that last year, and the year before, and I think the year before that.
Yeah, and in some jurisdictions, they even accept PayPal now to fund it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's a challenge for any other card to come in. The Skrill cards have been around for a while. It's a wonderful product, but the amount of acceptance it's had, has been tough. PayPal's been out there. To some, to a decent degree, but again, people would rather use their debit card. Or the credit card first.
Okay, so there is definitely a cashless movement happening. I hear an echo.
I'm hearing an echo too.
Just now. Good. Okay, so there's a cashless movement happening, and it's certainly connecting fintech with the gaming industry. And there certainly has been a push coming from the fintech industry entering the gaming industry everywhere. So what are the latest developments in this area in terms of compliance and innovation-wise?
So I can start. I think a lot of our focus lately has been on the integration of the different touch points, and then where do we expand the product offering from there. So payout solutions like checks, where else can you take that within the gaming ecosystem? Because that is a problem for lotteries paying out in claim centers, for having to pay out large sums at a cage in a casino. So there are a lot of other applications across the gaming ecosystem. So we're every day on the hunt for both extensions of our existing business, extensions of how of things that we can add on to it, and other layers to integrate into. I alluded earlier to Freedom Pay. It's a great example where an integrated casino resort, for example, has invested heavily in putting in a gateway layer across the entire property between food and beverage and hospitality and entertainment and all that, and ultimately how those payments are processed. So by adding Play Plus to that and being integrated into that Freedom Pay gateway, the operator can now have the gaming view added to that view of consumer behavior across the entire integrated casino resort. That gives them a tremendously powerful marketing tool, as well as an opportunity to cut costs on their transaction processing as well.
Okay, thank you.
I think we got that echo going. But adding on to what Andrew said, with technology being equal and everything being, with the consumer, what Andrew just said is in a sense the holy grail of what we would want in an industry, and that is, an easy way for a consumer to fund a wallet that can be used online and in the retail casino for gaming and the other offerings at a casino, where they can manage their wallet with as little friction as possible. And we're getting there, right? It's going to take time, but that's the innovation of the space. I think we all see what should happen, and it's just executing and getting there.
Yeah, go ahead, Adrian.
I was just, I couldn't agree more. I think that, COVID really made the interactive business shine. I mean, it's unfortunate, that the retail did take a financial hit, but the interactive space now is being innovative, and I think changes are going to be made, and the interactive space is no longer really the redheaded stepchild, right? So now we're really going to be merging together as a family, essentially, and getting that 360 with the retail space to the interactive space to really understanding what the player likes. I mean, it's going to be a marketing dream. So I'm really excited to see that expansion in the space.
Okay, great. So as a final closing question is about cryptocurrency gambling, which is something that I think it's inevitable for the industry to happen. And everybody has seen it. The price of Bitcoin has gone up, is now going down, maybe will go up. But more interesting is the industry. The IGT, who is the world's largest maker of slot machines, have announced that they received a patent for a way to transfer cryptocurrency between players' gaming establishment account and an external cryptocurrency wallet. So what do you think? Is cryptocurrency gambling gaining more popularity these days, or is it going to be the future of the industry?
Well, I think that really comes down to the financial laws, just laws here in the U.S. You can fund an account or you can purchase services with cryptocurrency. It's paying out in cryptocurrency because then you're considered an exchange, and that's an SEC regulatory, and I've been down this road before. So I think it's great, right? If people have a Bitcoin wallet and they got, there's Bitcoin credit cards now, and they can go and fund their frictionless wallet and with cryptocurrency that can be used on the machine. But ultimately, it's going to have to come back in cash to the consumer. And I don't know if there's any laws in the foreseeable future that will allow a cryptocurrency in and be paid out in a cryptocurrency. When that happens, who knows? But I think that's certainly down the road thing.
So I would come at it from two directions, comments that I made earlier. First, the more payment methods available, the better. Always support whatever, be the provider or the operator that lets the consumer interact with you through the channel which they want to interact with you and pay the way that they want to pay. The second layer, though, is what Rich is alluding to. I mentioned these two highly regulated and complex industries. Realistically, though players may want to do it, until the regulators and even down at the state level get much more comfortable with it, I think it's going to be a challenge to make that the norm going forward. It's certainly, again, the more payment options, the better. But I think there's some significant regulatory hurdles at the federal, but also at the state level to go before that can become commonplace across the market.
Hey, Gianna?
I can't add anything else to that. They nailed it. My biggest thing is just, again, with the compliance hat is, we have to wait for the green light, essentially. Once the green light's given, it's going to be a state by state business point to discuss, see how it goes.
Okay,
I think Andrew made a good point, though. If you add cryptocurrency to a current regulator looking at sports betting, they would just shut down.
It's true.
They just stop and leave.
Okay, guys, this has been wonderful. So if you want to look everybody up, you can find them on LinkedIn. Really great guys who you can connect with in terms of payments. I would like to give a virtual applause for our panelists today before we move on to our next panel. Okay. So, Fernando, are you here?
Yes. Hello, Sultan. How are you?
Good. I still hear an echo.
Me too.
Good. Now, can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay. So, moving on with the next panel, which will be in Spanish. all participants have the option to click on the interpretation button on your Zoom window and to select the language if you want to listen in English or in the original one in Spanish. So I will leave Fernando to start with this panel and the interpreters to start the translations.
Okay, that's perfect. So we can start. Bueno, parece que sí, que estamos todos para empezar. Así que buenas tardes y bienvenidos a este nuevo panel en el que vamos a estar hablando de las oportunidades que hay en Colombia, en Panamá y en Argentina, más precisamente en la ciudad de Buenos Aires. Y para eso nos van a estar acompañando John Jairo Altamiranda, es el vicepresidente comercial de Coljuegos, el licenciado Rodrigo Tomás, subdirector nacional de la Junta de Control de Juegos en Panamá, y Sebastián Vivot, gerente de Modernización y Tecnología de la Información de la Lotería de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. Yo soy Fernando Zafores, soy el fundador y director de Focus Gaming News y voy a estar moderando este panel. Así que les doy la bienvenida a los oradores. Espero que me estén escuchando. Sebastián, te estoy viendo. John, también te estoy viendo ahí.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Hola, Fernando. Hola, John.
Fernando,
¿Cómo están?
¿Cómo les ha ido?
¿Cómo está, John?
Muy bien, gracias.
Bien, por lo que veo, nos está faltando el licenciado Rodrigo Tomás, que me están avisando por WhatsApp que se está sumando en este momento. Pero bueno, por respeto a las personas que ya están presentes y están escuchando esta conferencia, vamos a dar comienzo. Así que, si te parece bien, John, vamos a empezar contigo. Colombia es pionero en la regulación del juego online y nos gustaría que empieces a contar un poco cuáles son los puntos más fuertes que tiene esta regulación colombiana, como para que también otros países y otras jurisdicciones puedan valerse de esta regulación que ya tiene varios años. Y bueno, te queremos escuchar a ver qué nos podés decir al respecto.
Vale, Fernando, pues antes que nada agradecerte la oportunidad de participar en este panel como representante delegado de Coljuegos. Digamos que de los puntos fuertes para destacar de nuestra regulación de los juegos online, esta es una modalidad de juego de suerte y azar que está reglamentada desde el año 2016 acá en Colombia. Inició operaciones en julio de 2017, se firmó el primer contrato de concesión en julio de 2017, y digamos que ese lapso de tiempo comprendido entre que salió la reglamentación y inició la operación, se debió a que básicamente el producto nació con una inviabilidad financiera, y era que las apuestas, por apuestas en línea como tal, estaban gravadas con el impuesto de valor agregado IVA. Resulta que eso fue un reto para nosotros. Nos tocó impulsar una propuesta de modificación normativa ante el Congreso de la República para declarar la exención del IVA para estas apuestas deportivas. Digamos que eso fue algo de reconocer y un punto fuerte de nuestra regulación, ya que están exentos de IVA las apuestas deportivas. Y otro punto fuerte para destacar, que también nos tocó proponer una modificación en el Congreso de la República, y es que los juegos novedosos acá en Colombia, me refiero a juegos novedosos como los denomina la ley, se otorgan por licitación pública. Me refiero a juegos como Baloto, Superastro, los mismos juegos operados por internet en su momento. Se promovió una propuesta de modificación normativa para que estos juegos fueran entregados en concesión por cumplimiento de lleno de requisitos. Esto porque digamos que de acuerdo a lo que nosotros hemos podido investigar, somos unos fervientes creyentes de la libre oferta, libre demanda. Creemos que el mercado se autorregula, por lo cual esto debe ser un mercado de licencias abiertas. Todo aquel que cumpla con el lleno de requisitos, pues tiene derecho a acceder a un contrato de concesión para operar juegos online en Colombia. Es por eso que hoy, digamos que eso es un punto fuerte de la regulación. Ya contamos con 17 operadores autorizados en Colombia. Nos ha permitido eso tener una oferta amplia, amplia variedad de juegos en el reglamento del juego. Es algo también para destacar. Digamos que al principio no arrancamos la regulación con toda la variedad de juegos, lo cual yo sí dejo como enseñanza para las demás regulaciones. En la medida que uno pueda establecer tipos de juegos autorizados lo más amplio posible, es mucho mejor, porque digamos que Después, con el paso del tiempo, Coljuegos ha venido impulsando la inclusión de nueva oferta de juegos, adicionados a los juegos virtuales en el año 2019. El año pasado, con ocasión de la pandemia, reaccionamos rápidamente e incluimos casino en vivo, por lo que ya contamos con casi toda la parrilla de oferta que hay a nivel internacional, pues sin embargo seguimos trabajando para ampliar la oferta. El trámite de autorización es muy expedito, eso favorece la generación de más recursos para la salud, porque obviamente todos estos recursos que se generan por la explotación de estos juegos acá en Colombia tienen una destinación específica que es el financiamiento de la salud pública de los colombianos. La regulación de nosotros le genera un nivel de confianza alto a los jugadores. Digamos que todos los jugadores en Colombia que juegan en páginas autorizadas por Coljuegos sienten el respaldo del regulador y saben que van a tener una garantía para el pago de premios en caso de algún incumplimiento por parte del operador en caso de presente. Entonces digamos que hay mucha confianza en la regulación y en Coljuegos como institución del Estado que reglamenta los juegos de suerte de azar en Colombia. También para destacar, me gustaría destacar, hay una sinergia de trabajo muy fluida entre todos los operadores y los diferentes actores del sector. Me refiero a operadores, proveedores, laboratorios, gremios. Digamos que siempre estamos en constante comunicación con todos los actores del sector como para escuchar el mercado, qué quiere el mercado, qué nuevas tendencias de juegos están solicitando que se incluya en la oferta de juegos. Y eso es muy importante para el éxito de los juegos online en Colombia. Para mí, realmente ha sido exitosa la implementación de los juegos online en Colombia. El crecimiento ha sido increíble, realmente. Y por otro lado, destacar la fuerte lucha que hace Coljuegos en cuanto a restarle posición a la ilegalidad. Nosotros acá en la entidad tenemos una gerencia de control de operaciones ilegales, con lo cual hemos suscrito alianzas con el Centro Cibernético de la Policía Nacional, con la Fiscalía Nacional, y digamos que estamos en constante monitoreo de las diferentes páginas que operan de forma ilegal y siempre permanentemente están en constante bloqueo como tal. Digamos que eso serían como un breve resumen de los puntos fuertes para destacar de la regulación acá en nuestro país.
Te agradezco mucho, John. Antes de pasar a Rodrigo, a Sebastián, por supuesto, lo voy a dejar para el final, porque nos va a deleitar con todas las cosas que tiene para decir y para contarnos. Lo que les voy a pedir a los tres oradores, y obviamente esto va para mí también, nos están haciendo la traducción simultánea. En Latinoamérica tenemos una costumbre y es hablar demasiado rápido, con lo cual les voy a pedir encarecidamente que hablemos un poquito más despacio para que la traducción la puedan hacer correctamente. Rodrigo, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo te va? Ahí vi que ingresaste.
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están?
¿Cómo te va? Buenas tardes. Panamá hace un año casi que ya tiene la regulación del juego online aprobada. Lamentablemente les tocó, como decimos acá en Buenos Aires, bailar con la más fea, porque te tocó un momento bastante complicado a nivel mundial y bueno, ustedes no fueron ajenos a eso. La pregunta sería, ¿qué resultados pudieron ver del juego online? Porque más allá de la situación, la realidad es que el juego online creció y mucho en el año 2020. Con lo cual, ¿qué balance podés hacer de lo que fue el año pasado y qué pasos tienen pensados de acá para el año 2021?
Bueno, buenas tardes, mucho gusto. Bueno, primero, como bien dijiste, nuestra resolución, nuestra normativa es nueva, prácticamente va para un año, que es la resolución 11 del 6 de marzo, y esta pues entra prácticamente a regir con la entrada del coronavirus. Entonces, pues definitivamente, al tener dos operadores autorizados para este tema, uno adecuándose y el otro recién aprobado para iniciar sus operaciones, se hizo bastante difícil el tema de la implementación de la puesta de el juego online aquí en Panamá. Pero sí tenemos como quien dice, nuestras esperanzas en el operador que viene, que es Caliente, la empresa de México. Ellos pues se están adecuando muy rápido para entrar. Esperamos pues que en el próximo mes ya inicie operaciones, basándose pues obviamente en nuestra resolución, la 11, la cual, mira, a pesar de ser nueva, le vemos ciertos beneficios. Esta pues amplía y diversifica la oferta del juego, ya no solo la resolución que teníamos antes de la resolución 11 solo permitía captar apuestas fuera de Panamá, no te permitía captar apuestas aquí. Con la entrada en vigencia de la resolución 11, pues esta sí permite la captación de apuestas tanto del extranjero como del nacional, lo cual es muy bueno, porque le das la opción tanto al panameño que le gusta también el tema online, que es lo que ya viene en boga, utilizarlo también y no solamente mantenerte asistiendo al casino físico o a la agencia de apuestas de evento deportivo física para realizar tus apuestas. Obviamente el tema de la competitividad coloca a Panamá en un nivel de competitividad con países que obviamente nos llevan distancia en esto, llámese Colombia, llámese Argentina, llámese Perú, todos estos países que tienen de alguna manera la materia online regulada. Si hubiéramos tenido el online caminando, como quien dice, hubiera sido pues muy bueno, porque te crea el hábito de no ir al casino físico, sino que ya te adecuas y te acostumbras a poder utilizarlo en tu casa, con las medidas de movilidad que existían aquí en Panamá, pues te acostumbrabas a eso. Pero lo importante es la protección que le da tanto al operador, al dueño de la licencia, como al jugador. ¿Por qué? Porque con esta resolución nosotros le damos la facultad a nuestro director para que él pueda solicitar el bloqueo de las páginas ilegales. Ahora mismo, pues nosotros nos encontramos enviando cartas a diferentes autoridades llámese España, México, Malta, Reino Unido, con páginas que operan aquí ilegalmente, que captan apuestas aquí y que no dejan ningún tipo de retribución para el Estado panameño. Todos se lo llevan y la otra protección que se le da es al jugador. ¿Por qué? Porque al sentirse el jugador que apuesta en una página que esté segura, regular, autorizada por la Junta de Control de Juegos, ya sabe que él tiene la garantía de que el operador le va a cumplir con el pago de premios. Nosotros, dentro de los requisitos que le pedimos a los operadores, es que consignen una fianza de pago de premio en caso de que hay algún tipo de problema con algún jugador o algo así, pues se tenga esta fianza para cumplir con el pago de los premios que adeude el operador. Y para el 2021, pues esperemos que el operador que va a entrar, que es con la empresa Caliente de México, como te digo, prácticamente en un mes ya va a estar entrando en ejecución ya la página. Así que pues tenemos todo nuestro objetivo encaminado con ellos y obviamente personas interesadas también en aplicar, pero nuestra consigna aquí en la Junta no es cantidad, sino calidad. Queremos operadores responsables y se le está dando prioridad a los que ya existen actualmente en casino físico o en agencia de apuesta, porque de alguna manera u otra ya tienes algún tipo de relación con ellos. Pero igual, de manera internacional, pues se buscan también que sean operadores responsables, empresas serias, de renombre, que tengan experiencia y no pues empresas que estén empezando a. Esa es la consigna de nosotros.
Muchas gracias, Rodrigo. Y bueno, voy a pasar entonces con Sebastián. Acá en Argentina tenemos un reconocido entrevistador, Alejandro Fantino, que suele siempre decir, bueno, se vienen un montón de cosas, un montón de temas, tenemos un montón de cosas para hablar. Sería esa la introducción que le podemos hacer a Sebastián. para que pueda empezar a hablar de la situación de la regulación del juego online en la ciudad de Buenos Aires. Sebastián, es todo tuyo.
Bueno, antes que nada, saludos a todos. Gracias a los organizadores por la invitación y a ti, Fernando, por la moderación. Sí, la verdad que estamos trabajando 7x24 porque es inminente nuestra salida en vivo con nuestros operadores de juego online. Nosotros, la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, a través de su legislatura, a fines del año 2018, había, digamos, legislado la regulación del juego online. Esa regulación, el ente operador y regulador que somos nosotros, Lotería de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, la llevamos a cabo en el primer semestre del 2019. Nos agarró, como le pasó también a Rodrigo, la pandemia. Las empresas tuvieron que adaptarse, nosotros también, los tiempos no ayudaron. Y ahora estamos con la convocatoria abierta, se han presentado 15 empresas, de las cuales hay 5 o 6 que están muy avanzadas y a punto de lograr su permiso. Hay otras que vienen por ahí un poco rezagados. Pero 15 interesados en un mercado abierto, similar al colombiano, de libre competencia y libre oferta. Esa es la consigna que tiene generalmente el gobierno de la ciudad para todo este tipo de llamados al sector privado, es no poner trabas más que las razonables. Y estamos trabajando mucho. Nosotros, nuestra regulación, nuestra normativa o nuestra reglamentación, que está muy basada en la experiencia colombiana y en la experiencia española, además de haber viajado por todos los países que tienen esto regulado para aprender de lecciones y tips para llevar a cabo nuestra reglamentación. Nuestra reglamentación contempla los juegos que estaban aprobados por la legislatura y abre la puerta a que el día de mañana, como es el caso de Colombia, ciertas cosas que no son para salir en vivo el primer día, sino ir creciendo, ir incorporándolas una vez que el mercado se vaya estabilizando y nosotros como Estado lo empezamos a entender y a saber cómo manejar. Eso, por supuesto, es algo lógico, pero bueno, también es un poco la experiencia de nuestros colegas reguladores de otras jurisdicciones, como el caso de Coljuegos o la DGJ, que fueron consejos de ellos nos han contado ciertas experiencias y estuvo muy bien. Así estamos trabajando como locos, tenemos empresas de todo tipo, hay empresas 100% nacionales, hay uniones transitorias entre empresas locales y empresas internacionales, hay empresas internacionales que vinieron solas, así que la verdad estamos contentos, hay empresas que representan al sector físico del juego en la Argentina, hay empresas puro online, la verdad que tenemos un abanico de empresas importantes. También estamos trabajando con los proveedores, porque en LOTBA existe un registro de proveedores que obliga a aquellos fabricantes que quieren ofrecer sus juegos en operación en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires a que tengan sus componentes y sus fabricantes registrados. Hay muchos proveedores que ya han empezado el trámite, algunos que ya se salió en la prensa que han completado exitosamente. Por suerte fue una empresa argentina, la verdad que es un orgullo, una empresa nacional argentina haya sido la primera que lo logró. Y estamos bien, estamos on time, o sea, dentro de la agenda esperada, con mucha presión para que esto salga bien, sabiendo que va a haber cosas que mejorar, trabajando con nuestros pares y con el apoyo de los laboratorios, que también nos apoyan un montón y nos han guiado en este camino. Y bueno, ahí estamos. Ojalá hubiera sido el año pasado. El otro día escuchaba a la gente de Coljuegos que contaba todas las acciones que habían podido hacer en este año de cierre del mundo físico por tener online operativo. Esperemos que si hay otro año más así nos pueda ayudar. Esperemos que no haya otro año más así primero, pero si hubiera otro año más así, que esto nos pudiera ayudar. Y después algo que siempre me olvido mencionar, y John Jairo y la gente de Coljuegos no paran de mencionarlo con mucha razonabilidad, es también los recursos que genera el juego en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires tienen destino social. En este caso es al IBC, es el programa de viviendas de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires para gente carenciada. Los recursos que generamos vuelven a la gente. Eso es importante que se sepa. Así que quería hacer ese comentario.
Gracias, Sebastián. Y te hago una consulta más. ¿Cuáles son los beneficios que van a tener los operadores por estar operando en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires? Sabemos que es un mercado muy grande, nosotros lo sabemos, pero hay mucha gente que nos está escuchando que probablemente le interese saber de tu parte cuáles son esos beneficios y cómo sería para el operador estar acá en la ciudad.
Bueno, Primero, lo que primero quisiera aclarar es un tema más administrativo que también puede interpretarse como un beneficio. El juego en la República Argentina está federalizado, es jurisdiccional de las 24 provincias que en términos de juego son independientes. O sea, la Autoridad Nacional no tiene competencia en materia de juego, entonces cada provincia puede determinar si el juego está habilitado, su oferta de juego físico o la no oferta de juego online, de juegos lotéricos o de lo que fuere. Somos como estados separados. Eso, a ojos del resto del mundo, es medio complicado porque piensan en Argentina como un solo país y después tienen que negociar con 24 colegas míos y es complicado. ¿Qué tiene la Ciudad de Buenos Aires? La Ciudad de Buenos Aires, junto a la provincia de Buenos Aires, son las dos jurisdicciones que concentran quizás el 60% del mercado potencial del juego en la República Argentina, y no solo son las jurisdicciones que son las más importantes en términos económicos, sino también en términos de capacidad política o de lobby político, por decirlo, por ahí no está buena la palabra. Y yo creo que nosotros, por más que hay provincias que son antecesoras nuestras en la regulación del juego online, al regular en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires y nuestros pares de la provincia que están haciendo lo mismo, habilitan políticamente instalan una industria que obliga al resto de las jurisdicciones a sumarse, porque si no sería muy difícil de controlar. Piensen que, como ustedes saben, en cualquier país las comunicaciones, los medios, la publicidad es nacional y no tiene sentido que una provincia tenga cierta operación de juego y la de al lado no, cuando está publicitado para todo el país de manera igual, es medio complicado. Así que yo creo que esto un primer beneficio es que quienes sean pioneros, quienes estén primero en estas jurisdicciones, van a tener por ahí facilidades para concretar negocios en otras de las jurisdicciones. Después, por otro lado, la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, Argentina, es un país muy centralizado, mucha gente vive en la ciudad o en lo que llamamos el Gran Buenos Aires, que jurisdiccionalmente es la provincia de Buenos Aires, pero no deja de ser una megápolis o una gran ciudad, y el 100% de nuestra oferta deportiva está unitariamente en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. Es triste quizás, pero es así. Buenos Aires es sede de los eventos deportivos más grandes, de la Copa Davis, de los Mundial de Fútbol, de la Copa América, de todo ese tipo de cosas, de todos los torneos que haya. En su momento hasta tenía calendario de Fórmula 1. Lo que hay se hace en Buenos Aires por un tema obvio, y el porteño le gusta el deporte, además somos así como cancheritos y nos creemos todas, así que yo creo que hay un público para apuesta deportiva muy fuerte, muy comercialmente atractivo. Esto lo dije en Miami y es así. Yo creo que va a haber el negocio de apuestas deportivas en Argentina va a ser muy, muy, muy competente. Eso es muy atractivo.
Totalmente, totalmente. Vivo acá en la ciudad y sé muy bien de lo que estás hablando, y es todo lo que dijiste es así. Bueno, casi todo. Hablemos ahora un poco de lo que es corresponsable. Para eso quiero volver otra vez a John, para ver qué opina él con respecto al juego responsable, cómo lo están manejando desde Coljuegos, cómo lo están manejando con los operadores también este tema.
Sí, Fernando, como tal, digamos que para nosotros acá en Colombia es muy importante que esta industria de los juegos de suerte y azar pues crezca con un alto sentido de responsabilidad social empresarial, por lo que estamos desde el 2018, 2019, lanzamos una estrategia de posicionamiento de juego responsable acá en Colombia, en el cual hemos vinculado a todos nuestros operadores autorizados, lo cual se ha recibido muy bien por parte de ellos. Tenemos una página y una marca que se llama Juega Bien, ser responsable es parte del juego. Todos nuestros operadores autorizados de juegos online la han acogido, la han incorporado en sus páginas autorizadas. Y digamos que lo que hace ese logo es redireccionar una página de juego responsable en Colombia que se llama Juega Bien, y hay como tips para jugar de forma responsable. Y la idea de esta estrategia es posicionar los juegos como una forma sana de esparcimiento, una forma sana de entretenimiento, que se juegue con moderación como tal. Entonces, esa es la estrategia en la que estamos enfocados. Hemos realizado diferentes eventos con nuestros operadores. El año pasado, justamente en el mes de septiembre, hicimos el primer encuentro latinoamericano de juego responsable, en el cual contamos con la participación de más de 10 países. Fue bastante exitoso, se recogieron bastantes ideas de ese evento, porque digamos que Ya hemos trabajado fuertemente en estrategia de posicionamiento. Sin embargo, este año tenemos una meta como Plan de Acción 2021 y es ya expedir una resolución como tal, ya en un documento con principios, deberes, lineamientos en materia de juego responsable para todo nuestro sector de juegos de suerte y azar. Y digamos que no queremos que sea algo impositivo, queremos que sea algo a manera de principio, a manera de deberes, llevar poco a poco a nuestros operadores autorizados y que sea algo de autorregulación y autocontrol como tal. Esa es la estrategia a lo que estamos apuntando este año en la entidad y como te digo, es muy importante para nosotros todo el tema de juego responsable, porque el tema de responsabilidad social empresarial pues está súper de moda en todos los sectores económicos y digamos que el sector de juegos de suerte y de azar pues no es ajeno a esto. Sin embargo, en los juegos online, digamos que todo este procedimiento de autoexclusión ya el reglamento lo tiene contemplado, digamos que en las páginas autorizadas un jugador ya tiene la posibilidad de ingresar a la plataforma y autoexcluirse como tal de un juego específico o de un tipo de juego autorizado o de toda la plataforma como tal. Digamos que ya eso tiene implementado nuestros jugadores autorizados, nuestros operadores autorizados, y es obligación de acuerdo al reglamento de los juegos operados por Internet en Colombia.
Muchas gracias, John. Voy a pasar a Rodrigo y le voy a hacer dos preguntas. Una siguiendo con el tema de juego responsable, ¿cómo lo están manejando? La misma pregunta que le hacía John, ¿cómo lo están manejando en Panamá? Y la segunda pregunta tiene que ver con la regulación de ustedes. Hablábamos antes que hace apenas un año que tienen esta regulación, así como Colombia se basó en la regulación española, así como acá en la ciudad de Buenos Aires nos estamos basando bastante en la regulación colombiana. ¿En qué regulación se basaron y cómo pudieron llevarla adelante para que también esto le sirva a Sebastián, que en este momento están trabajando fuerte en este tema, más allá de que está a punto de salir? Estás muteado.
En cuanto al tema de juego responsable, pues en nuestra administración, por primera vez, la Junta de Control de Juego saca un logo con, por decirlo así, un eslogan que se aprobó y dice jugar responsablemente también es parte del juego. Esto pues aplica para casinos, salas de juegos tipo A, máquinas de carretera o tipo C, no sé cómo la conozcan, las agencias de apuestas de eventos deportivos, las salas de bingo y el online también. Todo esto, este logo forma parte de cada una de las páginas, hablando de la página online, y en los casinos físicos y salas, pues forma parte de toda su publicidad. En cuanto a temas de exclusiones, a ellos, hablando del tema online, pues se les pide que en su página haya un icono para que cada jugador que así lo desea autoexcluirse, pues realice el procedimiento. Igual, también lo pueden hacer directamente acá en nuestras oficinas cuando hablamos pues de los temas de casinos físicos y salas tipo A. E igual, esto es un proyecto que tenemos nosotros como Junta de Control de Juego y es la creación de una clínica para tratar a las personas que tengan algún tipo de condición relacionada al juego, de la mano junto con los operadores que nos van a estar apoyando y con especialistas en la materia, doctores, psicólogos, psiquiatras, que traten a estas personas, y eso va a ser nuestra punta de lanza en cuanto al tema de juego responsable aquí en Panamá, porque esto nunca se había dado, ni siquiera planteado. Y en cuanto pues a qué ley utilizamos o qué regulaciones utilizamos para elaborar nuestra resolución, pues prácticamente la colombiana fue la que más nos llamó la atención. Ninguna administración anterior a la Junta de Control de Juegos se había atrevido a tratar o ingresar al mundo online regulándolo hasta que entramos nosotros. Y nos gustó mucho el tema, nos gustó mucho la regulación de Colombia, pero principalmente la cadena para el tema del bloqueo de páginas ilegales. Esa parte la tienen muy, muy bien estructurada y nosotros apuntamos hacia eso. Ahora mismo, pues nosotros las denuncias que ponemos para el tema de bloqueo de páginas ilegales, la manejamos acá con la IG, que es la Autoridad de Innovación Gubernamental, y enviando sendas cartas llámese a Google para que nos ayuden con los bloqueos, a los operadores directamente que no estén ejerciendo la actividad de manera ilegal, y a las autoridades también de estas páginas. Pero sí nos llamó mucho la atención cómo ellos tienen muy bien estructurado ese tema del bloqueo a nivel de juego, la policía informática, todo esto lo tienen y hacia allá apuntamos nosotros. No, a pesar de ser, pues, como decir, los nuevos en esta materia, de tener prácticamente casi un año, tenemos altas expectativas en cuanto a esta regulación.
Gracias, Rodrigo. Sebastián, te doy la palabra a vos con respecto a este tema. ¿Cómo lo están manejando o cómo lo van a manejar el tema de juego responsable?
Bueno, nosotros en Lotería de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires nos autoconsideramos, también por lo que nos dicen los demás, la verdad, muy avanzados en temas de juego responsable. Viajamos por todos lados, damos conferencias, hemos participado en la mesa de Coljuegos muchas veces en esta materia por invitación de Coljuegos en Medellín, hemos estado, este año creo que fue virtual y creo que tenemos una invitación para la próxima que se va a hacer, obviamente que asistiremos. Nosotros, y ahí es la primera cosa que puedo decir que hicimos antes que nuestros colegas de Coljuegos, es ya tenemos regulado hace tiempo, reglamentado por resolución, nuestro propio programa de juego responsable, es un pilar de nuestra organización y el enfoque que tiene es que es el mismo programa o el mismo concepto para el juego físico, para el juego online y para atacar toda la problemática en lo que es el juego de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. En términos nosotros también tenemos un régimen de autoexcluidos que está digitalizado, que es de acceso por internet para cualquiera de quienes operan, y es obligatorio para los operadores del mundo físico como del mundo digital no permitir el ingreso al juego a cualquier autoexcluido. A diferencia de lo que contaba John Jairo, en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires vos te autoexcluís del juego en forma general. No podés entrar a una sala y tampoco podés jugar en un operador de juego en línea. ¿Ok? No es por juego, es autoexclusión completa del juego en cualquiera de sus modalidades en el ámbito de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. Estamos por incorporar la lectura de datos biométricos en las salas físicas para que el control no sea solo documental por DNI, sino va a haber dispositivos que detectan si una persona está en nuestra base autoexcluido. Nuestra base autoexcluido tiene las caras de las personas que se autoexcluyen. Así que, y con respecto al juego online, un poco lo que contó tanto John Jairo como lo que contó Rodrigo. Nosotros también tenemos nuestra propia marca de jugar bien, que es donde están los tips, donde apuntamos a mostrarle al público de lo que es jugar bien, jugar seguro, juego responsable. El concepto que dijo John Jairo no es solo el juego, es entretenimiento, y para nosotros el concepto de juego responsable no es solo el tratamiento de la poca población que tiene la problemática de la ludopatía, que al final el nivel de prevalencia es muy poco, es preventivo con respecto al resto de la población. Y el concepto de juego responsable tiene que ver mucho con lo que nosotros llamamos juego seguro. Por eso que inventamos, todos, no es que somos pioneros en esto, España ya lo hizo, Colombia como dijo también, es jugar bien. El marco de un operador de juego oficial en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires es medidas de prevención de efectos de ludopatía o de excesos en lo que nosotros consideramos un entretenimiento, juego regulado por el Estado donde se defienden los derechos de los apostadores y de los ciudadanos que no jueguen, juego como entretenimiento. Queremos llevar el concepto a algo más global que solo la visión quizás ochentosa de asociarlo a una enfermedad. ¿Ok? Y bueno, la Lotería de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires está certificada a nivel 3 y a punto de obtener el certificado nivel 4 de la World Lottery Association en términos de juegos responsables. Han venido los consultores internacionales de la World Lottery a certificarnos. Nuestro programa es de uso obligatorio para todos los operadores. Nosotros no licitamos el juego y el operador trae su programa de juego responsable, sino tiene que adherir al nuestro y tiene que certificarlo en 3 etapas, son 3 niveles de certificación. Para obtener un permiso para operar el juego en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires tiene que obtener el nivel 1, al año tiene que estar en el nivel 2 y a los 2 años tienen el nivel 3. El nivel 3 ya incluye, digamos, aceptación completa de todos nuestros programas, que tiene que ver con herramientas técnicas, límites, pantallas, son muy innovadoras, botones antipánico, lo que ya conocemos, que nos fuimos a copiar y a inventarlo mucho viendo lo que hacen nuestros colegas europeos, pero también tiene que ver con capacitación al personal, poner herramientas de concientización a la población, participar de campañas que la ciudad haga en espacios públicos. O sea, hay un montón de cosas, nos consideramos muy fuertes en eso y somos muy estrictos, porque hay algo que no mencioné. A diferencia del resto de las provincias y casi todos los países que hemos tenido la oportunidad de conversar y de conocer en estos años, la explotación del juego en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires está a nombre del Estado. Nosotros no estamos licitando y dando licencias de explotación a terceros, estamos dando permisos de comercialización de nuestro juego, porque nosotros somos los propietarios y los explotadores en términos constitucionales. ¿Okay? Así que por eso el programa de juego responsable es nuestro, por eso el programa de prevención de lavados de activos es nuestro, el oficial de cumplimiento de lavado de activos en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires no es Bet algo, es el presidente de la Lotería de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. Eso es constitucional en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. El juego lo explota solo la ciudad, el Estado, a través de proveedores de servicios, digamos. Así que estamos muy bien con eso. Y la segunda parte de la pregunta, obviamente, como ya lo dije, nosotros nos basamos primariamente en España. España había hecho una regulación muy fuerte, pero muy estricta y muy a prueba, digamos, y la verdad que con 7 años, en el momento que nosotros empezamos, ya llevan como 10 o más años de operación, pero en ese momento iban 7 y ellos nos decían, esto no lo volvería a hacer, esto no lo volvería a hacer, esto no lo volvería a hacer. Fuimos a ver la colombiana y nos pareció que era la española sin lo que ellos no volverían a hacer, con algunas mejoras. Entonces, claramente, vamos mirando siempre lo que hace Coljuegos, y además tiene el mismo approach que nosotros. Larguemos con lo obvio, después hablemos de criptomonedas, después veremos lo que es el mundo del juego virtual. Primero vamos por lo básico y vayamos aprendiendo y creciendo. Así que en todo lo que ellos hacen, y lo que recién hablaba Rodrigo también, de ir viendo, ir de a poco, para nosotros es el approach. Muchas veces el sector privado quiere ir por todo desde el día 1, ellos tienen que entender que no les conviene a ellos y no nos conviene a nosotros. Esta es una industria, como siempre digo, de nicho, para mí, es mi opinión personal, y es una industria que a la luz del resto de la población que no juega, no tiene mucha luz, justamente. Entonces, si nosotros somos muy agresivos con respecto a lo comercial, puede tener un efecto contrario, que de hecho lo estamos viendo en algunos países europeos, donde la prensa o la opinión pública se ha ido en contra en el caso español, por ejemplo, del juego online, que estaba bien regulado. Es como paradójico, algo bien regulado se convierte en algo mal visto. Entonces, queremos ir paso por paso, como decimos mucho por acá.
Gracias, Sebastián. Antes estabas hablando de las licencias y hablaste de la cantidad de licencias que se van a estar otorgando para los juegos de LOTBA, de la Lotería de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. ¿Están pensando en ampliar ese número o va a ser un número limitado? Te lo pregunto, sabiendo la respuesta, porque estoy viendo que hay varios operadores que nos están escuchando y creo que esta respuesta tuya podría llegar a interesar.
No, nosotros, nuestra regulación no contempla límites de cantidad de permisos, ¿no? Licencias, yo lo digo a veces en estas conferencias para que se entienda, pero el término jurídico correcto en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires es permisos. Si hay algún abogado de los míos, después me reta porque estoy diciendo algo que no es correcto. Bueno, son permisos. Ok, no, nosotros no tenemos límite de permisos. Como ya dije, hoy hay 15 empresas aspirando a obtener uno y muchos interesados que están en negociaciones informales o en averiguaciones informales. No tenemos límite, creemos, como cree Colombia o como creen muchos países, en que los mercados se autorregulan, en que el propio mercado establece comercialmente a la larga la competencia o la cantidad de empresas que pueden operar en un mercado como la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. Sí, obviamente hay unas barreras de entrada lógicas que tienen que ver con ciertos resguardos patrimoniales o de riesgo, porque lo asumimos nosotros como Estado explotador, para que no sea cualquier kiosco de la esquina el que obtiene un permiso, o sea, eso es claro, pero no tenemos límites como hay otras jurisdicciones en Argentina que sí han establecido límites por temas administrativos, de organizarse. Es un desafío para nosotros como sociedad administrativa de después poder administrar ese volumen de empresas, pero bueno, es la bajada o la forma que tiene la ciudad de trabajar. Como ya dije, hay 15, de las cuales 12 o 13 están moviéndose fuertes, 5 o 6 están a punto de obtenerlo, algunas otras 2 están como ahí expectantes, pero no hay límites. Y nosotros sí tenemos la competencia para ir dando permisos en bloques, no es nuestra intención, pero sí tenemos nuestros intereses, así que estamos por dar los permisos a los que más avanzados están, no significa que cortemos el proceso de los otros, y sí tenemos la competencia en algún momento, como hacía España, de frenar esa ventana, pero solo por temas de organizaciones. Nuestra todavía está abierta y no hay voluntad de cerrarla, pero sí la norma lo prevé. ¿Okay?
Gracias, gracias, Sebastián. Mientras vamos cerrando, ya quedan unos 10, 15 minutos, quiero recordarles a toda la audiencia, veo que hay unos cuantos participantes, que si tienen alguna pregunta para hacer, la pueden hacer a través del chat. La voy a estar leyendo desde ahí y se las voy a estar haciendo a quien corresponda. John, paso a vos con un tema que mencionaba Sebastián hace un ratito, que es el tema de la ayuda que las loterías, los entes reguladores dan al Estado, al gobierno, a través del juego. Ustedes en Coljuegos tienen una política bastante fuerte al respecto. De hecho, nosotros permanentemente estamos publicando noticias de ustedes o nos encontramos con noticias de ustedes al respecto. ¿Qué nos podés decir respecto a este tema?
No entendí muy bien la pregunta respecto a cuál tema. O sea,
la recaudación de impuestos a través del juego.
Ok, ya entendí.
¿Ya? Sí, perfecto.
Sí. Vale, Fernando, como tal, digamos que solamente aquí una cuña, porque escuché a Sebastián. En efecto, Sebastián, sabemos que en efecto ustedes nos llevan como avances en el tema de juego responsable y digamos así como Colombia ha sido un referente en los juegos online, para nosotros ustedes también son un referente, así que estaremos muy en contacto con ustedes para que nos ayuden a sacar adelante toda esta resolución de juego responsable acá en Colombia.
Y desde ya te digo, perdonen el resto de la gente este cruce, pero que estamos a disposición de ustedes, que nos han ayudado tanto, y con todo gusto les devolveremos los favores con lo que quieran. O sea, ya lo saben.
Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, Fernando, para responder a tu pregunta, digamos que sí, digamos que acá en Colombia, cuando estamos en el proceso de reglamentación de un nuevo juego, siempre buscamos, hacemos un ejercicio de benchmarking con otras jurisdicciones, como por tratar de identificar cuál debe ser esa tarifa óptima que se le debe cobrar a nuestros operadores autorizados cada vez que reglamentamos un nuevo juego de sorteo de azar. Digamos que siempre se debe tener en cuenta que a veces, por pretender de ganar más impuestos, se puede poner en riesgo la continuidad de ciertas modalidades de juego de sorteo de azar a largo plazo. Por eso, siempre uno tiene que verificar, validar esa rentabilidad financiera para el operador y que siga siendo viable financieramente también para ellos y para nosotros como Estado, de tal forma de garantizar esa continuidad de este juego a largo plazo. Nosotros acá en Colombia, para los juegos online, tenemos una tarifa dispuesta del 15% sobre los ingresos netos del juego como tal, y el tema de exención de IVA favoreció muchísimo al éxito de la implementación de este juego en Colombia, y digamos que de esa forma como tal, así construimos también todos nuestros reglamentos, siempre buscando la viabilidad financiera y rentabilidad para el operador, y obviamente propender por la generación de más recursos para la nación, que, como lo dije al principio, digamos que tiene una destinación social prevalente, que es el financiamiento de la salud pública de los colombianos acá en el país.
Gracias, John. Y como decía hace un ratito, nos van quedando unos 10 minutos como para ir terminando. Quería preguntarte, John, en realidad es una pregunta que les voy a hacer a los tres. ¿Cuál sería el mensaje final que les podés dejar, John, a todos los participantes de este evento?
Mensaje final como tal, digamos que fortalecer juego responsable. Digamos que debemos crecer como sector como tal, fortalecer el sentido de responsabilidad social empresarial en el sector de juegos de sorteo de azar, porque así digamos que vamos a lograr una sostenibilidad en el tiempo. Y en cuanto a regulación, digamos que como lo que he escuchado, me parece que lo están haciendo bien, por lo menos lo que menciona Sebastián. Vamos paso a paso, a medida que va madurando el mercado, uno puede ir ampliando la oferta de juegos de sorteo de azar, pero como tal, sí es muy importante ofrecerle al jugador la mayor cantidad disponible de juegos, de tal forma que no haya una concentración en las apuestas. Acá en Colombia, digamos que pues, es un país futbolero realmente, y la mayor concentración de apuestas está en las apuestas deportivas en línea como tal. Con ocasión a la pandemia, algo positivo que uno puede rescatar de la pandemia es de que con la cancelación de los eventos deportivos hubo una desconcentración de estas apuestas, y anteriormente estaba 70% en juegos de apuestas deportivas, hoy ya ha bajado un poco. Hoy digamos que se ha fortalecido los juegos de casino como máquinas, ruleta, blackjack, juegos virtuales, ahora que entró Operación Casino en Vivo. Digamos que en la medida que tengamos una variedad de oferta para nuestros jugadores, vamos a evitar de que ocurra esa concentración de apuestas en línea.
Muchas gracias John. Rodrigo, te cedo la palabra para que puedas decir las últimas palabras antes de terminar con la conferencia.
Bueno, primero agradecerles por este espacio y como mensaje, pues, a los que estén interesados en venir a operar a Panamá, pues, bienvenidos, confíen en nuestro país. Tenemos una regulación, a pesar de ser nueva, muy robusta, no para afectarlo, sino para hacer las cosas bien, tanto para el jugador como para el operador. Y al final del día, pues, tanto el operador como nosotros, como Estado regulador, somos socios. Ellos, pues, vienen con su inversión para generar su ingreso, pues, y nosotros para recibir nuestra participación, que va destinada, pues, a diversas entidades sociales, llámese la Cruz Roja panameña. Ayudamos al aporte de los jubilados en la Caja del Seguro Social. Entonces, pues, bienvenidos a Panamá, y como dijimos desde el inicio, ¿no? Queremos calidad y no cantidad. Operadores responsables, con ganas de hacer las cosas bien, son bienvenidos a Panamá.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias también por tus palabras. Sebastián, te deseo el honor de cerrar este panel.
No, un poco voy a cerrar en la misma línea que hablaron John, Jairo y Rodrigo. O sea, este es el mercado latinoamericano que se está abriendo. Veo que, por lo menos entre los que nos acompañan hoy a través del Zoom, hay operadores, hay laboratorios, hay empresas del sector privado, hay mucha gente de Europa o de no Latinoamérica. Y yo invito a toda la gente que invierta en nuestro continente y en mi país y en nuestra ciudad, es a construir lo que dijo John Jairo. Nosotros acá somos socios, todos los que estamos dentro de la industria sabemos lo que vale, los recursos que genera y lo valioso que es, pero tenemos que aprender que tenemos que buscar el equilibrio y trabajarlo en conjunto para darle sustentabilidad a este negocio, que hay muchos intereses por desconocimiento o por cultura que están en contra de esta industria, y que si buscamos el corto plazo comercial fuerte, por ahí atenta al largo plazo y la sustentabilidad del negocio. Yo lo veo mucho lo que fue pasando en Europa en términos de materia de publicidad y me preocupa, o en materia de... Entonces hay que construir esa confianza en el público, en que esto es una industria seria, segura, regulada, que busca el entretenimiento, pero entre todos, no puede ser que solo sea el regulador quien vele por esos intereses. Tenemos que hacerlo entre todos. Las empresas tienen que tener responsabilidad, como dijo John Jairo, y Latinoamérica para mí es un diamante en bruto donde se puede empezar a construir eso y aprender de los errores de otros continentes que nos llevan la ventaja en el tiempo y que hoy están padeciendo ciertos errores que cometieron al inicio. Si querés, ese sería mi mensaje. Nosotros vamos a trabajar con nuestros operadores en mesas de trabajo muy fuertes en materia de responsabilidad social y empresaria, en términos de cómo van a publicitar, que no está prohibido, pero sí va a estar reglamentado, en cuál es el approach que tienen que tener hacia el público, en comunicar en materia de jugar bien y juego responsable. Así que un poco es la gran invitación. O sea, yo considero que la sustentabilidad de este negocio tiene que ver con esa práctica de la industria, y cuando hablo de la industria es de todas las patas de esta industria.
Gracias, Sebastián. Bueno, John Jairo de Coljuegos, Rodrigo Tomás de la Junta de Control de Juegos de Panamá, y quien acaba de hablar, Sebastián Vivot de la Lotería de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. Les agradezco mucho por su tiempo y en nombre de los organizadores también muchas gracias. Ahora le vamos a dar paso al siguiente panel, que también van a estar hablando de los mercados latinoamericanos. Va a estar con nosotros Ida López, es la presidente del Instituto Provincial de Juegos y Casinos de Mendoza, en Argentina. Vivian Villagrán, es la superintendente de la Superintendencia de Casinos de Juegos de Chile. María Emilia Corral, que es la Legal Advisor, perdón, lo tengo en inglés y haciéndolo en el momento no me sale en español, Legal Advisor to the Board of Directors at the Lottery of the Province of Mendoza, Argentina también. Y va a estar siendo moderadora nuestra querida Karen Sierra de GLI. Así que los dejo con todos ellos.
Querida por algunos.
Gracias, Sebastián. Están calladitos y salen con la voz. Perfecto. 1.000.000 de gracias, Fernando, por la presentación. Tenemos aquí a María Emilia, la veo ya en la pantalla. Sé que Vivian también está. No sé si no le han habilitado la cámara. Si Vivian pudiera, para ver.
Tengo micrófono, pero cámara no tengo todavía.
No. Ok. No sé, Soltan, if you can help us with Vivian video or the camera, maybe from your side.
Ya, aquí me dice, ya me llegó, ahí sí estoy, ya.
Perfecto. Bueno, 1.000.000 de gracias por acompañarnos en este panel, a todos los que nos están escuchando. Gracias, Soltan, y gracias a Hipter por permitirnos organizar esta parte de la conferencia enfocada en Latinoamérica. En el día de hoy, en este panel, nos vamos a estar enfocando en 3 mercados emergentes, y les llamamos emergentes desde el punto de vista de juego online. Obviamente, cada uno en una situación diferente. Tenemos mercados que están en proceso apenas de planeación, de entendimiento de la regulación de juego online, explorando. Tenemos otros en proceso de regulación y, por otro lado, otros en proceso de implementación, ¿verdad? Entonces tenemos aquí, con mucho gusto, a María Emilia Corral. Ella es asesora legal del directorio del Instituto Provincial de Juegos y Casinos de Mendoza, entidad reguladora del juego, y también lotería gubernamental de la provincia de Mendoza en Argentina. Tenemos también a Vivian Villagrán, que es la superintendenta de Casinos de Juego de Chile, es la reguladora de los juegos de casinos, hay que especificar, en la jurisdicción de Chile. Lastimosamente, Ida no nos pudo acompañar por problemas técnicos, pero María Emilia está preparada para hacer toda la presentación. Y en este caso, también estoy yo como moderadora, pero también voy a estar dando los detalles acerca de la provincia de Buenos Aires. Entonces, sin más demoras, vamos a empezar con la primera pregunta. Sé que estamos un poco atrasados con los tiempos. Empiezo con María Emilia y la provincia de Mendoza. El año pasado, ¿verdad?, la jurisdicción de Mendoza publicó la legislación que autoriza la operación de juego online. En este momento entendemos que está en proceso de desarrollar sus regulaciones y de publicar los pliegos de la licitación pública. Entonces, en este momento lo que nos gustaría entender y que entienda el público que nos está oyendo es cuáles son las características, ¿verdad?, principales que va a tener esta futura industria de juego online, cómo va a ser el proceso de aprobación, los principales puntos que nos puedas no compartir de esta regulación, de esta legislación, de esta nueva legislación, obviamente, lo que dice la ley, porque la regulación aún no está, y también un poquito acerca de los plazos que está manejando el instituto para lo que es la regulación, publicación de la regulación y publicación de los pliegos de licitación. María Emilia.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas. Mi nombre es María Emilia. Lamento que Ida no nos pueda acompañar hoy, pero bueno, por problemas de conexión estoy yo a cargo de esta charla. Muchas gracias por haberme invitado. Como bien dijiste, Karen, se sancionó la ley 9267 el año pasado, en octubre específicamente, cuyo objeto es regular la actividad de juego en línea en la provincia de Mendoza. Entendemos por el objeto ya sea por haber sido realizada físicamente dentro del territorio de la provincia de Mendoza o por haberse realizado en el territorio de otras provincias que en el futuro suscriban un convenio con el instituto. Los tipos de juegos son aquellos juegos de azar en los que estén en juego cantidades de dinero y las apuestas deportivas, siempre y cuando se realicen no por medios electrónicos. La ley expresamente excluye los sorteos físicos, es decir, las loterías, las quinielas y las tómbolas, aun cuando el sistema de captación electrónica sea un medio de comercialización. Ello en virtud de que en la provincia de Mendoza estos sorteos físicos ya poseen su propia normativa y se encuentra vigente. Bien, según la ley, el instituto podrá otorgar licencias, como mínimo 2 y como máximo 7, a través de un procedimiento específico que será de licitación pública. Entendemos que el mínimo de 2 fue necesario ponerlo para evitar un monopolio en el mercado y el máximo de 7 porque en virtud de los estudios que se realizó en el Instituto Provincial de Juegos y Casinos entendemos que es el máximo posible para el mercado de Mendoza. Las vigencias serán por un plazo de 10 años con posibilidad de un año de prórroga. Los requisitos para obtener las licencias son bastante simples y comunes a las legislaciones actuales, que son poseer domicilio en la provincia de Mendoza y encontrarse inscriptos en los organismos impositivos vigentes. En este caso, en la provincia de Mendoza es la Administración Tributaria Mendoza o ATM. También en los pliegos licitatorios se ahondará más en la solvencia técnica, económica, financiera y en los antecedentes que se requerirán. Luego, una vez obtenido la licencia, los licenciatarios pagarán un canon único e inicial y luego un canon mensual al instituto. El monto de los cánones y la forma de pago serán determinados y publicados una vez que terminemos con los pliegos licitatorios. El impuesto provincial es muy importante porque ya está determinado en la ley impositiva del año 2021 y se puede consultar en las páginas web, es de un monto del 12% del resultado neto mensual. Es importante señalar también que la ley establece parámetros en materia de publicidad que deberán respetar los licenciatarios con miras de brindar siempre información clara, veraz y no engañosa, y también desde el punto de vista del juego responsable. Por ejemplo, no se debe incentivar el juego, no deberá fomentar la participación excesiva, ni que ganar es el resultado más probable, y tampoco debe estar dirigida a menores de edad, ni resultar atractiva para ellos. Entiendo que todo esto es común ya a las legislaciones y a las reglamentaciones que venimos trabajando y implementando en los distintos puntos de Latinoamérica y Europa. También hace fuerte hincapié la ley en la política interdisciplinaria de responsabilidad social y en el cumplimiento del programa de juego responsable vigente emitido por el Instituto Provincial de Juegos y Casinos. Entre las distintas pautas, pero muy generales, se establece en la ley los mecanismos de autolimitación y de autoexclusión de los jugadores. Es importante señalar que esta autoexclusión de jugadores va a estar en consonancia con el registro único de autoexcluidos de la provincia de Mendoza, es decir, que una persona que se autoexcluye en el juego online va a estar también autoexcluida y en el juego físico y viceversa. Quienes podrán participar se considerarán jugadores, todas personas mayores de edad, siempre y cuando se registre. Es muy importante que el jugador al momento de participar tenga una cuenta de juego. Esta cuenta de juego, la ley establece que se deberán abrir siempre de forma gratuita, tendrán carácter personal e intransferible. Los créditos siempre deberán expresarse en moneda de curso legal de Argentina y el jugador deberá tener acceso ya sea al importe jugado y al saldo en la cuenta de juego. También la ley busca proteger los datos personales de conformidad a la normativa vigente de Argentina y se deberá desarrollar la actividad del juego en línea respetando y asegurando el cumplimiento de las normativas en materia de lavado de activos y el marco regulatorio de la Unión de Información Financiera. En cuanto a lo importante, que son los tiempos que nos lleva al Instituto Provincial de Juegos y Casinos a reglamentar y perfeccionar los pliegos de la licitación pública, entendemos que estamos trabajando fuertemente, día a día, en la confección de los mismos y esperamos que en el primer semestre de este año ya se publique la reglamentación y se lleve a cabo la licitación pública correspondiente.
Perfecto, muchos detalles muy importantes que consideran sobre todo los operadores para entrar en nuestras nuevas jurisdicciones. Un solo dato a aclarar, en el caso de Mendoza, los operadores que estén interesados en entrar a la jurisdicción tienen que tener alguna asociación o algún capital argentino como pasaba en provincia, eso para aclararle a los que están escuchando.
No, no tienen que tener ninguna asociación ni el requisito que se exige sí en provincia de Buenos Aires.
Ok, perfecto. Eso es importante también considerarlo. Mil gracias, María Emilia. Ahora me muevo con Vivian, que nos acompaña representando a la jurisdicción de Chile. Y le pedí la participación a Vivian en este panel porque pienso que es muy importante lograr claridad, ¿verdad?, de lo que sucede en nuestras diferentes jurisdicciones, ¿no? En el caso de Vivian, en Chile, pues, por supuesto, pues el juego online todavía oficial o legal no se ha establecido, ¿no?, por legislación. Entonces, lo que a mí me gustaría es que Vivian nos comparta en este panel cuál es el panorama actual del juego online en Chile, qué es lo que está permitido, qué es lo que no, qué es lo que es legal, qué es lo que no. Y dentro de lo que también está permitido, pues los tipos de juegos y apuestas, ¿verdad? Por ejemplo, que operan también las loterías, ¿no?, como Lotería de Concepción, Polla Chilena. Y finalmente, que sabemos, porque lo han publicado ustedes en alguna otra ocasión, los avances que están haciendo ustedes como entidad reguladora para prepararse para afrontar en un futuro, si es que se dan las condiciones, regular y supervisar el juego online. Te dejo la palabra, Vivian.
Muchas gracias, Karen, y muchas gracias por la invitación a este panel. Lo primero quizás es partir, porque uno podría separar las jurisdicciones en dos grandes bloques. Aquellas donde el juego no tiene naturaleza ilícita y es legal, y aquellas jurisdicciones donde el juego, por definición, tiene naturaleza ilícita, que es el caso de Chile. En el caso de Chile, esta es una actividad económica de naturaleza ilícita. Por lo tanto, su explotación está delegada a que exista un marco normativo y legal que lo autorice de manera expresa, con las reglas y condiciones que la ley específica les permita. Obviamente, hoy en día no hay una ley de juego online en Chile que de alguna manera abarque todas las modalidades de juego posibles. Sin embargo, en los marcos legales, como tú bien señalabas, de la Polla Chilena de Beneficencia, de la Lotería de Concepción y del Teletrack, sí existe la posibilidad de la explotación del canal en línea. En el caso de Teletrack, es propiedad de los hipódromos y las apuestas respecto de las carreras de caballos se pueden llevar a cabo a través de la modalidad online. En el caso de la Polla Chilena de Beneficencia, ellos tienen fundamentalmente, yo te diría, dos grandes productos. Uno que es el loto, que también se puede apostar por la vía online, y Experto, que es un sistema de apuestas y que representa más o menos el 11,2% de sus ingresos, equivalente a 27 millones de dólares. El resto, un 7%, son otros juegos, pero básicamente está orientado a eso. Y en el caso de la Lotería de Concepción, el hueso tiene que ver con el sorteo de las loterías, y también uno puede participar a través del canal online. En el caso de los casinos de juego, cuando se generó la ley 19.995, la ley expresamente puso una frase en que se prohíbe la explotación de las licencias de juego de los casinos a través de la modalidad online, ¿ya? Y eso obviamente constituye una traba para poder desarrollar esta actividad. Esta situación, obviamente, la ley nuestra se promulgó en el año 2005 y tuvo una modificación en el año 2015, yo diría que ya desde el 2010 en adelante se empezó a discutir sobre la necesidad eventual de poder incorporar la modalidad de juego online. Nosotros como superintendencia ya desde el año 2019 definimos una mesa de trabajo con la industria para ir de alguna manera consensuando los aspectos que podría tener una eventual regulación en esta materia. Pero aquí también es importante hacer una precisión. La superintendencia es un organismo autónomo que se vincula con el Ejecutivo a través del Ministerio de Hacienda. Sin embargo, nosotros no tenemos la potestad para generar legislación. Esto es propio del Poder Ejecutivo. Nosotros en este contexto actuamos única y exclusivamente como un organismo técnico que asesora al Ejecutivo, pero la iniciativa legislativa la tiene el Ejecutivo, sin perjuicio de que nosotros, en el marco de generar el desarrollo de una industria sustentable y entendiendo el vasto desarrollo que a la fecha ha tenido el canal online,
Estamos perdiendo a Vivian con la señal. No sé
nos
si
parece absolutamente...
Sí. No sé si quitando el video, Vivian, de pronto te vamos a escuchar mejor. ¿No? Bueno, ojalá no la hayamos perdido, porque entonces sí, vamos a tener que que ampliar un poquito más acá. La veo, no la veo conectada. Ah, sí está conectada. Vivian, ¿nos escuchas? La perdimos allí. Lo que hacemos, María Emilia, es que continuamos contigo un poquito hasta que Vivian se pueda conectar otra vez.
Obvio, sí, no hay problema.
Sí. Bueno, me faltaba a mí hablar un poquito. Ah, Vivian, ¿estás en mute? No se oye.
Me pusieron unmute, ahí sí.
Te
No sé si me quieren
perdimos,
apagar la cámara. Sí, me di cuenta que me perdieron porque yo hablaba muy entusiasta y no tenía ningún retorno.
Sí, no te preocupes. Sultan, can you please turn off Vivian's camera so the signal is better? If you're hearing us. Sí, no sé si tú misma la puedes apagar.
Has de saber
también.
tú, Karen, que este es el horario, nosotros nos estamos acercando al momento en que en Chile se produce la mayor cantidad de conexiones a la red. Justamente desde las 8 de la noche hasta las 9:30 es cuando la mayoría de la gente está utilizando la red. Y yo que tengo muy buena conexión, en este horario la conexión suele ser un poco más inestable.
Qué
bueno,
terrible, sí.
Es terrible. Bueno, yo creo que me quedé en la parte en que yo les señalaba que la iniciativa legal era del Ejecutivo.
Sí, es
Claro,
correcto.
sin perjuicio de eso, nosotros lo asesorábamos técnicamente y que habíamos constituido una mesa de trabajo con la industria. Y a partir de las distintas experiencias que nosotros hemos visto, de alguna manera lo que nosotros hemos definido son como los ejes en los cuales se tiene que basar una eventual legislación en esta materia. Y respecto de eso hay como ciertos principios que creemos que se deben establecer y creemos que esta ley tiene que ser una ley fundamentalmente que levante los principios, pero que deje un espacio para poder de alguna manera tener flexibilidad y que estos espacios de precisión se deleguen en reglamentos. Lo que hemos visto es que en general las leyes, cuando abordan mercados que son tan dinámicos y donde se producen tantas innovaciones, muchas veces si tienen espacios de rigidez cuesta poder adaptarse. Y dentro de esas grandes cosas que hemos podido establecer, lo primero es contar con una definición que sea lo más amplia y flexible, como te decía, toda vez que esta es una industria de alta innovación tecnológica. También nos parece importante abordar la demanda existente para abarcar en el ámbito legal los intereses de los jugadores chilenos y limitar el sector ilegal. Nos parece obviamente muy importante revisar los aspectos tributarios. Nosotros tuvimos la posibilidad en la feria que se desarrolla en Londres de reunirnos con distintos eventuales proveedores, y nos llamó la atención que ellos nos señalaron que si bien es cierto los aspectos tributarios a ellos les importaban, no eran los más relevantes y que se podían mover en un rango de tributos que podía ir entre el 10 y hasta el 25%, que era relevante, pero que no eran los aspectos más relevantes que ellos consideraban, lo cual a nosotros nos llamó bastante la atención. Habíamos ya revisado también cuáles eran las tributaciones que existían. Sí, llama la atención porque uno pensaría es un aspecto particularmente sensible. Y varios nos dijeron que habían otros aspectos que les importaban mucho más. Entre ellos, los formatos de la licencia. Es decir, si la licencia es permanente, no es permanente, si es por un plazo o no por un plazo, si además de los ingresos que se generan a través de las apuestas o de los juegos que allí se trancen, de alguna manera existe la posibilidad de que en ese formato de licencia yo tenga flexibilidad para incorporar nuevos juegos o no nuevos juegos. El formato de la licencia aparentemente es un aspecto particularmente sensible en la estructura de incentivos que se puede producir, ¿ya? Y aquí también hay muchas diferencias, obviamente, desde que hay licencias con un periodo de tiempo, hasta que hay licencias sin periodo de tiempo, hasta que hay licencias con cupos o licencias sin cupos, ¿ya? El otro tema relevante es el control de los sitios no autorizados y el manejo del juego ilegal. Porque obviamente este es un problema que también aparece en los casinos brick and mortar, todos los casinos físicos, pero también es tremendamente relevante al momento de revisar cómo uno controla todos los sitios no autorizados que se pueden de alguna manera presentar. Otro de los aspectos relevantes, obviamente, son los medios de pago autorizados, y finalmente algo que aparece en todos los seminarios a los que hemos nosotros asistido y en los que hemos escuchado, todas las medidas de juego responsable y las restricciones de publicidad. Yo diría que esos son los principales aspectos que nosotros hasta ahora hemos abordado y que han sido de bastante consenso con los actores que actualmente nosotros regulamos, que son básicamente los casinos físicos, pero que obviamente tienen un interés expreso y manifiesto en poder explotar el canal online. Dicho esto, nosotros también hemos visto cuál ha sido el comportamiento que han tenido los distintos mercados en la medida en que han generado estas regulaciones. Y obviamente en el juego online uno podría separar, por así decirlo, en dos grandes mundos. Todo lo que es la explotación de casinos online, con todos los juegos que tienen los casinos online, y todo lo que es el mundo de las apuestas. Y hablo de las apuestas en sentido amplio. En América Latina claramente la apuesta deportiva es particularmente relevante, pero el mundo de las apuestas es un mundo vasto y sujeto a toda la creatividad que puede existir. Particularmente en esto nos llama mucho la atención Inglaterra, donde básicamente se apuesta de todo, o sea, la apuesta deportiva es relevante, pero hay un campo importante de las cosas más insólitas respecto de las cuales se pueden hacer apuestas. Así que yo te diría que eso es lo que nosotros hemos estado abordando, y estábamos en un trabajo bien interesante en esta materia y avanzando muy bien, hasta que en el caso de Chile se nos juntó por una parte lo que se conoció como el estallido social en octubre del año 2019, y ya en el año 2020 nos hemos visto sumergidos en todo lo que es la pandemia. Por lo tanto, aquí ha habido una especie de paréntesis, porque hemos estado enfrascados básicamente en los desafíos que nos ha traído una industria que prácticamente durante el año pasado funcionó solamente 2 meses y medio. Eso.
No, y has tocado todo, justamente la pregunta iba dirigida a justamente entender también cuáles eran los puntos que eran de principal preocupación para la superintendencia como futuro regulador si se dieran las condiciones, y has tocado todos los puntos perfectamente. Creo que Chile tiene una oportunidad fabulosa, porque si van a crear esto a nivel de legislación, con toda la experiencia que están aprendiendo, que han aprendido con los diferentes mercados que van a estar implementándose como los vecinos, porque son vecinos de ustedes, Mendoza, también ahí con la frontera, ¿verdad? Va a ser de mucha ayuda para crear una ley que, como, ¿no? Aprendiendo de los errores y de lo positivo también de todos los demás que les preceden. Así que agradecemos mucho que hayas compartido esos detalles, y nos alegra mucho saber que Chile está muy motivado en generar una regulación de juego online que permita que la industria sea exitosa, ¿no? Para que sea un beneficio para todos. Yo voy a tocar el tema de la provincia de Buenos Aires con relación a esta misma pregunta, desde el punto de vista de cuál es el estatus actual de la provincia, ¿no? Sebastián mencionó en su presentación el tema de las jurisdicciones en Argentina, las 24 provincias, acá está María Emilia de Mendoza, ¿no? Y asimismo está la provincia de Buenos Aires, ¿verdad? Cuya entidad reguladora es el Instituto Provincial de Lotería y Casinos de la provincia. El modelo regulatorio que ellos adoptaron a través de su legislación del juego online, que fue publicada en el 2018, está basada en el modelo español, más que nada, ¿no? Con algunas características que incorporaron de la colombiana, ¿no? En esta legislación se señalaba que podía haber hasta un máximo de 7 licencias emitidas, ¿verdad?, para operar juego online, algo parecido a lo que en Mendoza se ha hecho, ¿no? Finalmente, el proceso de presentación de propuestas terminó en el primer semestre, perdón, del 2019, pero es hasta recientemente en diciembre del 2020 cuando se publican los ganadores de estas licencias, ¿no? Que vinieron a ser Bet365, 888, Intralot, Betson, William Hill, Playtech y el Stars Group. Todos en asociación con empresas o empresarios argentinos, ya que la regulación sí establecía que debía haber algún tipo de capital argentino dentro de la operación por ley, ¿no? Justamente por eso le hacía la pregunta a María Emilia antes. En el caso de Provincia de Buenos Aires, también como mencionó María Emilia, se tuvo que demostrar la solvencia técnica, económica y financiera, y parte de esa solvencia técnica era el requerimiento de presentar un proyecto técnico que es una figura tomada totalmente de la jurisdicción española, y que en el caso de Ciudad de Buenos Aires, ¿no? LOTBA también es un requerimiento para obtener la licencia. La situación en que se encuentra ahora mismo, pues lo que es el pago de la garantía de cumplimiento de obligaciones e impuestos que venció el periodo, y parte de los requerimientos que tendrán que cumplir estos operadores eventualmente para poder operar es la certificación final del proyecto técnico que mencioné anteriormente, para el cual tienen un periodo de 90 días para ello, ¿no? En los medios de pago, muy importante mencionarlos, y los mencionaron tanto María Emilia como Vivian. En el caso de la provincia de Buenos Aires, se permitirá, ¿verdad?, el uso del dinero en efectivo, transferencias bancarias, tarjetas de crédito y débito. Y también señala la regulación que cualquier otro medio de pago que autorice la autoridad, o sea, el regulador, ¿no? En cuanto a los tipos de juego, parecido a lo que señaló Mendoza, ¿no? Todos los tipos de juegos tradicionales de casino, tragamonedas, blackjack, ¿verdad? Los juegos en vivo también se permiten, colocan ellos una particularidad en la provincia de que solamente puede ser mesas que transfieran la señal desde salones o salas de juego que ya cuentan con autorización para operar juego online. O sea, no van a poder haber estudios en vivo en otras jurisdicciones fuera de la provincia de Buenos Aires. Una particularidad también de los tipos de juegos, las apuestas hípicas. Nosotros hemos notado que la mayoría de las jurisdicciones se excluyen a las apuestas hípicas, ¿no?, de la operación de juego online. Sin embargo, aquí se permite igualmente las apuestas deportivas, pero también con la particularidad de que estas deben estar dentro de un listado, un catálogo que va a crear la provincia para este efecto. Y finalmente, las apuestas sobre eventos reales, no deportivos, que pueden ser cualquiera, con excepción de eventos de carácter político, ¿no? Particularidad también sobre esto es que en esta licitación se dejó por fuera a los juegos de lotería, donde por regulación se va a permitir que el instituto emita autorizaciones específicas para captar apuestas sobre los juegos lotéricos. Y no quería dejar tampoco por fuera el tema del juego responsable para la provincia de Buenos Aires, porque en tema de juego presencial ha tenido una fuerte campaña, ha puesto muchísimos esfuerzos en lo que es promover el juego responsable, y no solamente desde el punto de vista de concientización, sino también desde el punto de vista de acercarle la ayuda, ¿verdad?, y el apoyo a las personas que tienen un problema de juego, desde clínicas hasta líneas calientes, que podemos llamar los hotline, ¿verdad?, el número 1-800, donde las personas pueden llegar a recibir ayuda, ¿no?, y guía. Así que, y fuera de esto, obviamente en la parte del requerimiento de operación, pues también todo lo que tiene que ver con los límites autoimpuestos en las apuestas, las listas de autoexclusión, igual a como señaló María Emilia en Mendoza, el requerimiento de consultar esta esta lista de autoexclusión antes de permitir el registro de jugadores. No quiero ampliarme mucho más porque tenemos 2 preguntas más y estamos a 26 minutos del panel, así que voy a seguir a la siguiente para que Vivian y María Emilia nos cuenten. Esta va para las dos. El juego online, obviamente ya lo dijimos reiteradamente, no opera, ¿verdad?, oficialmente o legalmente en su jurisdicción todavía. Pero algo que nos preguntan mucho los operadores, los proveedores, es cuál es la dimensión del mercado, el futuro mercado de juego online, el potencial, ¿no? Y para eso me gustaría que compartieran 2 cosas: las cifras y estadísticas de la operación de juego presencial actual de su jurisdicción, y por otro lado, datos específicos de la jurisdicción, como tamaño de la población, penetración del internet. Todos estos suelen ser tomados en cuenta, ¿verdad?, por las empresas para determinar si entran o no en la jurisdicción o si invierten en esta, ¿no? Entonces voy a dejar que María Emilia empiece y nos cuente un poquito en ese sentido de su jurisdicción.
Bien, bueno, como bien señalaste, es complejo determinar el potencial de un mercado que no está, sino que está en la ilegalidad, pero desde el instituto sí recurrimos a ciertos datos, cifras y estadísticas para posibilitar una cierta determinación del potencial mercado. Algunas de las estadísticas que diré no están del todo actualizadas al año 2020, pero sí constituyen un buen parámetro. El tamaño de la población de la provincia de Mendoza es cerca de 2 millones de habitantes. El PBI, en el cual Mendoza lo van a encontrar con otro nombre, que es el Producto Bruto Geográfico, es de alrededor de 571 millones de pesos a valores del año del 2019. La tasa del crecimiento respecto del año 2019 al año 2018 fue del 44% a valores nominales, pero en valores comparables en Mendoza se toma el año 1993 como referencia, representa una caída del 2,3%, y estas diferencias entre las tasas se explica por el contexto inflacionario de nuestro país. Dichos datos, si los quieren buscar, son emitidos por la DEIE, que es la Dirección de Estadísticas e Investigaciones Económicas del Gobierno de la provincia de Mendoza. Respecto a la industria del juego presencial en Mendoza, tomé como referencia aquellos valores que se encuentran abiertos al público en nuestra página web institucional, Y en el año 2019, en virtud de que el año 2020 fue totalmente anómalo y estuvimos, bueno, ya sabemos las circunstancias de este año. La media poblacional del año 2019 fue en los casinos físicos, específicamente de un 35% de la población mendocina. En cuanto a la penetración de los servicios financieros, con el avance que hemos visto de la tecnología en la pandemia, había un gran incremento del uso de los servicios financieros por parte de la población mendocina. Vemos cómo las entidades bancarias, las billeteras virtuales, han incrementado su participación ampliamente en el mercado, y específicamente podemos tener una cifra del Banco Central de la República Argentina que el 80% de la población adulta tiene al menos una cuenta bancaria y una tarjeta de débito asociada. Además, el Banco Central es muy importante porque desde su regulación está acompañando todo este proceso de innovación tecnológica con normativa que promueve la aplicación de esta tecnología, como los pagos con QR o los sistemas de identificación biométrica. La penetración del Internet, también tenemos datos muy actualizados del INDEC, en el cual se ha encuestado a una cantidad de 120 empresas aproximadamente en todo el territorio nacional, y se ha determinado que en Mendoza el 75% de la población mendocina tiene acceso a Internet, del cual el 69% de ese 75% es a través de la telefonía móvil, es decir, dispositivos portátiles, resultando solamente el 6% acceso a Internet fijo. Esos datos también, si desean obtenerlos, están en el informe técnico número 222 del INDEC, que están también para acceso al público. Así que espero que les haya servido estos datos de utilidad, los cuales los pueden acceder en Internet o me informan y yo se los envío.
No, buenísimo, la verdad es que los datos que estás dando, aparte, lo que siempre se habla, ¿no? Cuando hablamos en eventos de la industria, la importancia de la telefonía celular y del juego a través de los celulares es fundamental. Las cifras que nos compartes no dejan de darnos la razón en ese sentido. Y el tema de la población, por eso les pedí mayor información, porque siempre se piensa en la población tiene una importancia, ¿no?, dentro del análisis que uno haga, pero también es el nivel estratégico de la jurisdicción, por un lado, y también estas características que nos cuentas, ¿no? La penetración de los servicios financieros, 80%, elevadísima comparado con otras jurisdicciones, inclusive de Latinoamérica. Vivian, si nos puedes tú contar de tu lado también para que conozcamos un poquito más a Chile y del potencial que tendrá en un futuro.
Claro, bueno, yo comparto con María Emilia que obviamente poder estimar cuál va a ser el potencial de un mercado que no existe tiene ciertas complejidades, pero uno puede tener ciertos proxies que te permiten de alguna manera dimensionar el atractivo que eventualmente podría tener la apertura de un mercado. En el caso de Chile estamos hablando de una población en torno a los 19 millones de habitantes, con un Producto Interno Bruto cercano a los $22.190 por poder de paridad de compra, obviamente uno de los más altos de la región, y eso es importante. Tenemos también, yo creo que como algo digno de destacarse, la alta penetración de acceso a Internet que nosotros tenemos y que llega al 88% de los hogares. Es una de las tasas de penetración de Internet más alta a nivel de la región, y está por sobre la media de la OECD. O sea, Chile es un país absolutamente conectado, por así decirlo. La cantidad de móviles que hay en promedio es de 1,3 móviles por habitante, es decir, tenemos más celulares que habitantes, ¿ya? Y son celulares de cuentas que se usan, ¿ya? No es que alguien tenga celulares guardados. O sea,
eso es común en los latinoamericanos, por algún motivo, no sé.
Sí, la gente tiene más de un celular que usa y que tiene una cuenta. Habitualmente esto se da porque en muchos casos las empresas te ponen un celular y además la gente tiene su celular propio, ¿ya? Y eso también es relevante. También es importante que la población que tiene entre 16 y 74 años que usa Internet alcanza en torno al 85%. Tenemos también la tasa de bancarización más alta, 9 de 10 en la región, y de alguna manera hace que seamos el país que hace a nivel latinoamericano la mayor cantidad de compras y pagos a través de Internet. O sea, y estamos próximos a la licitación de la red 5G. ¿Ya? Y va a ser el primer país de la región en Latinoamérica que va a tener obviamente una red 5G que yo diría que la principal gracia que tiene es que obviamente va a permitir tráfico de datos de alto volumen a una velocidad absolutamente superior, ¿ya? Y eso obviamente desde el punto de vista de las facilidades tecnológicas es muy, muy importante. Si nosotros pensamos en el tamaño del mercado de los casinos físicos, los casinos físicos pre-pandemia generaban ingresos en torno a los 700 millones de dólares. Si nosotros revisamos más o menos cuál fue el desarrollo del mercado en Colombia, que es quien primero lo abrió en la región, nosotros podríamos suponer, con cierto grado de plausibilidad, que en un primer año uno podría llegar rápidamente a 50 millones de dólares y en un lapso de 3 años estar en torno a los 400 millones de dólares. Son cifras que más bien tienden a ser conservadoras que optimistas, o sea, nos estamos moviendo en un escenario que creemos que es el que potencialmente se podría dar con mayor fuerza. Cuando yo te señalé que en el caso de la polla chilena de beneficencia, ellos tenían apuestas deportivas a través del canal online, a través de expertos, ellos recaudan cerca de 27 millones de dólares, ¿ya? O sea, tenemos una cifra que es cierta y que recién está desarrollada en términos de los productos que la polla chilena tiene en cerca del 11,2% de todo lo que ellos poseen. Ahora, el mercado chileno no es muy grande, y no es muy grande en muchos ámbitos de distintas industrias, pero tiene la gracia de que es un mercado bastante confiable, con reglas del juego bastante claras y con un comportamiento de los organismos reguladores de los distintos mercados bastante serio. Y yo creo que eso es bien significativo. Por lo tanto, Chile es una muy buena plataforma para desarrollar de alguna manera experiencias de juego online y desde esta base proyectarse al resto de la región. Yo creo que eso es particularmente atractivo e interesante. Y quizás lo otro que sería importante señalar es que la pandemia, en el caso de Chile, gatilló dos cuestiones importantes. Por una parte, un incremento en los medios de pago online impresionante. O sea, la curva de crecimiento de la compra de bienes y servicios a través de la modalidad online respecto del año anterior se disparó en cerca de un 85% más, lo cual lo que refleja fundamentalmente es que tú estás con un consumidor que está altamente familiarizado con el uso de Internet, ¿ya? Y eso yo creo que es lo relevante de esta cifra. Y eso es particularmente interesante respecto a las proyecciones que puede tener obviamente el canal online. Lo otro que quizás sería interesante también de agregar en esta suerte de panorama general es que en el caso de lo que nosotros hemos observado como superintendencia, nosotros nos damos cuenta que una parte relevante probablemente de la demanda que hoy en día existe por el juego, dado que los casinos físicos estuvieron cerrados, se trasladó a la modalidad online, pero que en el caso de Chile es ilegal. Y yo creo que eso también nos vamos a referir con un poco más de detalle más adelante. Nosotros como superintendencia, desde este punto de vista, hemos observado que esto se ha dado, y eso, entre otras cosas, se explica porque en Chile existe neutralidad tecnológica, por lo tanto, la posibilidad de acceder a páginas que están en otros países y que no necesariamente son ilegales, sino que operan en otros países y que un chileno pueda acceder, hoy en día sí es posible, ¿ya? Y eso también es importante tenerlo en cuenta. Es decir, hoy en día un chileno puede acceder a una página que está en cualquier lugar del mundo y que por lo tanto está regulada en ese lugar del mundo en el que opera y no necesariamente está operando de manera ilegal en el mercado chileno. La operación ilegal en el mercado chileno se da cuando básicamente tú tienes a alguien que se dirige al mercado chileno de manera específica. Pero de eso después nos vamos a referir con un poco más de detalle, pero el tema de la neutralidad tecnológica creo que también es relevante tenerlo en cuenta al momento de analizar las posibilidades del mercado en Chile.
No, definitivamente, y esto último que mencionaste, que lo vamos a conversar en la última pregunta, aunque nos quede poquito tiempo, te voy a pedir que no lo dejes mencionar porque es un punto, esos son los tecnicismos legales, ¿verdad? acá está la abogada también, María Emilia, que, ¿no? Que de los que lastimosamente les dan una puertecita a la ilegalidad también para entrar, ¿no? Pero bueno, es un concepto que es a nivel nacional de tecnología y no de juego, ¿no? Dos cositas que quería resaltar de lo que mencionaste, el tema de la banda ancha del 5G, el streaming, se ha hablado mucho en muchas de las conferencias acerca de la importancia que va a tener para el juego online en nuestras jurisdicciones, ¿no? Y cómo la lentitud y la poca capacidad de nuestras redes muchas veces dificulta que esto sea parte del atractivo de la operación. Y lo que mencionaste de la estimación que hacen de la operación del juego online en Chile con relación al porcentaje, ¿no? De la operación, efectivamente en Colombia creo que están entre 10-15%, o estuvo, ¿verdad? Antes de la pandemia, por supuesto, porque con la pandemia se llevó el juego online, no sé en cuánto estará, tiene que sacar los números, pero creo que estaba 70% el juego online sobre el presencial, porque casi no hubo operación, pero sí suele ser entre 10-15% la operación de juego online con relación a la presencial, ¿no? Y bueno, los números de la polla chilena con los pocos productos que tienen el experto en temas de apuestas deportivas, 27 millones de dólares, es un número atractivo, sea como sea, para cualquier operador o proveedor que quiera entrar, ¿no? Voy a conversar un poquito de la provincia de Buenos Aires para que también el público tenga conocimiento del tamaño de la jurisdicción o el potencial que va a tener. Obviamente ya los operadores están seleccionados o en proceso de ser confirmados, ¿verdad? Pero para los proveedores, para quien también es importante estos números, les voy a conversar un poquito. Efectivamente, el tamaño de la operación del juego de azar de la provincia de Buenos Aires con relación al país entero, Argentina, es supuestamente el 43%, que me diga que miento María Emilia o Sebastián, que está escuchando. ¿No? Es el 43% de la operación del juego nacional, ¿no? Con relación a la dimensión de la operación, tienen solamente para que tengan una idea del tamaño de la provincia, 24.000 máquinas, alrededor de 24.000 máquinas operando en 44 salas de bingo y casinos con 19 operadores. El ingreso bruto anual del 2019, por supuesto, porque no vamos a tomar en cuenta la pandemia, fue de 37.000 millones de dólares, que al cambio de ese entonces en Argentina, que era 63 pesos, por supuesto, es alrededor de 600 millones de dólares el ingreso bruto en la jurisdicción, con un win anual por máquina de 25.000 dólares, también con datos del 2019. Población de 17.5 millones de habitantes, una gran población obviamente representativa en Argentina. Penetración del Internet, 83%, fuente INDEC, me voy a poner como María Emilia para que no me digan que estoy imitando. La penetración de los servicios financieros, supuestamente 48% en la jurisdicción, fuente fiel, y realmente aquí es donde siempre comentamos en nuestros países latinoamericanos, a excepción de Chile y Mendoza, que veo que tienen una penetración mucho más amplia de los servicios financieros, pues efectivamente la importancia de los medios de pago que le permitan ser a los operadores exitosos, ¿verdad?, que van a entrar en nuestras jurisdicciones. Tiene que haber una gran variedad, no solamente tradicionales, sino también desde el punto de vista de fuera de lo que es tradicional de la industria bancaria, el uso del efectivo, tarjetas prepago, etcétera, es importante para que sean exitosos. Y por supuesto en la ciudad de Buenos Aires también, que no sufre del mismo problema, al contrario, tiene una penetración muy alta del Internet y de los servicios financieros, lo cual hace esta jurisdicción muy única, ¿no? Grande, pero también con ciertos retos que van a tener que afrontar desde el punto de vista, ¿no?, de lograr esta penetración de la operación de los juegos online legales. Y voy a irme a la última pregunta, y nos quedan, puedo decir que 5 minutos, me quedan 3, pero Soltan me va a tener que perdonar. En los juegos, el juego ilegal, porque nos hemos casi que centrado en este tema porque al final, ¿verdad?, afecta a todo, afecta al juego potencial legal que existe en un futuro y a nuestros jugadores en la jurisdicción. Entonces, específicamente, primero María Emilia, contigo por favor, quiero que nos cuentes cuáles son las facultades legales que va a tener la lotería para luchar contra el juego ilegal online, y desde el punto de vista tanto de Mendoza como de Argentina como país, ¿no?, con ALEA, ¿cuáles son las acciones que han tomado ustedes contra el juego ilegal online y cómo se están coordinando? Tenés 2 minutos.
Bueno, vamos, no quería hablar rápido, pero
sí,
bueno.
Va a tocar.
Bien, la ley de juego online lo que hace, más que nada, lo que determinó el directorio del instituto fue que es la mejor forma de hacer frente al juego ilegal. Ya no otorga mayores facultades, porque las facultades ya las había adquirido con la ley 63-62 en el control y fiscalización de todos los juegos de azar. Es importante resaltar que desde el 2016 en Argentina no es más una contravención, sino que ahora es un delito penal que se sanciona con pena de prisión de 3 a 6 años, lo cual es muy elevado. Si bien nosotros no tenemos facultades de perseguir el juego ni ser agentes provocadores, por así decirlo, nosotros realizamos todo el trabajo previo con un trabajo coordinado con la Gerencia de Unidad Técnica de Mercado, de Fiscalización y de Legales, para, ya sea a través de las denuncias que se presentan contra el juego ilegal por vía telefónica o por vía de un formulario web, la cual se encuentra disponible en nuestra web institucional. Se realiza un seguimiento y se determina si hay elementos suficientes, si la apuesta se realizó en jurisdicción de Mendoza, y en virtud de este análisis que realizan estas 3 gerencias se determina si se presenta la denuncia a la Fiscalía, y es la Fiscalía quien solicita las medidas cautelares, ya sea al ENACOM para el bloqueo del sitio web y demás. Desde el instituto se han presentado y se siguen presentando varias denuncias y se trabaja muy coordinadamente con esta Fiscalía. Es importante, y por último cierro con el labor fundamental de ALEA, ya que se firmó un convenio con Mercado Pago, que es muy importante porque hay una directa conexión entre las loterías, ALEA, Mercado Pago, para identificar la oferta de juego ilegal y bloquear la plataforma directamente. También se han mantenido varias reuniones con Facebook y también busca eso, directo desde las loterías, ALEA y a Facebook, y no ir hasta a la Fiscalía y demás, sino que haya un enlace directo en lo que se diga a la lotería, acá hay juego ilegal, y que Facebook o Mercado Pago tome acciones. También es importante que ALEA realice un fuerte relevamiento interno de las denuncias y páginas web ilegales detectadas en toda la jurisdicción de Argentina, y es de destacar el labor que hacen día a día para unificar los criterios, y que la lucha contra el juego ilegal es de todas las jurisdicciones de Argentina.
Sí, yo creo que uno de los temas, de las partes positivas de la pandemia fue justamente, pienso yo, esa unidad sobre este tema en específico que se ha creado en Argentina, ¿no? A través de ALEA y la colaboración de todas las loterías que van directamente a luchar contra el juego ilegal en todas sus vertientes, en todas sus verticales, ¿no? Tenemos jurisdicciones obviamente en Argentina que fueron conocidas años anteriores por luchar contra el juego ilegal online, sobre todo específicamente la ciudad de Buenos Aires, que lo hizo antes siquiera de empezar de publicar su regulación, ¿no? Y que fueron varios casos los publicitados en la prensa acerca de eso, Misiones en algún momento, y realmente es de celebrar que finalmente el país, ¿no?, se coordine y se ponga de acuerdo para luchar contra esto. Y Vivian, ¿qué nos cuentas tú en el último minutito que nos queda?
Voy a tratar de ser muy breve. Lo primero es que la apertura de la red en Chile es tan amplia que en Chile uno puede acceder a más de 900 páginas de apuestas online, pero hay que hacer la siguiente distinción. Una cosa es que uno puede acceder a estas páginas, y otra cosa es cuáles son las páginas que se dirigen al mercado chileno. Y cuando hablo por páginas que se dirigen al mercado chileno, estoy pensando en 3 características. Primero, ofrecen pago convertido en pesos chilenos, es decir, tú expresamente hay pago en pesos chilenos. Segundo, hay una publicidad expresa para el público chileno. Y lo tercero es que en algunos casos, cuando se trata de apuestas deportivas, lo que se promocionan son eventos deportivos nacionales. La superintendencia no tiene jurisdicción respecto de lo que ocurre en este ámbito del juego ilegal online. Sin embargo, a nosotros nos llegan denuncias, y nos llegan denuncias porque la gente piensa que nosotros tenemos algo que ver con este ámbito. Cuando nosotros recibimos una denuncia, a nosotros nos asiste la obligación como funcionarios públicos de poner esta denuncia en manos de la Fiscalía, ¿ya? Y eso es lo que nosotros hacemos habitualmente. Nosotros no andamos persiguiéndolas, pero si nos llegan y tomamos conocimiento, tenemos la obligación de presentar y entregarlas a la Fiscalía. Y para esto, obviamente, desarrollamos un dossier donde se juntan todos los antecedentes para que la Fiscalía determine si es que se está ante un eventual delito de explotación de juego ilegal, ¿ya? Y ellos te tomarán las acciones del caso. Lo que sí nosotros hemos visto, tal como te lo comenté hace un rato, es que durante este periodo de la pandemia, la cantidad de reclamos y de denuncias que a nosotros nos llegaron crecieron de manera muy importante. Si yo tomo en cuenta todas las denuncias que la superintendencia ha recibido desde el 2017 a la fecha, el 2020 las cifras crecieron en torno a un 40%, ¿ya? Así que nos demuestra que claramente hubo un traspaso respecto de los jugadores que estaban en casinos físicos a páginas de juego ilegal, porque básicamente las que nos llegan a nosotros no son las de apuestas deportivas. La gente intuitivamente nos hace llegar a aquellas que tienen que ver con juegos de casino online. Y esos son los que nosotros hemos derivado a la Fiscalía, básicamente. Eso,
claro,
más
claro,
nada.
Porque la superintendencia regula los juegos de casino y ellos entienden que son ustedes los que deberían en todo caso tomar estas medidas, ¿no?
Efectivamente.
Pero sumamente interesante lo que conversaste, los 3 criterios. Realmente es un ejemplo para las legislaciones que se vengan en el futuro, ¿no? Ver cómo tienen que cerrarle el paso también, ¿no? En todos los sentidos a la ilegalidad. Y bueno, celebro los esfuerzos que han hecho las 2 jurisdicciones, a ustedes 2 por haberme acompañado en este panel, 1000 gracias. Ya no nos queda más tiempo, los paneles de 45 minutos son muy cortos, así que les agradezco muchísimo, María Emilia, Vivian, por compartir su experiencia con nosotros en esta conferencia. Ahora voy a pasarle la palabra a José Carlos Figueroa, ¿verdad? Que nos va a estar presentando el panel de Foco en el Caribe. Te dejo la palabra, José Carlos, y un saludo a todos.
Saludos, espero todos me escuchen bien. Hello, ¿me escuchan? ¿Sí? Bueno.
Perfecto.
Perfecto, excelente. Bueno, nada, gracias Karen y gracias a los amigos de Latinoamérica por esa actualización, especialmente los amigos de allá del área sur de Latinoamérica, que muchas cosas interesantes han ido pasando con todo y la pandemia. Siempre nos traen esos datos interesantes. Mi nombre es José Carlos Figueroa, trabajo con GLI como representante de Relaciones Gubernamentales y Desarrollo de Negocios para el Caribe. Y me acompañan en este panel 3 personas que han estado envueltos tanto en la operación de casinos, operación de hoteles, mercadeo, y uno de ellos es regulador. Y empiezo con el regulador, que es el que recientemente fue nombrado director ejecutivo de la Convención de Juegos de Puerto Rico, el señor Orlando Rivera. También me acompaña Alex Pariente, vicepresidente senior de Hard Rock International para operaciones de casino. Por último está el amigo David Moniz, aquí vecino de la República Dominicana, el CFO de CIRSA Dominicana y el presidente de la Asociación Dominicana de Casinos de Juego. Orlando, comencemos contigo, ¿no? Durante los pasados años, Puerto Rico se ha enfrentado a varios retos, más allá de la pandemia, que han tenido efecto directo sobre las operaciones de juego existentes, entiéndase lo que son los casinos y los hipódromos. Además, las que se habían propuesto, que incluyen las apuestas deportivas, los juegos en línea y las máquinas en ruta. Explícanos un poquito qué estrategias implementa el gobierno en el momento para incentivar el desarrollo de estos mercados. Estás en mute, Orlando.
Buenas noches a todo el mundo, a todos mis amigos de Latinoamérica, Suramérica, Chile, Argentina, Mendoza. Partimos de la premisa de la ejecución, José Carlos. En Puerto Rico tenemos que ejecutar más, dejar un poquito al lado la burocracia y empezar a ejecutar. Desde que yo me senté, ejecuté seguida el permiso para el casino del Hotel San Juan, donde van a venir Foxwood. Son los que están más ser la parte de la sociedad del Hotel San Juan y parte de la sociedad del gobierno, porque si ustedes saben, el gobierno regula los casinos y el 50% más o menos de las máquinas tragamonedas le pertenecen al gobierno. So, Foxwood va a ser parte socio de nosotros. Eso te puedo decir que lo más importante ahora es para nosotros en el área de su ejecución. Pienso venir con cambios, más cambios en la ley, en la regulación, para promoverse más la flexibilidad. Es importante que los casinos se puedan flexibilizar sin tener tanta burocracia en el área de fiscalización de nosotros. Por ejemplo, te puedo dar un ejemplo, un movimiento de máquina. Se tiene que llamar al especialista para que el especialista esté ahí cuando mueva la máquina. Y si un jugador quiere jugar 2 máquinas a la misma vez, un VIP, pues tendríamos que esperar que viniera el especialista y eso puede tardar 2 y 3 días. Pues ahora vamos a moverlo expedito, ¿no? Tú me mandas una requisición, voy a mover una máquina de punto A a punto B. Ahí hay un inspector del gobierno, el inspector del gobierno está verificando que la máquina la está moviendo y después llega el especialista y verifica que se movió del punto A a punto B. Y eso va a ser expedito, eso no es nada que va a cambiar. Me pidieron también un espacio más de juego a las mesas de juegos que tengan los cristales, los divisores que tengan que ver para el COVID. Si pueden poner 4 personas, porque solamente permitían 3, siempre y cuando no vayan contra la orden ejecutiva del 30% de los casinos. Y también lo aprobé rápido. Ejemplos como ese, esperamos que la próxima orden ejecutiva del gobernador, que es el 7 de febrero, nos pueda abrir 1 hora más de juego para cerrar a las 11 de la noche y poder abrir hasta llevar hasta 50% más las personas dentro de los casinos. En el área del hipódromo, te puedo decir, pues el hipódromo está buscando más máquinas, donde poner más máquinas. El hipódromo tiene un permiso por ley que puede coger hasta 5,000 máquinas. Ellos tienen alrededor de 2,000 y pico de máquinas. El problema es que el hipódromo quiere competir con ellos mismos. Entonces, pues, quiere poner máquinas de ellos en la OBT, que se llama los Operating Track, que es donde la gente vaya puesta la jugada, que no esté en el hipódromo, muy cerca de las mismas que ya tienen. Y, por ejemplo, también la quieren poner en supermercados o el desarrollo económico más grande, ¿no? Entonces me está afectando el pequeño comerciante que solamente vive de esa apuesta. Pues estoy fiscalizando más eso y evitando que ese monopolio del que ya tiene mucho, pues tenga una agencia pequeña que en sí no es la parte vital de su negocio, pero sí afecta al pequeño comerciante. Estoy trabajando bien fuerte para mejorar los premios, para que las cajeras sean más atractivas, para atraer nuevo mercado, gente joven que compren caballos o entrenadores, que la familia pueda ir al hipódromo. El hipódromo está pasando por un proceso de remodelación y entonces estamos esperando por el Clásico del Caribe, pero veo la construcción muy lenta. So, estoy bien encima de ello para tratar de fiscalizar lo que es que se mueva más rápido, ¿no? Si queremos un hipódromo vibrante, ¿no? Un hipódromo listo para diciembre, para el Clásico del Caribe, ellos tienen que moverse más rápido.
Perfecto.
¿Tienes otra pregunta?
Sí, y en estos que son los nuevos mercados que están por comenzar, ¿no? Háblanos un poquito de las apuestas deportivas, lo que son los esports, los juegos de fantasía y las máquinas en ruta. Eso ha estado detenido, aunque la ley ya lleva un tiempo aprobada. Quizás yo conozco algunos de los detalles, pero me gustaría que los compartieras con nuestro público.
Claro, Puerto Rico pasó una ley que autoriza 25,000 máquinas de tragamonedas en ruta. Pasó una ley que autoriza los juegos de eSport y Sport Gaming para Puerto Rico. Te puedo hablar de corto plazo. A corto plazo, pues, yo espero tener en los próximos 100 días, ¿no? Para la inauguración del juego de Grandes Ligas, por lo menos 1 o 2 casinos licenciados con Sport Betting para empezar a poder apostar en los casinos, ¿no? Que la gente vaya, tiene que ser presencial primeramente, esas fueron las enmiendas que se dio, tiene que ser presencial. Pueden ir al casino, se reclutan y después pueden empezar a apostar. Eso va a ser, digo, con la ayuda tuya, ¿no, José Carlos? De GLI, estamos expeditos para que GLI nos ayude ahí, pero definitivamente eso es una de las prioridades mías a corto plazo de lograrlo. A corto plazo tengo también para dar en la próxima semana las primeras licencias de transición de la ilegal a la legal. el famoso certificado de operador de máquinas de tragamonedas en rutas legales, ¿no? Que lo están esperando. Esa ley se hizo hace 2 años y volvemos a lo mismo, está natimuerta por la burocracia, por la ejecución, no se dio, y eso es parte de mi proyecto para hacerlo, ¿no? Y a mediano plazo te diría, José Carlos, que lograr las 25.000 máquinas a mediano plazo, ¿no? De las tragamonedas en ruta, que están fuera de los casinos, y poderlas tenerlas identificadas en los lugares, identificar el maquinero o la máquina en el lugar donde las va a poner con su sello y todo. Y a largo plazo entiendo que va a ser entonces la tecnología, ¿no? La conexión de esas 25.000 máquinas. Esas 25.000 máquinas, después viene un estudio donde la legislatura de Puerto Rico, junto con el Ejecutivo y la Junta Fiscal, ustedes saben que nosotros tenemos una junta que es el tercer gobierno también, que nos tiene que autorizar todo, tiene que autorizar pues que se puedan poner 20.000 máquinas más si es que no afecta a los casinos. Pero acuérdense que estamos hablando también que hay como 100.000 ilegales, que yo espero que esa ley no afecte, ¿no? Lo que necesitamos ahora, yo como regulador y como parte del gobierno, es buscar el dinero para que entre. Y a largo plazo también, además de esas 25.000, estoy esperanzado en el casino del Embassy Suites de Dorado, que va a abrir, el casino de Foxwood, el Hotel San Juan, que va a abrir también. Después a largo plazo también tenemos el Ritz-Carlton, que está como para el tercer quarter del 2022. Pero el Embassy Suite y el Foxwood está para este año y para finales de este año. También tengo que decirle que hay conversaciones para un seminar o un hard rock en Puerto Rico, que eso sería excelente. Eso sería un proyecto un poquito más a largo plazo, a finales para el 2022, junto con el Ritz-Carlton. Estaríamos hablando que con esos 4 casinos tendríamos 20 casinos en Puerto Rico, con nuevos integrantes y nuevos socios para el gobierno de Puerto Rico, la tribu de Pequot de Connecticut y los Seminoles, que eso sería una inversión muy buena. A corto plazo, a mediano plazo también te puedo hablar del Clásico del Caribe. Esperamos que nos los puedan dar y podamos llevarlo a cabo también el Clásico.
Excelente, Orlando. En lo que va ya de año, que estamos por terminar el primer mes, Puerto Rico hemos visto que ha sido noticia en todos estos renglones de juego, y ha habido un renacer en el interés no tan solo de parte de las industrias que ya operan, sino de quizás nuevos operadores, de nuevos suplidores, nuevas compañías formándose. Cuéntame, en el futuro que tú ves más cercano, ahora mismo, ¿podrías decir qué innovaciones tecnológicas entiendes que son las más excitantes que van a llegar a Puerto Rico?
Tenemos bastante, ¿no? En las apuestas deportivas, los sistemas de regulación, de identificación de jugadores, las tecnologías de perímetro virtual, el geofencing, eso es bien importante para nosotros, la interconexión, las máquinas en rutas con el sistema SAS, que es un sistema, pues un sistema que ustedes todos conocen, pero para Puerto Rico va a ser innovador poder conectar todas esas 25.000 máquinas. El Gaming Authentication Protocol, eso es bien importante. Que en los casinos estamos implementando lo que pues, es el GAT, el Gaming. Y esos son parte de los proyectos que tenemos. Yo te diría que algunos a mediano y otros a largo plazo, pero sí, definitivamente. Eso es lo que estamos viendo para la tecnología en Puerto Rico en la parte de lo que viene. Es cuestión de sacar lo más pronto posible el RSP y poder introducir pues las personas interesadas, Win, Valis, Novotech, interesados en entrar. Pero ahora mismo yo en esa área, la prioridad mía es identificar el operador, identificar el lugar donde el operador va a tener sus máquinas, y una vez ya yo tenga todo eso en línea, en el pipeline, lo que se llama el pipeline, pues le empiezo a vender los malvetes que van a comprar para ponerme las máquinas en los lugares, por lo menos le voy a poner tener el RFID, que es como el GPS, para poder traquear la máquina antes de la conexión. Y estamos llegando a un consenso de cómo nos van a repartir la parte que le toca el dinero sin tener la conexión, que yo creo que estamos ya casi eso, ya lo tenemos cuadrado. Es cuestión de que la Junta de Control Fiscal nos los apruebe. Y una vez eso se dé, y yo te diría que en 2 años a 3 años estamos conectando las máquinas.
Excelente. Una última pregunta que es un pie forzado que te voy a dar ahí, a lo mejor una visión de futuro, pero en todos lados que hablo con alguien de otra jurisdicción me preguntan, Puerto Rico, ¿cuándo vienen los casinos online? Y sé que eso es algo parte de una visión futura que tienen, así que me gustaría que compartieras una idea, obviamente sin entrar en los pormenores del proceso.
Sí, bueno, casinos online, eso sería la última etapa del largo plazo de todo lo que vamos a hacer. Definitivamente es una plataforma que está a nivel mundial, que no nos podemos quedar en la parte de atrás, tenemos que avanzar en la vanguardia de estar en lo mismo que todo el mundo. Puerto Rico tiene una cultura muy fuerte de jugadores, pero también al mismo tiempo también tiene una cultura muy fuerte cristiana. So, dejar que todo el mundo a través de un celular pueda jugar desde su casa, pues va a ser un poquito challenge, ¿no? Pero si todo el mundo en la parte del mundo lo tiene, pues eventualmente yo sé que Puerto Rico va a entrar en eso. Por ahora, lo más importante es que el jugador se acostumbre a identificarse en un lugar en vivo con Sport Betting, pueda jugar a través de su teléfono el juego de béisbol que quiera jugar, el juego de baloncesto que quiera jugar, al boxeador que quiera jugar, pueda hacer sus fantasy games. Y una vez ya tenga esa tecnología y yo me imagino que se va a hacer más fácil que un casino se pueda conectar y pueda ver a alguien tirando blackjack o la bolita desde su casa y haciendo ese tipo de cosas. Definitivamente, con los tiempos que estamos viviendo, con el COVID, con los terremotos y todas las cosas que han pasado en la isla, ¿no? Que hemos sobrevivido a todas esas cosas, el tener una aplicación, poder jugar blackjack de su casa, hubiese sido de mucha ayuda para las personas mayores y para las personas de su casa entreteniéndose, porque la economía en Puerto Rico siempre fluyó, siempre hubo la ayuda de parte de los Estados Unidos, del presidente, de enviarnos dinero, y hubo ayuda, que si uno hubiese tenido donde gastarlo, yo estoy seguro que parte de ese dinero se hubiese ido por ahí.
Sin duda, sin duda. Excelente, Orlando, agradecido. Vamos a
Gracias, José Carlos.
Con Alex Pariente. No te vayas, Orlando, que ahorita te voy a dar una vueltita adicional de preguntas. Pero
saludo a Alex, mi amigo Alex Pariente.
Tenemos a
¿Cómo
Alex.
estás, mi querido Orlando?
Todo bien, Alex.
Alex, no sé si puedo compartir dónde estás, pero estás mejor que nosotros, ¿eh? Veo una palma cerca de una playa, así que estás
estoy en
el Caribe.
Me siento en casa. Vamos a dejarlo ahí, pero estoy en casa. Así que
excelente.
Qué bueno ver un regulador o una persona que no solamente es amiga, sino que tiene mucho talento y una carrera por detrás, que tenga una oportunidad de producir cambio, ¿no? Y mejor aún que todo ese cambio esté soportado por una gran empresa como GLI y que tú estés detrás. Y públicamente mi agradecimiento a ambos. Son números de teléfono que yo siempre tengo a mano y agradezco mucho la disponibilidad que siempre tienen.
Claro. Y tu agradecimiento a ti, porque ahí Orlando mencionó una posibilidad de que consideren Puerto Rico, así que a lo mejor vamos a tener que añadir esa pregunta al final, si se puede o no. No la decides tú, no la voy a decidir yo. La decides tú. Pero nada, mira, hablando de Hard Rock International, ¿no? que es un desarrollador de iconos en la industria de juegos, que en cada territorio que va marca su operación, sobresalen todas sus amenidades, ya sea desde las piscinas, restaurantes, juegos, entretenimiento. Y durante los pasados años han estado cerca del Caribe, han habido varias alternativas, tienen una operación en el Caribe muy grande, muy buena. ¿Qué entiendes tú que son las ventajas que presenta esta región del Caribe para una empresa como ustedes?
Muchas gracias primero por invitarnos, siempre un placer. Yo creo que lo bueno de repente es que nosotros nos dimos cuenta, o sea, como seres humanos, que las crisis ponen a prueba cuán resilientes podemos ser. Y siempre el ser humano se adapta de una manera y con una velocidad sorprendente, ¿no? Y por ahí el takeaway de todo este proceso tan penoso que estamos pasando por tema del COVID, que esperemos pronto se acabe, también activó los reflejos de muchos gobiernos, de muchas entidades gubernamentales que fueron a buscar el mejor talento disponible para acelerar las reformas que por ahí ya tenían muchísimo tiempo en discusión. Entonces, eso de repente aceleró el interés de poder ver que cambios estructurales que estaban siendo observados o esperados desde muchísimo tiempo, por ahí Puerto Rico es el caso más visible de eso, finalmente se están produciendo de la mano de gente como Orlando, digamos, que está llegando a ser, que está llegando a implementar soluciones a problemas viejos. Entonces, yo creo que eso de repente ha renovado un interés que siempre existió. No hay que olvidarse que Puerto Rico fue un ícono, digamos, del desarrollo del juego desde siempre, no desde ahora, desde antes de Atlantic City. Entonces, un poco de repente volver a trabajar mancomunadamente para recuperar esa esencia y recuperar este destino es fundamental. Todas las reformas que hablaba Orlando eran reformas que compañías en la industria de repente están esperando tener y por la ubicación estratégica que siempre ha sido un privilegio de la isla, es un foco de interés para todo el mundo que de repente quiera expandirse en la región, ¿no? Es una ventaja enorme poder viajar de un estado a otro sin necesidad de todos los problemas que uno tiene cuando de repente está transfiriendo fondos a otros destinos internacionales y demás, y poder hacer esa transición muchísimo más fácil y sobre todo de repente en el marco de un ambiente de negocios que se ha creado aquí a partir de todas las catástrofes, los huracanes, mucho antes que COVID llegara a afectar la isla, digamos, hizo que el ambiente fuera muy propicio. Todos los tax credits que el gobierno está ofreciendo y todas las señales en la dirección correcta en cuanto a la flexibilización para poder provocar el aterrizaje de inversiones de largo plazo, yo creo que está indicando que ahora es un momento de sentarse a la mesa, por lo menos a intercambiar opiniones.
Excelente, ¿no? Y nada, obviamente hay retos que tiene toda jurisdicción. En el pasado todos hemos pasado el mismo que fue esta pandemia. Pero fuera de esos retos, ¿qué identifican ustedes como operadores, como desarrolladores, o qué buscan al momento de establecer sus operaciones en una región?
Principalmente, digamos, un marco regulatorio claro, un marco regulatorio donde podamos tener una interacción, un intercambio en función de poder mejorar, las reglas y hacerlas más eficientes tanto para el interés del gobierno como para el interés de los privados. Un marco regulatorio que permita un gran grado de fiscalización y de completa adherencia a las regulaciones que se imponen. No es irónico decir que todos los operadores consolidados o las grandes compañías favorecen siempre la mayor reglamentación. No quiere decir mayor nivel de burocracia, pero sí mayor reglamentación en donde existan reglas claras desde un proceso de RFP hasta la conformación de las leyes, de la reglamentación y de la implementación de todos los cambios que uno de repente define como reglas de juego, ¿no? O sea, la estabilidad, tanto política, económica, digamos, un nivel de taxation que sea justo, que permita al operador materializar un margen para poder efectuar las inversiones, un programa de incentivo que permita a los privados de repente poder tener longevidad en las inversiones y poder desarrollar la empleabilidad, son las condiciones mínimas. O sea, y a pesar de que parezcan lógicas, no son siempre, no se deben tomar por dadas en ningún tipo de mercado. Y tenemos varias pruebas de ello en la misma región. Entonces, un mayor nivel de regulación, reglas claras, la posibilidad de poder incentivar la inversión y poder retenerla en un largo periodo de tiempo, creo que son cuestiones básicas. Y en este momento creo que la dirección del gobierno en Puerto Rico está haciéndoles ver a todos los privados que esa es la dirección y el rumbo que están tomando.
Sí, gracias. Te pregunto, ¿qué oportunidades de desarrollo encuentran en el juego online y sus variantes a través de todas las operaciones, ¿no? Sé que en New Jersey tienen operaciones de juego online, pero fuera de esa jurisdicción, ¿qué oportunidades ven como parte de la mezcla que buscan al momento de establecerse?
Bueno, como tú sabes, la compañía nuestra tiene varios verticales de negocios. El tema del sports betting que mencionaba Orlando es un área de mucho desarrollo para nosotros, que últimamente, a causa de COVID y demás, ha visto crecimientos exponenciales. Todo el área de online business también para nosotros es un vertical enorme. Acabamos de anunciar la creación de Hard Rock Digital en el mes de enero. Ahí tenemos muchas más sorpresas viniendo dentro de poco, algunas de las cuales no estoy en libertad de poder anticipar, pero definitivamente ese vertical es un vertical que va a tomar una preponderancia muy grande. Y yo creo que de repente la mayor ventaja de la compañía es en poder ofrecer una solución de omnichannel muy particular, en la cual podemos mezclar el aspecto social del entretenimiento for free, el aspecto lúdico en cuanto a la digitalización de la actividad de sports betting y casino online, siempre y cuando se permitan en las jurisdicciones que lo deseen, y también de repente de tener la experiencia de un casino físico, que es uno de los fuertes de la compañía. Yo creo que tenemos los componentes correctos para ser atrayentes en cualquier tipo de mercado, y una marca muy grande que nos garantiza de alguna manera un tráfico que siempre es deseado en cualquier centro de entretenimiento, y nosotros somos una compañía de entretenimiento, ¿no? Entonces, el componente digital de la compañía nuestra va a cruzar todos los verticales de negocio, y bueno, a través de este último esfuerzo con Hard Rock Digital, yo creo que estamos tomándola a un diferente nivel de evolución. Hoy en día no solamente estamos explotando el tema del sportsbook a nivel digital, a nivel online, el casino también, como tú sabes, en Atlantic City, sino también que hemos implementado soluciones en las cuales desde nuestros aparatos móviles o online podemos activar una slot machine en forma física que se encuentra a vistas de todo el mundo en el casino, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que una vez que el mundo vuelva a un cierto grado de normalidad, cuando se salga del modo online en el cual la mayoría está en este momento por las limitaciones de conglomeración de personas en lugares públicos, vamos a volver a un nuevo normal en el cual ya la aceptación de todos los medios móviles y la aceptación del Internet como vehículo del entretenimiento, digamos, algo más aceptado a un nivel etario muy superior al que se estaba acostumbrado, y eso de repente va a masificar, no solamente, va a favorecer no solamente el crecimiento a un grado menor, pero continuo en el aspecto online, pero también va a mejorar la concurrencia a nuestros casinos físicos, digamos, por la necesidad normal de la gente de poder interactuar de una manera diferente luego de este periodo, ¿no? Así que somos muy positivos respecto del outlook, sobre todo a partir del último trimestre de este año en adelante.
Alex, importante el comentario, ¿no? Como las plataformas online cruzan todas las operaciones, ¿no? No tan solo desde el punto de vista del juego, sino lo que es la amenidad, lo que ofrecen. En el caso de ustedes que tienen un mercado distribuido en diferentes lugares, pues pueden promocionar diferentes áreas, pueden mover jugadores de un lado a otro. Sin duda el mercado online no solamente abre un espacio de juego, sino que abre un mercado de oportunidades nuevos que sin duda hay que considerar al momento de implementar el mismo. Vamos ahora con el amigo David, que no es que lo deje para el último, es el que está más cerca de mí, está un brinquito ahí de un avión, 30 minutos llego allí y lo veo. David, ¿cómo estás? Me alegra verte. David, empecemos un poquito. La República Dominicana es la región del Caribe con el mayor número de casinos, loterías y bancas de apuestas deportivas. La reapertura de actividades ha sido lenta, pero firme luego de comenzar la pandemia. ¿Qué oportunidades y retos enfrenta la industria de casinos al momento?
Bueno, buenas noches, buenas tardes en algunos sitios del mundo. Me alegra, antes que nada, agradecer tu invitación, el GLI, Gaming Americas, a Alex, que bueno, hemos compartido y luchado en infinidades de guerras aquí en Dominicana.
Así es.
Y bueno, nada, seguimos en la lucha. Estamos como al pie del cañón, no hemos bajado la guardia. Y la verdad es que la gran oportunidad en la que estamos siendo partícipes todos los miembros de la asociación es la de, primero que nada, ir eliminando ese tan famoso y hollywoodense estigma del sector, del que siempre nos han identificado, ¿no? Ahora el mundo se está dando cuenta de que somos un sector vulnerable, todo lo contrario a lo que ellos presumían. Con una gran diferencia. Tenemos un alto sentido de responsabilidad y eso lo tengo que resaltar orgullosamente, sobre todo en la región de Dominicana, donde nosotros íbamos por delante ante las autoridades para salvaguardar y establecer protocolos sanitarios. Seguimos todavía tocando temas de juegos responsables, antilavado, etcétera, etcétera. O sea, somos nosotros los que estamos delante de ellos, empujándolos para fomentar todos estos programas. El principal reto que tenemos por delante es evidentemente rescatar la industria después de esta investidura provocada por todas las decisiones gubernamentales y sobre todo por el limitado acceso en el sistema financiero que posee nuestro sector. Nuestro objetivo ahora mismo es trabajar tres ejes fundamentales con el ente regulador, que es la transparencia de la información. Aquí, lamentablemente, no hay datos, no hay datos precisos de lo que es la industria del juego, todos son estimados. Buscar una equidad y viabilidad tributaria, que sobre todo ahora más que nunca nos permita oxigenar nuestras finanzas. De hecho, extraoficialmente me acaban de anunciar que se ha aprobado un pliego tributario que estoy esperando que me lo envíen, pero que va un poco a todas las exigencias que nosotros hemos hecho durante el último año de lucha que hemos estado aquí en la asociación. Y por último, estamos trabajando en la profesionalización del sector con la elaboración de programas de juego responsable, que son cosas que ya hay de repente en otros países, en otras jurisdicciones, pero aquí no se ha implementado. En materia antilavado, que a pesar de que fue recién renovado, hay algunos pequeños matices que pudieran ser mejorados. Y evidentemente estamos continuamente mejorando el tema de los protocolos sanitarios en el país.
Excelente, excelente. Al igual que la industria de casinos, el sector de las bancas deportivas aún no recupera sus operaciones. ¿Cuál es la expectativa? ¿Qué elementos son los que limitan ahora mismo de que su operación arranque como arrancó la de al menos los casinos?
Bueno, creo que a excepción de la parte online del sector de juegos de azar, creo que toda la industria no se ha terminado de recuperar del todo. Creo que hemos vivido una investidura masiva, no solo a nivel jurisdiccional del Dominicana, sino a nivel internacional. Yo te puedo hacer mención particularmente del sector casino, los factores que afectan hoy día son particularmente tres. Uno, limitación de horarios a través del toque de queda, a pesar de que se hayan flexibilizado en las últimas, creo que a partir del martes, si no me equivoco, se flexibilizaron un poco los horarios los fines de semana, ya han dado un poco más de horas para poder funcionar, sobre todo los fines de semana. Los fines de semana el toque de queda terminaba a las 12 del mediodía, o sea, nuestros casinos eran matutinos. Esto era antinatura, ¿sabes? Con nuestro sector, pero aún así hacíamos el esfuerzo de poder seguir brindando nuestros servicios. El efecto del turismo, que yo entiendo, y así lo presumo y así lo manifiesto, creo que en Dominicana han dado bastante acciones innovadoras. Creo que es el único país que yo he escuchado, por lo menos, que garantizan al turista un seguro en su permanencia en el país. Le están facilitando una serie de medidas y garantizando otras adicionales para fomentar eso del turismo, de que el turista pueda venir y conocer la isla. Sin embargo, entiendo que hay medidas que son extragubernamentales tomadas por otros países que le está perjudicando actualmente. Caso Estados Unidos con la vacuna, con la prueba, ¿cómo se llama? PCR antes de viajar a Estados Unidos. En España también la están exigiendo. Hablaban de cuarentena en Estados Unidos. Pues estas son limitantes que van perjudicando un poco el factor de turista, el turismo aquí en Dominicana, a pesar de todo el gran esfuerzo que está dando el gobierno. Y sin lugar a duda, el tercer factor que afecta y limita nuestra operación es la repercusión económica que tuvo el efecto de la pandemia. Yo creo que pocos son los sectores que se han visto, ¿cómo se llama?, con cierta mejoría, pero esto se puede ver no solo a través de nuestra industria, sino nuestros clientes, ¿no? La capacidad de ocios ha mermado y ya evidentemente ellos no tienen la misma capacidad de juego que la pudieran haber tenido hace unos años atrás.
Sin duda, ¿no? A ver, tienes toda la razón, ¿no? La capacidad del cliente tiene mucho que ver y quizás sectores como mencionó Orlando en Puerto Rico recibió asistencia de Estados Unidos por unos incentivos que repartieron dinero a través de las personas, acaban de repartir un segundo incentivo y se espera otro más, que eso pues ha beneficiado a varios sectores, ¿no? Y no necesariamente funciona de esa forma. Ahora, hablando de la empresa que representas, ¿no? CIRSA, que es conocido de forma mundial, ¿no? Y ha invertido agresivamente en la República Dominicana en varias operaciones que mantiene. ¿Qué factores dirías tú que son los que fomentan ese desarrollo y las oportunidades que ven para expandir su marca a través del Caribe? ¿Me escuchaste, David?
Sí, que se ha caído la conexión un poco, pero ¿me puedes repetir?
Repito, claro.
Sí.
Te mencionaba, tú representas a CIRSA, una empresa que ha invertido agresivamente en la República Dominicana, ¿no? Y quería saber qué factores son los que fomentan ese desarrollo y qué oportunidades ven de expandir la marca a través del Caribe.
Mira, República Dominicana siempre ha ocupado para nuestra corporación CIRSA un espacio muy especial, puesto que fue el primer país que nos vio ver la expansión internacional. CIRSA, creo que llegamos aquí en el año 90, si mi memoria no me falla, y desde hace 5 años nosotros hemos duplicado los números de establecimientos en el país. Estamos presentes en las 2 principales ciudades del país con 6 casinos y la verdad que tenemos unas miras de seguir expandiéndonos nacionalmente dentro del país. Confiamos plenamente en la capacidad de Dominicana, siempre le hemos apostado y evidentemente nos ha conquistado el encanto de la isla. Mira, yo llegué aquí hace 10 años atrás y venía por únicamente 2 años, llevo 10. Esta isla tiene una particularidad de que sin darte cuenta te absorbe y estás aquí secuestrado.
Sí, tienes razón. Yo creo que el Caribe cautiva y enamora, ¿no? Que es algo que quizás no lo ven hasta que no los visitan y las compañías que vienen y desarrollan en las mismas así lo ven, ¿no? Y quizás a través del Caribe podemos hablar de ejemplos similares a los que se ha visto en República Dominicana y en Puerto Rico, ¿no? Vemos Bermuda, que acaba de anunciar su primer ministro que están por abrir su primer casino ahora en abril, luego de haber pasado un año con una pandemia y con muchos retos. Llevan 5 años con la legislación, esperan abrir uno en abril y tienen planes de abrir 3 más. No tan solo buscaron flexibilizar y traer ese grupo, sino que trajeron a un regulador con más de 30 años de experiencia que vino de Ontario, muy reconocido y muy centrado en la parte tecnológica. Casinos van a ser cashless, y va a venir muchas innovaciones tecnológicas dentro de esa área. Igual vemos Jamaica, donde está la expansión de loterías. Ya se está hablando del establecimiento del primer resort que va a tener casinos. Turks and Caicos, comenzando su nueva comisión de juegos a partir de enero de este año. Comenzaron ya agresivamente sus planes para regular parte de las actividades, reestructurar lo que existe y atraer nueva inversión. El que va y visita no puede creer que estamos en una pandemia viendo los desarrollos de hoteles y los edificios gigantes que están allí, ¿no? San Martín, reestructurando sus actividades de casino, Curazao, reestructurando la regulación de Internet y de los juegos online, ¿no? Expandiendo el espectro de licenciamiento fuera de primarios a secundarios. O sea que el Caribe, más allá de los dos temas que tocamos ahora más en detalle, vemos que por todos lados y sus esquinas está creciendo, ¿no? Por el mismo mensaje quizás de que cautiva, de que enamora, de que trae a la gente y de que la gente quiere venir y no solo divertirse en sus playas y con sus encantos de comida y gente, sino con las actividades de juego, ¿no? Y su gente lo hacen diferente. Me gustaría oír la opinión de todos, ya que estamos en los últimos minutos, hablar un poquito de que en el último año hemos experimentado un cambio en la conducta de jugador. ¿Serán estos cambios temporeros o permanentes? Empecemos por Orlando.
Bueno, permanente, yo creo que el COVID parece que llegó para quedarse, desgraciadamente, ¿no? Vamos a tener que acostumbrarnos a vivir con eso. Y vamos a tener que empezar a buscar más seguridad para poder atraer más los clientes. Es bueno y es malo porque la salida a lo mejor el casino físico y el jugador jugando físicamente, pues puede ser que merme un poco, pero a lo mejor el juego no va a dejar de ver mal, porque entonces la tecnología va a cambiar eso. Y la gente va a empezar a usar entonces más las aplicaciones. Las abuelitas van a empezar a preguntarle a sus nietos, enséñame cómo jugar. Y entonces todo el mundo va a tener una aplicación y cuando tú vienes a ver tienen hasta una liga de fantasy entre familia. Si vuelve a pasar, yo estoy seguro que si estamos listos y vuelve a pasar una pandemia como la que pasó y tuvo que haber un lockdown como el que pasó en Puerto Rico, que tuvimos casi 60 días todos en la casa y tenemos todos una tableta y jugando fantasy, la vamos a pasar bien. Vamos a estar disfrutando y vamos a estar, por lo menos uno dice, vamos, pero lamentablemente estamos viviendo unos tiempos muy difíciles, pero a la misma vez vemos gente invirtiendo, vemos gente aprovechando, ¿no? Porque hay propiedades ahora, pues, que antes no veían una oportunidad de venir a esos lugares y los ejecutivos arriesgan, ¿no? Esperando en Dios que las cosas mejoren. pues las internacionales y la banca y los fondos pues arriesgan y dicen vamos a entrar porque están habiendo oportunidades y si esto mejora, pues estamos en un buen momento para la inversión. Y a eso me refiero. Tengo que, no sé si darle a mi amigo pariente, no sé si se enteró que nuestro amigo Pedro Brite falleció. Yo conozco a Pedro cuando tenía 25 años, un gran representante de Brasil. Y no lo veo, no lo veo hace más de 20 años y hoy me enteré de la noticia y me tocó decía, porque era un amigo, ¿no? Un amigo que tú no ves hace 20 años, pero lo conoces de la industria. Y así es esto, ¿no? Todos nosotros nos conocemos de esta industria y celebramos nuestros triunfos y también lloramos la muerte de esas amistades.
Es verdad.
No te oigo, José Carlos.
Orlando, ¿me escuchan?
Ah, sí, ahora sí.
Le preguntaba a Alex, ¿qué opinas tú de la conducta del jugador? ¿Será algo permanente o será temporero?
No, yo comparto gran parte de lo que Orlando comentaba. Yo creo que lamentablemente creo que el COVID en cierta medida llegó para quedarse. Vamos a tener maneras de atenuar las cosas. Yo creo que va a haber, vamos a tener vacunas que van a tender a atenuar el efecto y demás, pero hoy estaba escuchando unas declaraciones del CEO de Moderna y él mismo decía que de repente veía este virus como algo que de repente iba a durar un largo plazo. Yo desde la perspectiva nuestra, de repente es increíble cómo uno se adapta y no solamente va integrando la tecnología para poder ir, digamos, maximizando las posibilidades de poder generar recursos que tienes. O sea, yo creo que la gente va a utilizar los métodos digitales en muchísima más proporción. Creo que apenas esta primera fase de esta terrible etapa vaya acabándose, vamos a ver un gran volumen de gente volviendo a las instalaciones físicas, pero también con una utilización muy grande del hábito que crearon durante esta pandemia, ¿no? Yo creo que los métodos móviles de transmisión de datos, los teléfonos celulares, las tablets, van a ser vehículos de canalización de entretenimiento sin ningún tipo de duda. Así que eso creo que va a ser el cambio fundamental más grande. Y volviendo un poco a lo que tú nombrabas, viendo otras jurisdicciones que están provocando reformas necesarias para poder facilitar la llegada de la inversión, es una llamada de atención también para los reguladores y los gobernadores de jurisdicciones que en este momento están permitiendo, digamos, el desarrollo de casinos y demás, pero que tienen una posición un poco más estática respecto de cómo va evolucionando el mundo y cómo va evolucionando la industria y cómo va evolucionando la región. Yo creo que el Caribe debe ganar competitividad como bloque. No le beneficia a nadie tener un país mucho más evolucionado que otro. Creo que esto tiene que servir como incentivo para que otras jurisdicciones excelentes, como puede ser República Dominicana, que David y yo conocemos muy bien, y poder incentivarlos a ellos a adoptar ciertas prácticas que están siendo adoptadas por países que están volviendo a tomar un lugar preponderante como Puerto Rico o como lo va a hacer Jamaica, que es otra de las jurisdicciones que está haciendo las reformas necesarias para lograr competitividad. Entonces, creo que en definitiva todos vamos a ganar cuando podamos elevar el nivel de la oferta en la región. San Juan, o sea, Puerto Rico y Dominicana son los dos destinos con mayor afluencia de pasajeros en todo el Caribe, o sea, con multiplicidad de aeropuertos internacionales y con una masa crítica de visitantes enorme como para poder monetizar diferentes opciones, siempre y cuando las regulaciones y los gobiernos acompañen a ese proceso. Y para no tomarte mucho tiempo, también me enteré de la noticia de la desaparición de nuestro querido amigo. Yo creo que desde donde esté en este momento, si se está hablando de él en este foro, él va a estar sonriendo. Así que para todas las personas a quien Pedro ha tocado, un abrazo muy fuerte desde donde esté.
Sin duda, gracias Alex. Ya nos estamos robando tiempo del próximo panel, pero no quiero terminar sin que David nos dé su opinión sobre ese perfil de jugador y si él piensa que estos cambios son temporeros o permanentes. David representa un grupo de operadores de casino, o sea, que prefieren el juego presencial al online, así que me gustaría oír su perspectiva en cuanto a qué piensa sobre esto. ¿Estás muteado?
Bueno, yo coincido con la opinión de Orlando y de Alex, evidentemente. Creo que el cambio es la ley fundamental que rige el mundo material y es natural y es nuestra gran oportunidad para demostrar una vez más los grandes profesionales con los que cuenta nuestra industria y la capacidad que tenemos de adecuar nuestra oferta a las nuevas necesidades y exigencias que vayan a surgir a través de los clientes. Yo entiendo que ahora mismo estamos viviendo unas circunstancias muy particulares y que la balanza está un poco desproporcionada, tal vez como estaba opuesta proporcionalmente antes de la pandemia. Y creo que vamos a llegar a un mix entre ambas partes, a un equilibrio perfecto donde se va a conjugar perfectamente la tecnología con el físico. Hay una parte fundamental y básica que yo siempre recurro en los establecimientos físicos, que es el contacto humano, las emociones, las sensaciones. Y eso es algo que el ser humano va a experimentar únicamente in situ, no lo va a poder experimentar virtualmente. Y creo que esa es una de las ventajas fundamentales que tenemos los establecimientos físicos y de las que tenemos que sacar provecho y ventaja.
Excelente. Gracias David. Gracias Orlando, Alex, y gracias a Gaming Americas y a Soltan y a todos los que estuvieron envueltos en el comité por darnos este espacio para hablar un poquito del Caribe. Del Caribe se puede hablar mucho más. Así que esperamos que para el segundo, tercero y cuarto evento que hagan este año de Gaming America Meets consideren al Caribe. Ahora les dejo con el próximo panel. No sé, espero estén listos. Así que Soltan, take it over and to the next panel. Gracias a todos.
Gracias, José Carlos. Gracias, Orlando y David. Muy amables.
Gracias, Alex, Orlando, José Carlos. Cuídate.
Hola Fernando.
Eso, José, ¿cómo están? Pura vida.
Todo bien, ¿y tú?
Un gusto escucharlos. Fue una tarde muy productiva hoy. Buenísimo. Muy buenas noticias, buena e interesante información.
Hi Angelo.
Hi Francesco, come stai?
Tutto bene, grazie.
Tutto bene? Bene. Io parlo un po' di italiano, non molto. Io ho vissuto in Italia in 2003 con il fratello a Milano per imparare italiano, claro, però conoscere meglio il paese del mio papà e mia famiglia, Tessenano, vicino a Roma, Alberoni, famiglia Alberoni.
Your Italian is perfect.
Yeah. I've been, yeah, I was in Italy last year, no, 2 years ago, 2019, with my family, with my wife and kids. We spent the Christmas in Milano. It was very cold, but I love Italy. Italy, it's amazing. It's my second home for sure.
Beautiful place.
Nice, nice. Hi, Fernando. How are you? Como é que
How
está?
you
Tudo
doing?
bem?
Tudo bem.
Que bom. I'm seeing your lads here in Brasileirão. Nice work.
Thank you, thank you. Well, we'll be part of a little bit where we will be talking today and share with the rest of the people.
Nice. It's not cheap. It's been very expensive to be in Brasileirão nowadays. They are asking for a lot of money. They are out of control here in Brazil.
Yeah, depend of the focus. The company will be focus and direct. You know, is being the Brasileirão for us, for example, is technically, you know, it's not just for Brazil. It's focused for Brazil.
Yeah.
The biggest percentage, but for the region, the people follow the Brasileirão. So in all Latin America, they follow the Brasileirão. Actually, here in Costa Rica, you can find fans from different teams. Actually, for tomorrow, not for tomorrow, Saturday, there is some people from, you know, Santos, Palmeiras. They're already active and chasing following the team. It's interesting. Even my daughter has a Palmeiras T-shirt.
Oh yeah. Oh nice. Next Saturday is gonna be a huge battle here in Rio de Janeiro. I'm living in São Paulo, but I'm from Rio, so it's gonna be a very good final between Palmeiras and Santos. I'm a fan of Vasco da Gama, but I like Palmeiras too.
Yeah, it's an amazing team. It's good players, amazing players, actually.
Okay, I think that we can start. Yeah, hi everybody. Apenas aviso, a versão em inglês ela está no YouTube. Todos podem ver no YouTube a versão em inglês. Por aqui, quem ficar no Zoom pode escolher pela tradução simultânea em espanhol, tá ok? Foi um aviso que o pessoal da Gaming America acabou de me passar aqui. Vamos lá. Hello, I'm Angelo Alberoni. I'm the country manager Brazil at Batmotion, and I will be the moderator of this panel. Is Latin America learning from the European mistakes? It's going to be a very good panel, good questions here that we choose for you. So before introducing the guests, I would like to thank you, all the staffs of Gaming Americas. It's gonna be a very good day, a lot of great content today, so we could learn a lot with all these guests, amazing names that we saw here today in this event. Thank you, Zoltan, to invite me and inviting all the guys that we are talking here in this panel, and all the people that being passed here today with this amazing event. About our panel, I have two legends with me. It's a huge honor to be here, not as a moderator, but as a listener, because certainly I will learn a lot with these two. First of all, I will introduce you, Fernando Garita, Head of Business Development at BatCris. Fernando, please. Talk about you if you need to do that.
Hi, how you doing, Angelo? Thank you so much for this intro. How you doing, Francesco, and the rest of the colleagues? Well, one more time, thank you to Gaming Americas and Sultan to be part of this and inviting us always to share with the industry. I think this is one of the best. I was sharing with the other panelists before. Was a very interesting day, you know, sharing, getting updated from the industry, big news for some big investments coming from Caribbean side, and this kind of information is great for us. So thank you one more time. Hi to everyone, It's an honor for me and BetCris be part of this one more time with you guys. Thank you.
Perfect. And the other guest, the other legend of our industry around the world is Francesco Rodano, Chief Policy Officer at Playtech. How are you, Francesco? Are you good? Are you in Italy or in UK?
No, I'm in the UK. I'm in London, where it's 26 past midnight. So I have to be careful not to wake up the rest of the family. No, I'm very well. I've been working from home since 11 months ago. Should be normal. It's not normal. I would prefer to be Latin America now, where people are so sociable, like even more than Italy, where I come from. So yes, I'm indeed Italian. Before joining Playtech, for 9 years, I worked for the Italian government. I was in charge of the regulation of online gambling in my sector. It's been a very long, at times frustrating process. We started from scratch. There wasn't anything regulated apart from a bit of betting. And the challenge was to put everything in place. Licenses, regulation of casino, poker, and so on. I must say the most challenging part has been to convince my own government to do that. You know, when politicians discuss gambling, they get really, really scared. And that explains what it took so long to do that in my country. But now Italy became the second largest regulated market, so eventually it worked. Then I moved to Playtech in 2016, and I'm in charge of international public affairs. Essentially, I share my regulatory experience with policymakers, regulators, governments in those countries where there's some discussion around regulation. That's why I was lucky to come to Latin America a number of times, because as you know, there's several countries in which they're discussing regulation. Some already did that, some are in line.
Okay, nice to hear that. So good words about Latin America. I separate a lot of questions here, but I was talking with you and Fernando previously. So I think that I will do the same question for you both, because I think that's the most important thing to abord here in this panel. It's how Latin could learn with Europe mostly about these moments that we are facing in Europe. I used to live in Portugal. I worked for the biggest brand in Portugal. I saw a lot of restrictions regarding advertising mostly. And then I received this invite to come back to Brazil and lead an operation here in Brazil. And I can see a lot of different things when you talk about regulation. Here in Brazil, mostly because we are almost in the white market with a very good step for us when you talk about the legal environment. So I will start with Francesco. Playtech is one of the largest platforms in the world regarding iGaming, serving brands in a lot of countries and maybe in highly regulated markets such as Portugal, Italy, as you said, and as you have amazing experience, and in Spain. How do you see the restrictions imposed on companies regarding just about advertising? We are seeing a lot of restrictions about sponsorship with football, TV, and a lot of stuff. How do you see these moments of the industry in Europe?
Now that might be an interesting discussion, because what's happening in Europe might eventually happen also in Latin America when a country is regulated. So there's some lessons, if we like. First of all, why advertising is so important? If you think about it, that's the only competitive advantage that a licensed operator has against the offshore ones is indeed advertising, because they can do that, the legal ones. All the rest, when there's regulation, is a disadvantage. You have to pay taxes, you have product restrictions, you have other costs. So the competition when you are legal is very difficult, and the only chance you have is advertising, especially when a new market starts. advertising is fundamental to make the new licensees compete with the offshore ones and recover the black market. But then why in Europe, especially, there's so many restrictions going on? Again, when you regulate, one effect is that gambling becomes visible, very visible. There's you mentioned the Brazilian football championship and the sponsorship. So there's a lot of advertising on TV. There's betting shops in the streets, gaming halls. There's this feeling that people gamble more, that gambling is everywhere. This is then fueled by the media. The public opinion starts to let's say, deteriorate in terms of perception of gambling, and then the politicians must take action. And what's the simplest way for a politician to show that he's doing something is restrict advertising. It takes 5 minutes, a law, and then you can say to your voters, I did it. And also it has the effect to making gambling a bit less visible. Italy was the first country in the world, I guess, to prohibit every form of gambling advertising 2 or 3 years ago. Fortunately, after I left, because it would have been tough to face that. And did it solve problem gambling? What do you think, Angelo? That's it's
no, for sure they not.
But still, 75% of the Italian population were in favor of this measure. So in terms of getting consensus, it's amazing. It's perfect. Yeah, but then, yeah, you're right. It doesn't solve problem gambling. There are other ways. For us, for instance, I'm seriously convinced that the best way to try to solve problem, to face problem gambling is to analyze the player's behavior in a very detailed way and understand when some risky attitude comes out and intervene in that moment. We have been investing a lot in the use of artificial intelligence to do that, and it seems to work. It's like magic. You can identify in a group of players which ones might get problematic, and then do some intervention to correct that. Or we are also studying doing a lot of research with academic, with university of game design. You know, trying to understand in the slots or in other games which components might cause addictive behaviors, and maybe possibly remove that. So there's a lot of going on in Europe and a lot of experiences to share. But the most important thing is be careful, because it can happen everywhere, that politician wants to show off, and then advertising is gone.
Yeah, no, good answer. Yeah, I saw a lot of these restrictions in Portugal during the pandemic. Portugal, it's a little bit softer when you compare with Spain and Italy, mostly about advertising. Of course, the tax are huge in Portugal. It's totally different when you talk about the taxation model of Portugal. This is why Portugal has a small market when you talk about the numbers of players exploring that market. So when you talk about advertising here in Brazil, we saw a lot of new brands arriving in Brazil, and we saw very good brands or more experienced brands aboarding a lot of channels in Brazil. And Betcraze is one of the biggest. They are doing a very good job, in my opinion. This is why I must to ask to Fernando, even to learn with him. What are the limits that the brand must have in a gray market here in Fernando? Because in Brazil, we have this law that we already published 2 years ago in 2018. We are waiting the regulation, but now we are in this gray market, and we are seeing a huge number of new brands trying to enter in the Brazilian market. We as Betmotion, we are already here in the last 10 years. we are seeing big brands arriving in Brazil. We are seeing big brands already exploring Brazil in the last 10 years. And how BetCraze see these limits of brand works here in a gray market?
Well, thank you, Angelo. Well, actually, yes, as you mentioned, we got like 2 or 3 years, even also Francesco. We saw so many times in some activities in Brasilia, in Sao Paulo as well, you. And well, talk about gray market for now is technically an unregulated market, but in some way, there is a kind of regulated structure. So technically, well, as the company saw Brazil as one of the biggest markets in Latin America, and even you can compare with bigger markets in Europe. And yeah, so there is limits, of course, there's regulations, but there is also, there is a kind of regulated situations. For example, all the legal agreements we are doing with teams and everything, that is regulated because you sign contracts, you get, for the country it's already regulated under the marketing, the regular marketing, they got some kind of provisions. You cannot go in and showing up, for example, underage images in certain, publicity or whatever, and well, social media as well. You got restrictions, you got agreements, so technically you are regulated, but for different entities, not focused on the specific sports betting activity or gaming activity. But yes, you are regulated. You go to Brazil, you have to create a company under the rules of the government of Brazil, of course, and you follow the rules about marketing and publicity. What are you doing right there? So it's a combination. So technically, we are doing the things in the right way, or most of the companies, they are trying to do it in the best way. And it's a kind of auto regulation. It's because it's what we have for now. It's like when we started in Peru. I remember in the science was in the 2006, 2007, and I'm approached to the government and try to find the best way to be in best conditions for me and my people right there and the company. So, and what's hard, and from that moment, we pay taxes, we hire people under the rules of the company. So it's gray and not. I have to say, or I like to say, it's not well regulated because it's a specific activity. Will be great, and we want to be regulated in the right way. And as Francesco mentioned, a totally prohibition and a high tax is not the best way. Will be incentivated the illegals, and as well the restriction of the publicity. There is so many good things in the sponsorship, in all that. So technically, we saw Brazil as a great market. We will be continue waiting. And we hope soon we get some news the other day sharing with us. So I know the government is working hard to get in this. And well, sooner or later we will be happy. And I hope we'll be happy in the best way. And Francesco has the experience in both sides, regulated and now as an operator. And I think it has to be a balance, not high taxes, regulation, but yeah. So we are doing in that way. I think Brazil will be one of the best markets we can find in Latin America. And well, we have to speak Brasileiro, not Portuguese. So every company has to start to speak Brasileiro, not Portuguese. So yeah, will be a great for us.
Yeah, no, good answer. I hope that Brazil is gonna be the top 5 at least in the world. Yeah, you are totally true when you talk that we must talk Brasileiro, not Portuguese, because Portuguese is from Portugal and Brasileiro it's from Brazil. So it's very strange when you separate the same language for 2 different countries, because here in Brazil you must be native. You must talk like Brazilian. You must sponsor a Brazilian team. You must be linked with local sports. So yeah, this is very important when you want to enter in this huge market that is Brazil. Even because Brazil has at least 3 or 4, maybe even more countries inside their borders. So it's very different when you onboard a customer in São Paulo and when you onboard a customer in Bahia. So they are totally different about everything that they want from a brand. Yeah, you are totally right, Fernando. So I like the thing that you told us about taxation, model legalization. So I separate a tricky question for Francesco about license. Playtech just obtained a license of the province of Buenos Aires. It's congratulations. It was a very good move. And we see in Europe that limitation of license can prevent the market from developing a healthy way. And Brazil seems to be adopting this kind of limitation with license concession. Francesco, how do you see this limitation? I will repeat the same question to you, Fernando, because you are here in Latam, and I want to hear from you your opinion about this difficult question. But first of all, I will start with Francesco.
Okay. Thanks, Angelo. Yeah, you mentioned the province of Buenos Aires, and indeed, we are really focused on regulated markets since a few years ago. Probably not many people know that 90% of our revenue come now from a regulated market. It was 50% just 3 years ago. So every time there's a chance, we try to be there. We did that in Colombia with WPlay, in Mexico with Caliente, in Buenos Aires con Casino Tandil. It might be through joint ventures or as a supplier of local licenses or international ones. Yeah, you mentioned the limitation of licenses. I think that's not the main point, actually. It's one of the elements that might make a regulatory framework less efficient. You know, there's a case in Europe where you have a country, a very large one, France. There's unlimited licenses. And still, because online casino is not regulated there, regulation is not working so well. So there's a decent sports betting market, decent poker market, but not casino because it is prohibited. So all the players who want to play casino go offshore, and maybe they stay there also to play sports betting. Same to Brazil, apart from the concessions, only sports betting will be regulated. So I guess football is popular in Brazil and betting as well. There's already hundreds of thousands of betting shops there. So it will be a large market, as you said, Angelo and Fernando, but maybe a bit will be missing because the range of product is not complete. So it's something to take into account. You said it might be the 5th largest market in the world. Probably if you regulate all the products, it might be the 3rd or the 2nd. So that's something maybe in the future. And I understand the political reasons why only betting was regulated. And I'm not here to judge that. But then, yeah, there's some potential that's not exploited. Then there's a taxation that has an impact because you mentioned again Portugal, which is a high tax, and that affects the efficiency of the regulation. And then finally, the number of licenses. Of course, the more, the better, because you allow all the offshore operators to get licensed and become legal. But then it's not, I don't think it's concession the problem per se. In Italy, we have concessions because since 1948, gambling is an exclusive right of the state, which can give a concession to a private operator to offer that on behalf of the state. But yet the government decided to make a very high number of concessions available. So all the companies that wanted a license could get that, and there's still a lot left. So it works despite being a concession. So in Brazil, I don't think they decided how many concessions will be available. It's something that maybe the BNDES project will suggest. And so let's see. It's not concessions the problem. Probably it's the range of products and the number of concessions available. And taxation, of course, which is also tricky in Brazil.
Yeah.
No, taxation. We will talk. We will talk a little bit later in this panel. I hold the taxation for the final. Fernando, what do you think about license? Mostly because in 1 month ago, the Supreme Court here in Brazil published a decision putting a lot of noise in the industry because they allowed that states to explore lotteries in Brazil. And under the law, sport betting, as we know, it's classified as a lottery product. So there is a little bit messy in Brazil because there are a part of a group here in Brazil that understanding that the states could license the game. So the other part with the federal government, they don't understand that way. So it's a very good fight to watch for us as brands. Try to understand better Brazil, because Brazil it's a very tricky country because everything can change in a blink of eyes. So it's very good place to be when you work with this kind of industry around the world. Fernando, please tell me your opinion about this concession and license here in Brazil. I know that you are under the what is happening here in Brazil for sure.
Yeah, well, first, maybe I just want to say something about the Francesco mentioned before, and using the name of the panel, what we learning from in Latin America countries. Yeah. No, example is, can I say Colombia? Colombia, Fecoljuegos and Coljuegos, Jairo mentioned in one of the panels before, and how they, at the beginning, they start with some limit products, but later they soon activate the private operators and the government and start sitting on the table to get conversations to try to improve more and more and more kind of products. And also that happened or happened the last year in the COVID time. And in that moment was, for me, the best way to do it. And so Colombia, as you mentioned as well, Angelo, they start following the Spain regulation. They set up something similar. They adjust. Actually, they went a little extra with some improvements about the regulation. And look, they take the right decision, learning from Europe. So the best way is to sit on the table and talk and find the best way to operate, regulate, and tax. In the same way, I go with your answer. Okay, Brazil is big. If you say every and we talked before, every region of Brazil is different. It's like being a country. So in that way, I saw will be possible to give the chance to the states to go for a local ideas or some kind of regulated according to that to every single region. But also in another way, it's good to have something globally. So from my point of view, I don't want to see a fight. I will hope to see sitting together and get a kind of a agreement, or okay, let's talk about a huge regulated certain items, and the other ones could be regulated by federal government. So has to be a balance. In a good balance, I think will be the best for both. If not, will be some regions will be well regulated, as Francesco mentioned, well regulated with good followings, and some others no. So will be technical to get more gray around, and some other ones good. So not will be the same. But yeah, the market is huge. So technically they can do it, but if they do together, it will be the best for all, for operators and regulators.
Nice. No, for sure. Brazil is huge, and I totally agree with you, Fernando. We can try to find a very good way to combine the interests of the federal government and states, because we are a huge country. You won't see this kind of problem in Peru, in Chile, in small countries here in Latam. But when you talk the biggest market in Brazil,
you must to congregate the interest. And federal has one, the states has another one, so they must to talk and try to find the best model for entire industry. And the states are very, very wealthy here in Brazil. When you talk about the South, you can see São Paulo has a huge PIB here in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, Minas Gerais, Santa Catarina. And when you go to the north, you can see a poor state. So to develop this kind of industry, not just the sport betting, when you see the idea to legalize all the verticals in Brazil, it's very important to understand the country, because these kind of regions in Brazil, mostly in the north, must have more investments, more ways to develop this kind of industry than in São Paulo and Rio. I know that the biggest players around the world will choose São Paulo, Rio to open a casino or betting shops. But this kind of issue, the government must to be very alert to improve this region and to bring also wealthy to this kind of region in Brazil. So another topic that it's going to be very huge impact here in Brazil is going to be taxation. We already have in the previous law the turnover model, but we see a move trying to change this model, mostly with the public consultation and other political movements around the law, or at least the regulation. And we already see a lot of markets, mostly in Europe, that proved us that GGR it's a better model when you talk about taxation. So I wanna the opinion of Francesco and you, Fernando, about the best taxation that we to put around here in Brazil, turnover or GGR, or maybe with turnover with less percentage in the revenues. What do you think about the best model to Brazil? I will start with Francesco for sure.
Okay, this is a fascinating topic, at least for us insiders. Seriously, I don't think my wife would agree. That would be bored to death. Fascinating. No, turnover tax. So there's even in Europe nowadays several countries which have turnover tax. Even big ones. We mentioned France for some products. There's Germany. There's Portugal, Slovakia,
Portugal.
Poland.
Yeah.
And yeah, we could discuss for hours why pros and cons of the. But maybe it's interesting to understand why there's turnover tax exists around. It's a historical thing, you know. There's the oldest games in the world are lotteries. In some countries, they've been regulated for hundreds of years, like in mine. And for lottery, it's a no-brainer. You tax the ticket, the face value, and there's no variable RTP. And then lottery ticket costs $1, 50 cents go to the prize pool, 10 to the shop, and 40 to the state, roughly. Then when new games started to be regulated, then a whole new world appeared with variable RTPs, variable payouts. You know, you have blackjack, 99.4%. You have a roulette, 97.3. You have slots that vary from 90 to 98 and more. Even betting, if it's pre-play or in-play, there's a completely different RTP on the market. So it's clear that if you tax the turnover, there's no right one. How much should you tax blackjack to make it work? 0.1%. But that wouldn't work for sports betting. GGR works with every kind of games, but still many countries don't adopt that, and it's mostly a legacy reason. And I think it's because it's so difficult to explain RTP of blackjack to a politician who has to decide about taxation. They lose you after 1 minute. So maybe there's a way. I had the chance to be in Italy regulating when finally, after many years, taxation of sports betting was changed from turnover to GGR. And for 5-6 years before then, the market was flat. We changed the taxation, same, more or less equivalent in terms of impact. But then 2 years after GGR tax was introduced, the market grew, doubled, the legal market, the size. That's again, like magic. It works better. It ensures competition, and in case of Italy, so the market doubled, not because people would spend more, but because we could recover the black market by letting the licensees compete better. So in Brazil, there's turnover tax at the moment, but you all remember how betting is defined in Brazil. It's a lottery modality. Lottery. How are lottery taxed? Historically on turnover. So that was an automatic choice. They didn't even think about it. But then I guess the government, also SECAP, the regulator, has publicly stated that there's a more efficient model, and they are trying to change that. So fingers crossed.
Fernando, it's up to you. You can go from that, because it's very hard to explain a politician the difference between turnover and GGR, mostly because sport betting, it's a totally different product when you compare with a blackjack or a slot game, a slot machine, whatever. So this is very hard, and as Francesco just said, it was like automatic. We have sport betting, it's a lottery product. Lottery is taxed by turnover. It was like, it's easier for us to think. So, but I believe in the work from SECAP. Valdir is doing a very, very great job trying to solve this problem. I hope that he could help us, me, you, Francesco, and Fernando, with this new regulation, and trying to. It's not easy because we must to change the law, but I hope that they can try to do their best and change this taxation model. Fernando, it's with you.
Yeah, well, I'm totally agree what you say, guys. But also, beside, there is some people from governments talk about politicians. They are doing the homework. I know some of them, and I know very well they are getting the best ideas and the best. They want to do in the best way, but sometimes, as Francesco mentioned before, there's a traditional thing, especially because for example, the lotteries is one of the oldest lotteries, and bingos is one of the oldest products they know, and they will be for years in the country. So I hope, and I cross fingers too, no will be authoritarian for one kind of taxes in that way for all the products, because each product is different. Is as Francesco mentioned, lottery is based on some numbers, and sports betting, for example, is a huge volume with a small retention. So how you can handle that in both in the same taxation way? So I hope too in these last months left to getting something ready in Brazil. I cross my fingers too. There will be another options to talk or take different options to be in the best way. And of course, I always make a call. So don't go too high. We got Portugal, so we are learning again from Europe. So watch Portugal or watch other big high taxes countries is not the best way.
No, perfect. We see in Portugal. We see in Portugal that almost 6% of the markets are in the black market. So this is a huge problem in Portugal. So, but I think that now in Portugal, there are arriving a lot of big companies in Portugal. They are trying to enter in these markets. I think that they will pressure the government to change at least the index of the turnover when you talk about the taxation. So they already did change. I think it was last year doing the law. The law assured that they must change, and they did that. But I think that Portugal it's gonna change in a slow motion, but they will. So it's very important to learn with this problem that Portugal is facing when you talk about competition, about brands, number of brands and black markets, to not repeat that here in Brazil. And we sent a lot of answers about the public consultation, and I hope that SECAP listen us and try to change at least these main points of the legislation, for sure. So, guys, I think that our time is ending. It's almost 10 o'clock here in Brazil. I think it's even later in UK, for sure, for Francesco. So it was very good. It was a pleasure to be with you guys. Thank you to the class, because I learned a lot with Fernando and Francesco in the few years that I've been here in the industry. So I want you, Fernando, to say your last words, and then I will pass the word to Francesco.
Thank you, Angelo. Well, and thank you for Gaming Americas, Sultan, Francesco, for this opportunity again. So as in other panels mentioned before this one, we have to stay together. So we are an industry, we are colleagues. I think we can do great things together, especially, you know, if we support, if we are together in the good ones, and we fight against the bad ones together, will be the best way to handle and go in there. And with some companies getting some approvals or something like now, for example, Playtech in Provincia of Buenos Aires, we are agreeing with that. We are happy to this happening, because it's what the industry is looking for, and the serious operators, we want that. We want serious companies, you know, a nice competition, good products. The real competition is inside of the companies. We have to produce the best product for the customers, taking care of them, offering is a high value thing. So is my last words. Thank you one more time, and well, it was a pleasure to share with you guys and the rest of the colleagues, and the best of this is to see you again, guys. So I hope soon we can see you guys again in person in a live event, and well, yeah, see you soon, and pura vida.
Pura vida. Let's drink a beer here in Brazil soon. Francesco, it's with you, man. The last words, please.
Yeah, can I have a caipirinha instead?
For sure. E una feijoada.
Totally agree with Fernando. In general, if we try to speak with a single voice, we have more chances to be listened. So Fernando will be in touch for sure. Thank you, Angelo. Thank you, Zoltan. It's 4 a.m. for him, if I'm not mistaken. So it's 3. Okay, the night is long.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. Now I know how you guys feel when you usually attend our European conferences. When we invite you and they say it's 3 o'clock in the morning here and we are attending a conference.
No, so I really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
for me, regulation is like a real passion. It's always been. So I'm happy to discuss it, and honored, and I really hope next time we'll be in person, because I can't stand this anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesco. Thank you, Zoltan. Thank you, Fernando.
Thank you, guys. It has been really a long day. And when we designed this meetup, it was supposed to be only 4 panel discussions, maximum 4 hours. But now we had 10 panel discussions and 8 hours of conference. So yeah, the next one is in February. It's focusing on Europe. And the next Gaming Americas meetup is going to be on the 29th of April. And we are already thinking about having 2 days of conference because there will be plenty to
It's
discuss.
better.
Okay, guys, have a
Yeah,
lovely
it's okay.
afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are. Bye.
Thank you. Buenas noches.
Okay.